Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
we're going to be playing True or False MLBB edition, this time with the entirety of Team Spirit. Gentlemen, please line up. If you think it's true, just take one step to your right. And then if you think it's false, take one step to your left. So very first one, there are 132 playable heroes in MLBB. True or false? The answer is false. There's 133 playable heroes. Second, Tamuz is the mentor of Diroth.
Go! I don't know.
It's actually true. So everyone else got it right. Viva Sunset was the one who got that wrong. Malefic Roar increases physical penetration by 20%.
Okay.
Yeah, you all got it correct because it increases physical penetration by 30%.
Yeah.
Exactly. Hanabi is from the Monyan Empire.
Let me be honest.
Давай, я с тобой повторю просто.
It's false. Hanabi is from Scarlet Shadow,
Full unlock.
Cadia Riverlands. Okay, we got one last one. Savior is half human, half elf.
What?
Savior is half
Xavier.
human, half elf.
Бля, неужели он эльф-санс?
Oh, okay, we're kind of split into this. It's Kid Bomba and Hiko were correct because it's true. So, you as a team can decide whether or not you start hitting each other with the hammer. Of course. Get some nice slow motion shots of just hitting each other.
Егор Хикана пиздить.
All right, that's our time with Team Spirit. That's true or false.
Ты куда его бьешь?
Bye. We're playing True or False MLBB edition this time with Team Falcons PH. Are you guys ready?
Ready.
Yes. All right, True or False? Chip is Angela's adoptive sibling. And the ones who are correct are Flap and Marco. Second, Freya is known as the Battle Maiden. And it is false. Freya is known as the Valkyrie. 3. MSC at EWC 2026 Grand Finals will be on the 2nd of August.
No. That is false.
They're correct. All right. Number 4. Brute Force Breastplate is made up of 4 pieces of equipment. It's actually true. What? It's the ring, it's the little health gem leading to the belt, and the jerkin. Last one. Juicin has the ability to summon Ember Dragonflies. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, it's split up. Why did you answer false?
Because it's fireflies.
Okay, you guys are close. It's actually because it's butterflies.
Oh yeah,
Not
butter.
dragonfly. So it's false. You guys can decide whether or not you'll hit each other with those hammers. All right, while they hit each other, I think we're good. See you guys. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
And so the tournament was able to continue after turning the computers off and on again. For the rest of the club championship,
What's going on? Guys, why did she stop talking? The rat got out again. Guys, let's reset the rat. Reset the rat. Come on. Under the couch. Under the couch. Oh, no, it went the triangle thing. Triangle thing. Do not let that rat find its family. Come on. If the thing starts a union, we're in trouble, guys. No. Over there. Over there. Come on. We're losing time.
how long have I been out?
Just a couple of seconds. The rat got out again.
Oh, he's been doing that more and more recently.
We're gonna get you a better hat.
I think he may have peed a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pee right here if we can clean that up. Probably, unless you can read the prompter without it.
Well, are you crazy? I don't do my own stunts. Just give me some cheese or something.
Okay, hey, cheese, let's go.
Yeah, thank you. All right, yeah, this'll... Hey, little guy, just want one of... Okay, I think that'll work for now.
Are we good?
Yep, we're good.
We good? Are we good? Perfect. All right, guys, clear set. Let's go. Let's go. We gotta get started. Losing time, guys. Come on. And action.
And that's what's been happening in the club championship. In other unrelated news, cats. Why are they here? Why do they smell so bad? And what can we do about them?
The echoes in the land of dawn continue to resound. The champions who once ruled have fallen.
Team Liquid Philippines will not move forward in MSC here at EWC 2026.
As the throne stands empty once more, a new era has begun to take its shape, and a new king must rise above. Team Vamos. Their journey seems far through trials and scars, yet they believe they will rise above all stars. Team Vitality. The dream they chased has led them to this stage. A new chapter for Indonesia begins on this page. Pro Esports. They defeated the champions who once led the way. The world will see how they earned their place today. Team Spirit. Through every setback, their spirit grew strong. They will carry the dragon's crest to show where legends belong. Yangon Galacticos. More than teammates, they are a family forged through the fight. They chase for glory to make their nation proud for life. Team Falcons PH. The trophy slipped away, but never their fire. Now they return to reclaim the title they desire. Onyx. Their road is tough, with new challengers across the lands, but they'll face every battle and make their final stand. Aurora Gaming. The world has begun to speak their name. This is Aurora Gaming's time to reign. 8 contenders remain. Some fight as the new hopes of their nation. Some fight for a glory that was almost within reach. But all 8 paths lead to the same legacy.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. We book Esports World Cup.
ドキドキしようよ準備快適早まだまだこの世界を楽しんでみた瞬間
You're looking very smug with yourself this morning, aren't you?
It's a very good day, Chris. My Onic won unexpectedly yesterday, and they're en route to the grand final.
Yeah, it's just the third team that you've picked up. Who else is playing today, though? It's not just Onic. Onic playing their first game. Who else is playing?
I don't know, actually. It doesn't really matter.
What?
I don't care.
It is Falcons against Yangon Galacticos. You know, at some stage you are going to have to drop the bias.
Hey, all I know is that Onic are on the way. They're going through the semifinals. They're going to do it easy, and we're going to see them in the grand finals. You know, Chris, nothing could ruin my day right now. Chris, what is wrong with you? Well, let's just get on with it. Semifinals or whatever. Chris!
Day 2 of MSC at EWC 2026 Knockouts was another day of surprises. Team Spirit redeemed themselves from their MSC 2025 disappointment, proving to Team Vamos that underestimating the Dragons of the North came at a price of elimination.
Team Spirit, lock on the base. Revenge is served. The Dragons, Team Spirit, will go on to the semifinals.
Harosh, Team Spirit! In match 2, the revenge story completes as Onic, the Sky Kings, take down Aurora Gaming, sending the Northern Lights home.
Onic will move on forward with the hope of Indonesia as they douse out the lights of Aurora Gaming.
What time is it? It's Onic time!
Going into day 3 is a clash between the best regions. First, Team Falcons PH take on Yangon Galacticos in a long-standing rivalry between the Philippines and Myanmar that started in the M2 World Championships. With one on a dominating run and the other looking to complete their trifecta dream, who will claim the first spot in the grand finals. Then comes the highly anticipated rematch between Onic and Team Spirit since the M7 World Championships. Team Spirit looks to break more barriers, while Onic has made a name for themselves by defeating the final boss of MSC 2026. With the grand finals on the line, only one team will prevail. It's time for our final 4 teams to rise above and earn their victory, glory, and a place in the Land of Dawn.
A place in the finals in the Land of Dawn is on the line today as 2 semis will produce 2 potential champions. Will they be new champions? Will Onic, like Eterna, desperately wants to make it to the finals, actually do it after their 5th game victory to send the new final boss home in Aurora Gaming yesterday? All of that on the line and to be decided. But for those just joining us online or whether you're in the building, as we know this will be a fan-filled event, we welcome you to MSC at EWC 2026. I'm ready for some MLBB. I hope you guys are as well. I'm Rain Day and I'm joined by my lovely crew on the desk, Brigitte and Renmar, ready to get going for an action-packed day. And it doesn't get any better than this. You got 4 great teams, you got 4 different regions, all fighting for glory.
And we have to start with 2 Filipinos on the panel. With the Falcons match coming our way too, and it's against Yangon. So I feel like we are both really looking forward to this, but at the same time, it's not the same feeling as before wherein you're like just so confident, you know?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I casted a Philippines versus Myanmar game in a high-stakes match. When was the last time? All right, the M2 World Championship Filipino broadcast. I'm starting to remember the things I felt that night in Manila. I'm nervous, but I'm excited because it's not just about Falcons and Yangon, it's also about Spirit and Onic.
I was going to say, you know, we've been making jokes about us getting old, but M2, you're still having a great memory of that. I mean, it's just like it happened yesterday. It's pretty good, man. You're not losing your memory yet.
Yeah. Who are you guys again?
All right, before we do the introductions, let's introduce you to what happened yesterday to catch up with our SDC Rewind, which gave us a glimpse of what this story would ultimately become. We had so many twists and turns at the beginning, it was kind of like Game of Thrones. We had no idea who was going to die, who was going to live, who would be the king. And at this point, Aurora yesterday came in as maybe the front runner. And it was Onyx on the back foot who were trying to prove themselves yet again, after having a disappointing loss their initial outset to Aurora. 4 upper bracket rematches, Brig, but we had very different results on the other side.
I think it's really only been
just one
similar result
Yeah.
to what happened in the group stage out of all the matches that we've seen here in the knockout so far. And that just goes to show that adaptability is really something you cannot question when it comes to the teams, especially those who've already made it this far and made it through that lower bracket run.
Yeah, we've talked about adaptability a lot this MSC. I think yesterday was just a continuation of a new trend in our storyline, which is growth and evolution. The teams who had questions on their backs heading into the knockouts of can they get better, can they improve, the teams who went through a harder route actually got to show up and show that they got to grow and evolve, and Team Spirit is prime example of that when they not only swept, dominated Team Vamos.
Yeah, it's great because I think it's a trend that's been observed even way back in MWI or even wildcard to our finalists, to one of the finalists, especially in MWI, which was again Navi, had a very shaky start, but then eventually they proved themselves to be deserving of a grand final spot. And I think Team Spirit and a lot of the lower bracket teams or teams who we're seeing in the top 4 actually have a very similar run. So who knows, they might be next and they might just follow those same footsteps.
It's been a while. This could be the best finish for a Myanmar team in a long time. Also, when you look at EECA and Team Spirit, they have not reached a grand final. This would be the first time a non-SEA team would reach a grand final in MLBB. And if you can do that at either the MSC or, of course, the M Series, you're making history. And that is what is on the line here, as unfortunately on the other side of it, many teams' keys were crushed. But that also has implications not just for our tournament today, but for the overall tournament that our lovely Club Championship reporters have been keeping us up to date with. It's happening as a bigger part of the EWC ecosystem, which is why we need to show you the Aramco Club Championship rankings. Not as Vincier still at the top, but with every single game, there are new implications, especially for Team Falcons here, as Aurora Gaming are now out and Vitality are out as well in that 3rd position. Team Falcons are the only team in the top 10 in MLBB, so the potential to grab even more points, to go for the potential back-to-back Club Championship title, Brig, that is on the line here for Team Falcons.
Yeah, because you even saw Team Vitality drop yesterday.
Yeah.
And Team Falcons, it's been a challenge for them too. They've been one of the teams who had a much shakier starts, and they also had to go up against their sister org team just to make it here to the knockouts. So there's just so much more pressure and there's so much more expectations on the line for Team Falcons this time.
Yeah, I mean, Flap even shouted out the bosses behind the scenes for Team Falcons. So I think it's not just the weight of the Philippines and the expectations of making it to the grand
Falcons
final
bosses
on their shoulders.
Yeah, they're like,
they're right there.
Hey, man.
Hey, guys, I mean, if you look at the Club Championship rankings, if you just make it to the grand finals, and maybe even if you win, we could end this week in a very comfortable spot. No pressure, but we're looking at you.
So one of the interesting things too is that there is also $1 million on the line for the finalists, but there's many millions of dollars for the finalists of the Club Championship. So that pressure is real. We had an update with, I believe, Chris letting us know what's going on.
We're here at the totem once again for a small Club Championship update. I say small, there's a lot been going on. As you know, at the MSC, it has been about Falcons trying to go through, as far as we're talking Club Championship at least anyway. But let's see how they're going to go on and do today in their semi-final. But otherwise, plenty going on. Of course, Alliance Vault is where, of course, SF6 is going down. Our back-to-back champion in Zhao here, Falcons representation, he is out of the tournament. Over, though, of course, when we're talking about the other games over on Overwatch, a couple of teams dropping out as well. Team Liquid out. A torrid time continues for them. AJAL out. And then you're talking to Falcons again, they're down into the lower bracket. As far as it's going down over on the Kadir City Battlegrounds, though, for Warzone, that is, just starting to rumble away. You have Falcons in an okay position, but maybe not looking as hot as they would have liked. But Twisted Minds finally find themselves coming to the party. Other good representation still ongoing there in Warzone, but plenty more to update you on that throughout the rest of the week. There's your small little Club Championship update. I'll update you throughout the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Chris. And of course, on the other side of that, it does mean that there were dreams dashed, dreams crushed, and I mean literally crushed. The teams that could not make it, Renmar, Brig, we know it. I mean, it's an unfortunate thing to see it, but it has to be done at EWC. You come in with a physical representation of all the hopes, of all the dreams, not just of you, of your region, but of your club. And Renmar, sometimes seeing it physically get crushed, it just adds that extra weight emotionally.
Yeah, this is my third straight year at EWC. It doesn't get old. Just seeing it, there's a new vibe to it every time, and it's because the stories evolve, the players evolve. You get new connections to them that every time a key gets crushed, it hurts more and more.
And sometimes you like to actually kind of give yourself mental outs, like, you know, it was not that bad, we do it. But when you see your key crushed, it's like there's no out. You have to address the fact that you weren't enough, and that is okay. That's okay, Brig, as we take a look at today's, these teams were enough.
Yeah, the only thing I'm thankful of, at least maybe, is that they don't have to personally hand over the keys anymore. So you don't see their faces and how maybe frustrated they are after losing a match, because the keys are just right there, ready to be crushed right after their losses. But today's schedule, we'll see more and more keys getting crushed. I don't know how to feel about this, Rain Day.
I think a stage manager just heard you, and now they're going to implement that into the next EWC. They're like, we got to bring that back. That was really emotional. Brig, thanks for the idea. Team Falcons PH obviously coming up to begin today's action on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet here at MSC. And we already mentioned the original implications there. But when you look at who they're facing in Yangon Galacticos, we have to preview the team that is now still undefeated. This team has not been able to be measured against, and whether they are the best team in the planet, whether they're the best team in France, whether they're the best team in the galaxy, Yangon Galacticos just have not been dealt with, and I wonder if we'll see the same today.
Yeah, but I think they have a chip on their shoulder that isn't something that they put on themselves, but what the community put on themselves, the asterisk of the competition that they went up against. So a lot of people are arguing they went up against GK and Pro twice. They haven't really met their real test just yet, which, yes, coming from the perspective of from the region of the Philippines,
I was gonna say,
with Team Falcons PH, I have to put respect on Yangon Galacticos' name.
Yeah.
It's not just the quality of who they went up against, it's the quality of how they won.
Yeah.
If your argument is, yes, they're going up against quote-unquote easier teams, they dominated them really well. They had big comeback wins, and they were deadly and precise with it.
Yeah. And these are teams who had very different play styles in themselves too. And Yangon had a way to deal with every single one of them. They too have shown their versatility despite them having such clean runs. So it's like them having an answer to whatever kind of team they will be put up against.
Exactly.
Well, make sure if you are watching live that you get your pick'ems in, because that means you can decide whether you think it's going to be Yangon or if it's going to be Team Falcons PH who is going to win. And if you can, you might be able to earn your share of $300,000. Make sure to check it out. There's only 2 games today. It's really, really fun, though. We'll have this for all the tournaments going on at EWC. And also, the only thing on this stage that we need to remind you of is, of course, Rhino Day. I'm Rain Day. I'm not Rhino Day. I know I say Rhino Day every day, but I'm Rain Day, and Rhino Day is now in the shop. Make sure to grab those emotes, and I know Renmar has all of them. I know, Brig, you probably have all of them too if you ever stop streaming.
It's fun to have these emotes, you know.
Yeah.
Anything that has very funny noises or sound effects alongside it, you can like taunt your enemies a lot.
I just realized something in the Filipino accent. I am technically Rain Day. I'm Rende.
Whoa, we're brother. All right.
We are.
I like it. Both old, both losing our memory, and then now we, I guess, have an easy way to remember each other's names.
Yeah.
Okay, I
right,
like it.
again.
This is working, guys. Heading into today, the storyline to begin is our first grand finalist. I mean, what a moment. You can earn a seat. You can wait. You can relax. Watch the second series. Get all the info you need, Brig. One team trying to go there from the Philippines. The Hope Bringer. I think this is still really the Hope Bringer outside of course, Onic on the other side, but Yangon. Man, what a story that would be if they're sitting in the finals representing Myanmar.
I agree. Like, if I wasn't Filipino, I would probably be really looking to root for Yangon. But this is, as you saw earlier, yes, Flap, who will have to go up against them. He already has had experience winning international championships and specifically going up against teams from this particular region. So I think he's well aware of what he could potentially experience and go through now that he's going up against Yangon. But against Ying, I think that's where a lot of attention is going to be put into. Because based on the games that they've played, they've been very different in terms of approach.
Yeah, you've talked about Ying. 21.4 KDA.
Say that was what?
21.4 KDA heading into this day. For an EXP laner to have that many kills and that less amounts of deaths is insane.
So everyone who knows, that's 20 kills for every time you die. So that is the most ridiculous. A good KDA is like 2. That is a pretty good KDA in most games. So pretty insane. He's 10 times above a good job. That's why I'm saying in the Galaxy. The other thing we need to look at, of course, is Team Falcons PH, who are going to have to shut down Ying. And that goes to, as you mentioned, Brig, one of those international champions who is now back on his surge, which is Flap. Of course, Kyle, Haji Ogwin, and Bulletproof Super Marco. Can they continue this run representing the Philippines as the second seed with Team Liquid falling out earlier? We sat down and had a chance to talk with their coach. I believe it's maybe Moody, who actually gave us some thoughts heading into today's game.
It's Erna here, and now we are with Coach Moody. Welcome.
Thank you.
Coach, this is an intense match. We're going to get straight into it. Up against Vitality yesterday, and now you're up against Yangon Galacticos. Is there a preparation difference that you had to do?
I would say nothing much, like just the usual things that we do on a regular preparation. We're the type of team that like to focus on our mistakes and fix those instead of like focusing on what the team can do. But it's different with this, with Yangon. Just because we know that they like to do cheese strats and with cheese picks, yeah.
Now that's really what we wanted to ask you. Yangon and their cheese picks. Has that been like a challenge to prepare for? Are you expecting even more surprises maybe?
I do, because technically Yangon has been like a screen partner before flying to Paris, and I believe they're one of the teams to beat ever since, like before starting the tournament.
So they've been strong in scrims. But then you know their picks then.
Depends. Maybe they'll show us something new.
But you're prepared for that?
Of course.
Okay. But after your win against Vitality yesterday, did the team manage to get like a confidence boost? Like, did you regard Vitality as a strong team?
Personally, for me, as long as the job is not done, it's just a slight boost. But for the players, for sure, they were confident that, we want to reach grand finals.
Were they really happy about it?
Yes.
Oh, it looked like it. They were celebrating quite a bit on stage.
Of course, because Vitality is also one of the teams that we really wanted to beat before entering the tournament.
For sure, and you're up against YG now. But we do want to ask you, when it comes down to drafting phase, side selection, how important is that in this current meta?
I think it's very important that, I don't want to say too much, but it depends on which side you are, and you have to really prepare, like on what's coming. Because, I just want to say that one side has an upper hand.
One side has an upper hand. Okay, I'm not going to ask which side. I'll let the panel break that down. But that's really good insight because we're seeing like a difference in win rates among different teams as well between blue side and red side selection.
I know though, like what's the win rate?
Do I keep it secret too, chat? I think I'll keep it secret too. But of course, up against YG, you are now against a fellow Filipino coach. We have Coach Marvs on the other side. Do you perhaps have a message for him in this upcoming battle?
Coach Marvs, can I speak in Tagalog?
Of course.
Para sa Pilipinas, ibigay mo na to. And good luck.
I hope that was a good message.
That was a good message.
I trust you. I know we just met, but I trust you. Thank you so much, Coach, for this interview. Best of luck as well for your next match.
Thank you.
And now we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
speaking of that, we can reveal that Blue side has actually won 53% of the time in this tournament, 47% for Red. But let me tell you something else. It was a lot higher in group stages, which I think means that teams like Onyx, who were winning sometimes from the Red side, have pushed it more even. Will we see more dominance from Blue heading into this? All of that to be found out as well. But thank you for the information, Moody. We'll let him get back to the teams. Now turning our attention to Yangon Galacticos, which have, like we mentioned, one of the best performing single player in Ying with a KDA that is insane. It sounds unreal. Of course, with Han, Kaizi, Blink, and Sanji, this team is prepared to win it all. But do people still doubt them? I'd say there are a few, but their road to EWC, if it ends with a grand finalist journey, will be anything but doubtable.
We start Young Galacticos on MSL Season 1. After we lose in M7, all of us, including the player and the coaching staff, decided to do better. I think we can win this one because of the mindset we adjust and the maturity of all the members of Young Galacticos. They are expecting to be a champion. If we achieve top 4, it's mean a lot in terms of the pride of Myanmar, because back then on M2, Myanmar is one of the top teams.
As now, Borby scores! Have they done it?
They have done the unthinkable, and now they make history. The first Myanmar team to make it towards the grand finals of the M2 World Championship.
Bringing the Myanmar back on the top 4, it's mean a lot to the people. As a foreigner, what makes me decide to stay on Young Galacticos is because of the dreams of the players. After losing on M7, I think I am accountable for their dreams. I really want to show them that esports can change life.
Well, Yangon Galacticos coming out after an undefeated run, our only undefeated team still left in this tournament, and a lot of it leans onto Ying. How important is he going to be? Because we were talking with Maui, who helps us get set up. I still think he's like the boss of everything behind the scenes. He's doing undercover boss. I know it, Maui. You can't lie to me. He said that his FYP was filled with Barats and Ying. How good is this guy? How dominant is he? And how do you solve that problem if you're Team Falcons Philippines, Brig?
I think that's what I really wanted to point out earlier too, because I felt like Flap and Ying had very different approaches into playing this game. Like they have very different ways of dictating the pace and tempo of the team fights. If it's Ying, it's really more on these tankier type of setup XP lanes that we see, and these flashy entries with the Barretts specifically, which is why I think a lot of our FYPs are already filled with the Barretts highlights. But Flap also has the tendency to go damage and just really all out on zoning, where it's more one-time, big-time setups that you really expect from Ying, which I feel is a must shutdown if you are Falcons.
Yeah, he is undefeated 4-0 on the Barretts, if I'm not mistaken. I think a good amount of his great KDA comes from his play with that hero. And then you mentioned the keyword there for Flap, which is zoning. They've always utilized the Esmeralda and Uranus for Flap, even back in MPL Philippines, as a means to take control of the part of the map that Flap is in. He will cut behind the first turret, go into the jungle of the opposing team, get vision, delay, go back to lane, rinse and repeat. And you usually don't think of Uranus and Esmeralda as a split-pushing macro hero. That's how Falcons loves to play the Uranus and Esmeralda.
Well, Flap, he's a Philippine champion. He's a world champion back in M2, I believe. And then, of course, you have the chance to see that they are up against a team that has so much support as, I don't know if you can really call them an underdog. We still are waiting to see how these results hold against Team Falcons PH, but we are believing in Yangon Galacticos as what they've done so far. It's hard not to. And speaking of that, their fans back at home are actually celebrating just as much as the fans here in the stadium, maybe even more. We've seen some cool watch parties happen, and we wanted to show you a little bit of an image from that. If we have it up, we'll throw it. Otherwise, we'll stay on my single. I'll keep talking about it. Okay, it's a video. Here we go. Let's take a look.
Hello Paris and hello EWC. This is Adamo reporting live from the Yangon Galacticos Galactic Watch Party in Yangon, Myanmar. Behind me are a lot of passionate fans and viewers and creators who have gathered tonight to support YG as they are competing at MSC 2026. Our player may be competing at MSC, but the support from Myanmar is very louder than ever. Everyone here is ready for cheering to YG from the first minute until the final MVP. Before we send it back to Paris, let's give the team one message. ရန်ကုန် Galacticos အများကြီးကြိုးစားခဲ့ဖို့အတွက်ဒါတို့မျှော်လင့်ပါတယ်အကောင်းဆုံးပုံနဲ့အတူတူဒါတို့ပြန်လာခဲ့ဖို့ပြောချင်ပါတယ် Good luck to the YG and back to the Paris.
Wow, that's fun. That's fun, Brig.
Yes, it is. I met Atharmon in M7.
Oh, you did?
She was very bubbly, and at the time, I could already sense how the community in Myanmar was really starting to grow. And especially if you look at the social medias of Yangon, they have really huge following, considerably huge, especially for a region that we've maybe last seen dominate really or have a dominant run in M2.
The entire country is behind them. But there was an interesting comment that I read. Going through the comments of how the Filipinos are wary and respectful of this team from Myanmar. So many Burmese comments pointed out just one man. They fear one man, and his name is Flap. Because they say every time they meet him in an international, Flap beats Myanmar.
Well, will Flap begin the wings of Falcons flapping into the grand finals? Or will it be Myanmar who shut them down and claim that they are one of the top 2 teams in the galaxy in MLBB? Yangon Galacticos, Team Falcons PH. It's a battle of Myanmar and the Philippines' last hope. And it begins right now.
Today, we witness the Final Four battle it out in their slot in the Grand Finals.
And what a run.
Yes, indeed, Milosh. But one thing is for sure. The question today is who will rise above?
My friends, what a run we've had from 16 teams down to only 4 playing from these very desks. The pressure is on for every single remaining player on these 4 squads. They're here to make MLBB history and change the fate of the world.
Today, one final chapter remains. Will history be rewritten where we crown a new champion at MSC at EWC? Or will Onyx be able to rise above and get their 3rd trophy? Only time will tell.
There's a lot of stories on the line for today and leading into our finals tomorrow, though. But we have to get our matches in order. And our first one is an age-old rivalry.
A rivalry that dates back all the way to M2. For our first semi-finals match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Falcons Philippines! The Hope Bringer inches one step closer to the Grand Finals. In 2024, oh boy, they were one game away. Can they successfully try and rewrite their legacy? Can the Falcons soar higher when it mattered the most?
It matters a lot for them individually, as a region, and as a club championship winner 2 years in a row. Every point matters. Yes, the story is told, but they have opponents on the other side. So please join me in welcoming Yangon Galacticos! The Galacticos continue to cheat death in the Land of Dawn and elimination at MSC 26. The Falcons might not be who they expected to face off against today, but their guiding light shines bright. Make history by earning a grand final spot here in the heart of Paris.
This is a match to watch because the winner heads to the grand finals tomorrow and the loser will unfortunately have to play in the 3rd placer match.
And at that point in time, you're playing for extra points. The real thing is the crown. It's the final dash for that. So please, gentlemen, Yangon, please, Team Falcons, place your keys, take your seats, and captains, don't forget a little bit of a handshake. Reminder, this was not the expected result. It was vitality on Yangon's mind, but it's going to happen as this. Our game is set, and we have a lot to talk about before we head into the Land of Dawn for our first semifinal.
And they do clear the Lord, but there's still a wave coming in through mid. And just like that, Yangon Galacticos remain undefeated. Vicious win, a sweep in the quarters.
If we're going to win, we're going to clean sweep.
I'm aiming for our 3-0-2.
You guys are the hope bringer of the Filipinos, the last hope.
Jogan! Oh, Nile falling does not look good for Vitality, and it's just Kyle flying in!
Knocking down the pro esport. This is our first top 4.
Going up against Young and Galacticos, I think it's going to be a tougher match than Vitality. They will come prepared for us, and I'm sure we will also be ready for them. It's going to be an even matchup, I think.
They are more on the discipline side, so we're going to go the unusual way. We're going to fight non-stop, so that's our plan.
We will play our own game against them, regardless of what we discussed in our strategy.
Yangon Galacticos is now officially a team to watch out for.
Falcon BH, I think they're really strong.
Our mindset is like we're like underdogs, so we don't get pressured and we just play our game. We will prepare really hard again. We need to make some sacrifices.
We know most of their hero, so we just prepare our hero that can beat them.
The greatest strength I see in Young Galacticos is they play very aggressively.
We're both on the same level, and I think whoever has the strong will wins.
Let's see who's the best jungler.
Across the galaxy and in the Philippines, from the heart of Paris, in the land of dawn, the bells toll to signal the start of this semifinal. It is Team Falcons PH versus Yangon Galacticos, still undefeated. Blink and his squad, Han on the jungle, looking to do something special here in Paris.
It's crazy the amount of respect you hear from both sides before heading into this matchup. That's when you know, even Coach Friend thinks it's gonna be more difficult to go up against YG compared to how they went up against Team Vitality.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to point out as well. That keyword you mentioned, respect. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Respect on their name, respect on their comfort heroes. Both teams have a lot to watch out for. Yangon has a Barretts you need to respect. A very flexible jungle pool option that if you decide to overcommit, you might just be playing Fanny for Kyle into heroes such as Fred, Guinevere, even if you've taken out the other jungle heroes available for Han, who by the way has been able to make a Suyo work really well against a Ling. But for Yangon Galacticos, if there's one pick that they really need to respect here, it's H-God himself and his Selena. That is something you cannot give to Haji anymore.
Yeah, because I think it's only in the mid which they've shown the least amount of flexibility. Kaize has only ever used 3 heroes here so far in MSC. And yes, there's been a very deep hero pool that we saw from Han, but I think they struggled the most with the Fredrin. I think that was the longest game we've ever seen in, or if I'm not mistaken, back in the group stage when they decided to use it. So now there are multiple questions on the board with regards to what will they let through, because it's also not just the Barretts. I think the Ruby potential flex into the Assassins that Kyle may or may not decide to pick up, but more likely to pick up considering this matchup.
Yeah. And Falcons have been playing a much more tighter formation in their team fights and have been excelling with it.
Yeah.
There's one pick that Yangon showed that absolutely destroys that in the Carmilla Rome that they got to play for Blink. So Yangon has shown a lot of versatility, a lot of creativity. Falcons has done that, but I think they need to go a little bit more extra mile here in making sure that they can keep Yangon on their toes in the draft.
Yeah, because I can't help but think about what Coach or analyst M-God said. They know what heroes Falcons use. They just have to prepare their own responses to these heroes. And the way that they've been drafting just really shows that they don't overthink about what the opponents pick up. It's just really more of complementing each other's heroes and pulling off the strategy that they want.
Yeah, and you touched on that earlier when you mentioned the mid lane hero pool for Kaize. Just 3, Eudora, Gord, Jushin. And their flexibility comes from the other 4 positions.
Yeah.
Meaning that Yangon, they're putting action into what they're saying. They are definitely a team that have a clear identity and just go for compliments after.
Eudora started out this tournament, which we are calling the MSC of upsets, as the #1 focus on the mid lane. But since then has fallen off a little bit. Gord, certainly not banned often, but banned occasionally. And the Zushin, a big role from start to finish in the bans or being picked up to play. Yangon Galacticos representing Myanmar here as the drums bang in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet.
Ooh.
The potential for the highest finish ever. They've already tied it with a 4th place here. But one more set in history.
And it's fate, poetic, I don't know what you want to call it, but they are tying the record of Falcon Esports back in MSC 2022. Just one. 4th place. And it was a Filipino team in green that stopped them back then. Will a Filipino team in green stop them again today?
Our picks and bans begin on your screen. Dangerous Grass will be the map that they play. The Freya coming out immediately from Team Falcons. The Fanny and the Belleric banned out from Yangon Galacticos.
Yep, so the Barrett's potential for Yangon is still on the board, especially considering now that they're in blue side. But the question is, does Falcons really allow that to get through? Because if they do, I think there are a lot of trades that will still be on the board if they actually open.
Yeah, if Yangon decides to rush the Barretts, I mean, Falcons have gotten used to going up against a team on the blue side. First picking Barretts.
Yep.
I don't know if Yangon wants to lean in on that unless they saw something in how Team Vitality drafted against Falcons that they can adjust. It's going to be telling here because with the Phoveus gone, Freya's open. But Marcel is available. Oh, wait, no, Freya was banned by Falcons, excuse me. Marcel is still open, and
Yes,
that's something you have to consider. Now, with the Atlas gone, if you're gonna ban the Belleric, then it's gonna be a clear Marcel pickup for Yangon Galacticos, which means Falcons can pick up the Valentina for Haji so that they could get the Golden Hour.
Well, there's usually that Marcel picked up as kind of the let's not play him, let's not deal with him. Someone has to take the, I don't know, L for that because it's not exactly a target ban. It's more of just a meta ban. But neither team so far wanting to do it. And we've seen Marcel lose. Not often, Brig, but we have seen that.
Yep. I guess it's really just Falcons not wanting to play into it though, because we already pointed out their typical play style of really grouping up together and finding very tight formations across the map when it comes to the team fights. So a lot of the XP lane options, mid lane options are still going to be open. Even jungle, which includes the Hirara first pick of YG this time.
Yeah, it's a pick that you really can't go wrong with in this current metagame. And if ever Falcons wants to rush something like the Uranus, wouldn't be great. I think they would probably rather pick up the Esmeralda and the Eudora as their first 2 picks and then just build around that with their Red 3 or Red 4 jungle pick. But I think they also need to make sure that Haji gets a good one. Let's see if they're really going to lean in on Eudora right away or if they're just going to get the Selena and Esmeralda right off the bat.
That's what I was thinking, because I think if it's about comfortability and just keeping the aggressive tempo of the game, then might as well just go for what has been working in terms of Falcons and their playstyle so far. So that includes the Selena, maybe even a bit of the Valentina if they also want to put a bit of more restriction towards the options later on. But they do lock in the Selena and reveal Kyle's hero matchup in the jungle early too.
Yeah, and what I like here is without picking the Esmeralda or the Uranus, they're not making the EXP lane trading obvious. They just lock their cores. They didn't need to pick up the Nolan here. They could have picked it Red 3, but it's good because now they can play a little bit more into the matchups that if ever Yangon decides to show something like the Roamer or the EXP laner, they can get something a little bit more favorable. Because for Falcons, it's clear. Their Roamer needs to be someone with concussive blast that can help clear the wave fast. I'm thinking maybe Agata Kacha a little bit later on if Yangon are too early with showing a artillery backline style mage.
There you go. I think just because of the fact that we're expecting a concussive blast or even a revitalized roamer from Falcons to come through, then it's all the more reason for you to just pick up the juice in. And knowing that you're up against a Selena and a Nolan, this will be the safest pick to go for with the Crimson Beacon and potentially even a Purify to come through. But the Arlott gets revealed. This is different for Ying. It's a change in terms of playstyle compared to the first few heroes that we got to really see from him. The Barretts, Ruby, Yura, and the Frey.
New hero here for Ying. Going to be the first time he's going to be playing Arlott this MSC. And there have been many drafts where I remember us discussing with a lot of the dives, with a lot of that aggro trading, people would be saying that, hey, the Arlott would have been a great pick, but it was either banned out or overlooked. Now Yangon are picking up early, which has to be somewhat alarm bells for Falcons, and acknowledging that Yangon are not messing around. They're really here to dominate.
Yeah, and it's Falcons this time to get a hold of the Barretts, which at this point, if you're really looking to lock down certain heroes, specifically even if it's the Hirara, it's looking to be a bit tricky, so there will be potential different targets. If you're looking at really just shutting down or taking out one member during the objectives, might as well be a Blink hero later on, since I think that's been a trend in the previous games too. Whenever you see a Barretts on your team and you just really want to take out the roamer or the front lines, which at this point they're really narrowing down because they even took out the Carmilla.
A really good ban there by Falcons, considering that they're all very dive heavy, close range. We discussed it earlier. Got the Kacha as expected, gets banned out by Yangon. Would have been a great pick for Falcons regardless. Beleric has already been banned out, so in terms of the roamers, we might be seeing some unique ones pop out here. Let's see if Mathilda might make a showing, or maybe Glue or a Cho.
Yeah, because Mathilda, I think, is just the wave clear that will be a bit more difficult.
Yeah, one thing I remembered, there might be a roam pick that Falcons has showed before that Yangon might need to respect, and that's the Akai roam for Ogwin. Arlott not really a fan of going up against the Akai roam.
And they take out the Glue here as well. So we're maybe expecting some roamer to really complement the Barretts in terms of just really going full engage and up front against the composition that YG has shown us. Because again, they have so much ways to punish. They have the final slash. They even have a Juicin. So they'll have to deal with less problems now with the Gord being taken out. But the Minotaur, so the only concussive blast heroes, the Troll is still there. But that will lead to less AoE setup for Falcons, I feel.
And what might be tough is they might have to settle with something with either like a Khalid or maybe even a high loss to really help fast clear the mid a little bit better so the Selena doesn't put herself in danger.
Okay.
Hylos comes up there, and a great pick. A lot of roam bans, counting at least 6 with the Glue, the Marcel, the Atlas, the Gatakacha, the Minotaur, and the Beleric. So getting deep into the pool for Ogwin and Blink.
You know what? I was really expecting Blink to be one of the more unorthodox players, but so far he's been playing very meta. I think the most is the Carmilla.
Yeah.
That's been unorthodox for him. But the other options that are still there...
they still have the Cho.
Cho, Mathilda, but I don't think it really works out well. They need a front. They need someone to really tank the damage.
Yeah, there's not a lot of synergy if you play the Mathilda. Okay, with a lot of close range dive, you can pick up the Badang. It's a tempo breaker and always has been. It's a great pickup, and this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing Blink pick up the Badang.
Still need the gold lane here for Super Marco. There's Melissa available. There is, which we've seen a lot. I mean, coming up, we've seen Carrie shown as well. We've seen all these variety type picks.
I think even the Moskov might work.
Moskov.
Because you have more range, you can just push back the enemies.
I mean, Hylos and Harith is a great combo if they really want to go with all in.
Oh,
so
I like it.
There they go.
Harith picked up to close out Super Marco's pick. It was a gold lane and a roam standoff, and it ends up going relatively deep into the roam pool. Badang seen quite a bit, high-low seen when things like that aren't open, and now, guys, we've got our first matchup of our first semifinal.
The draft in game number 1 has been really fun to watch. I feel like YG have switched up a bit in terms of their sequence. And that just goes to show the preparation they've had against Falcons.
Yeah, if Yangon Galacticos wins this game number 1, then definitely that is going to be a shock to the system of Falcons because Yangon went for high mechanic, really tough to execute, and they want to take it to Falcons.
Well, MSC semifinals are underway. It's the Philippines versus Myanmar. A spot in the grand finals on the line. Let's send it over to our casters, Leo and Trex, to start us off.
Mingalabay mabuhay! All of the Burmese and Filipino fans watching all around the world and everyone enjoying the Esports World Cup 2026 live from Paris, France. Who gets closer to the grand finals of the mid-season cup? One of these teams get that much closer to at least 500 G's in the bank.
Last night we started things off a little bit slower, but we ended the night with a huge best of 5. I feel like YG and Falcon can deliver the same kind of action to us right now. Falcons started this tournament off a little rusty and so far have showed up and now seem to be one of the possible dominant forces. YG, on the other hand, this could be the big test for them. This could be the possibly first huge challenge for them.
They have been playing as close to a flawless tournament as one could go. Again, as mentioned by our panel, the lowest amount of deaths across the board, stats on stats, all across each role. Now they're facing off against world champions. Players who have gotten this close, Trex, this close to actually taking down a mid-season cup of their own 2 years back. A minute in, and so far no clear lead just yet. In the EXP lane, Ying is playing a first, at least in this tournament, the Arlet versus his signature, Barats. See Haji throwing out these arrows. Oh, he's having a hard time, I'll tell you now. This is what looks like for the first time in a while, a difficult lane. Ooh, in mid.
A lot of damage on Ogwin. Ogwin might not be able to get away with this. Does pop Revitalize, will be okay. And Kyle with the re-engage. Getting some nice poke off. Both teams kind of testing the possibilities right now.
Seeing the Master, for the price of his Revitalize, forcing out the flicker from Blink. I'd say that's a good deal.
Definitely a good deal. Cooldown very much shorter on the side of Ogwin. Might even have it, won't have it for first turtle, but still, the possibilities that Blink could have done with that flicker are going to help out a lot more. Falcons knowing this, moving on to the turtle now. Blink decides to back off, YG decides to back off, and the first turtle's bursted down in the name of Falcon.
Oh, then as well, throw it out, Ying into the wall.
Ying should be able to get away from this, forced another flicker out from YG. Falcon getting very aggressive early on.
All right, for the first time in this matchup, we're seeing the gold lane showdown. A Claude versus a Harith. I'd say Sanji's playing this as good as he can, because the Claude, I mean, the best course of action for him is the double lane, but Marco is applying so much pressure. But I don't know if they know this, small cap stolen away by Han already.
Which is a good thing for YG, they got to make up some ground. And honestly, I've been looking at the minimap. It's been a little back and forth. Sanji has been able to get the push in here and there. Super Marco's been playing it back. Wait a second, a lot of damage onto Han here. Kyle continues to push forward. Falcons continue. They're testing the cracks. They're seeing if there's any weak points that they can capitalize on right now. And this could be it as Falcon drop the Glorious Pathway, move on to the purple. Was it stolen? Yes. Kyle able to take it away from YG.
Oh, they knew that there was a 10-second window, but they don't pile on Ogwin.
A lot of damage on Ogwin. Ogwin will be okay. The Immortal Man right now.
Oh, they know that the Master still has his Revitalize off of cooldown. Now Falcons looking to equalize, at least in the gold lane. Apply more pressure. No gold shields taken just yet, so neither have a huge lead over the other. Sanji and Super Marco at deadlock.
I mean, the offlanes have been essentially at a stalemate. The game has been essentially at a stalemate. Still 0 deaths. Both teams have been getting little punches off here and there, a little gut shot here and there, but no knockouts quite yet.
I love it. Narratively speaking, Trex, it's like they picked off from when the Filipino-Burmese rivalry was in its peak. Post-pandemic, 2021, before utility jungles, before macro became king, that's when the Philippines and Myanmar were on top of their game, and we're seeing that flourish right now before our eyes here in Paris, France.
So what do you have to look out for as we come into this next turtle? Falcons once again want to rush it down. Blink looking for an angle in. Ying as well. Tries to get in the backside. Blink able to take the turtle. And it's a mosh pit in the pit right now as Haji just tries to get away. Blink's low. And so is Ying. Ying trying to vengeance through, but he already lost a teammate. Blink is down. They get the pull back. Kai's has come back in, and Kai's able to get the double. Make it a triple. Flap falls along with the team, and yes, Falcon don't only lose their members, but they lose the second turtle as well.
4 for 1. Now Marco has 2 on him, plus the turtle. Yangon Galacticos have snapped their way into a massive lead again. Relatively speaking, 4 minutes in with nothing happening the first 3, 1,500 is basically light years away, economically speaking, in a macro heavy game like this. Watch it once again as in the pit, walls on walls. This is a I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me moment with Blink. That was a perfectly placed crack.
And that's what Falcon's going to have to watch out for, right? These dogpile fights where everyone is grouped together. And the thing is that's what Falcon's going to want to go for. That Detna's welcome comes in, they want to jump in. And it's all going to be about who pulls the trigger first and who can counter better.
They broke Falcon in half like my arm. That was as beautiful a start for turtle number 2 as you can for Yangon. They're building up to a 2,000 gold lead. Sure, Sanji and Marco are still relatively at deadlock, but the fact that they stopped Marco from joining that fight, because look, 2 dudes, 3 dudes at a third of their health, that would have been heaven for a Harith, but they made him think twice. And now look at this, even Blink is bullying Marco out of farm's range. Oh, big knockup. Ying dashing in with the vengeance.
Nice damage. A nice fist crack lands on Ogwin as well. Ogwin pops revitalized, but it's not going to be enough this time. Han takes the kill before he can jump on the pathway.
All right. So this is something that our panel alluded to. This is the Burmese ube, the purple ube. Well, that's literally what it is, Yangon's colors. They just, at the most early possible moment, clump up and punish you for even thinking twice that you could take this lineup. All of this is off the back of Blink, and I love how they put the armor in too, just to make sure that if everyone's not in position for the perfect wall, Ying can do that for you.
Falcon knows this at this point. They decide not to go for that turtle. They know they're on the back foot. It's a 2K gold lead in the hands of YG. And Nolan wasn't even, I mean, Kyle's not even gonna try it. He goes down to bot lane. At least they gained some ground down there. Tier 3 on the bot side has been taken in the hands of Falcon. And this is where they will be able to hold on. They don't make those small mistakes of, we're gonna try to force this open. No, we're gonna let you have that, and we're gonna find somewhere else to gain ground, or at least keep things even.
And I think that's wise, even for Falcons in their losing position right now, almost down 3K. You can't face Yangon face head on like this. You just can't. So fortunately, they have the kit for that. Haji can lay traps. Vision is a little better for them. Yangon have to kind of walk in the brushes, flush them out the old-fashioned way with Kai's lantern. So for now, Falcons, I'd say hunker down, take the next 3 to 4 minutes to get Marco up to his mid-game power spike, and then I'm gonna even say this. Ogwin can't play the way he was in the first 3 minutes. Like, you can't just body block anymore because the damage is real from Yangon.
Yeah, especially at this point. You know, the first round he could get the Revitalize off.
First 2 turtles.
Even second, he was able to get the Revitalize off. But by the time that gold lead got past 1.5 into the 2K range, we saw Ogwin finally get bursted down before he can even start running. Now, Sanji also locking in the Golden Staff. We're going to start seeing more damage from him. And with the fact that these tier 3s in the off lanes are down, YG can also fully hit that purple ube.
If there is, literally,
the yams.
It's a Yangon yam.
The Yangon yam.
So if there's anything good going for Falcons just yet, because Yangon are putting a chokehold on them, is the fact that the damage profile is at least palpable for Yangon. All you got to do, get physical armor. That's it. There's really no magic threat.
Sanji now testing the distance on there as well, and a big fist crack onto the tower, paired up with the final slash. Ogwin trying to hang on, but he just can't end his welcome. In response, gets him against the tower. More damage lands on a Han, but down comes Smon Force Blink, taken out as Han tries to get away. Sanji with the Blazing Duet connects on to no one. He looks for the re-engage, and Ying's there at his back, keeping Falcon at bay.
2 for 1. That's as good as it gets for Falcons. Yangon still calling the shots. Another final
slash! And Sanji and Kai's are here now. There's no escape for Flap. Haji forced to use a flicker as well as Han keeps him away. They're going to move on to the Lord now as Falcon watches it.
All right, so at least Yangon knows that with the kits remaining in Falcons, again, a Zaman Force you see online, the fracture off of Kyle. Ogwin has a glorious pathway once again. They know that they can't just blitz the Lord. Once again, did I not just mention that about a minute ago or so? That after the crack, final slash, or the other way around, it's just so easy. It's a 1-2 combo, even under tier 1.
And it's not, like you said, it's easy. It's not a hard to hit combo. As long as you connect down to the Lord though, Han does burst it down. Glorious pathway comes out. Flap's going to try to connect as well. He doesn't have the stacks, so the defense isn't quite there. But look at the damage on a Blink. Kyle still popping off, even at 0, 2, and 1.
That is a bargain. I'd say Blink for a Lord like that is a good deal. This puts it at a wash.
Yeah.
Taking that tier 1, so at least the map gets a little bit more breathable for Falcons. They keep the lead at about 3K.
And that's where Falcons always find something to make up for it, right? It's one of the great things that they can do and always will be able to do. Yes, you lose Lord. Yes, you take a member, but now you bring it at a standstill by taking this tower, and they've been doing it from the beginning of the game, but YG now looking for the engage on the mid side. It's looking similar to last time. They're going to have to watch out for Blink. Blink doesn't have the flicker right now. As Lord comes down the boss side, YG looking to switch up gears, try to gain ground somewhere.
Lord, put down to a third, hit with that retribution, and Falcons get to keep their tier 2. So we're back to where we started about 2 to 3 minutes ago. Blink with the conceal. What are they looking for?
It's a fist crack on 2. Blink does it again. Not just one, but 2 members. YG looking for more now. As minions crash on the top side, Ogwin pops revitalized, caught in fist crack once again against the wall, taking out a double kill for Yang. Mid tier 2 falls as well, and YG are going to work their way up the map to take more.
Again, the ease of execution, the on-demand crowd control that Yangon Galacticos have drafted into their lineup. That's a final flash that could have been, but it doesn't matter. They're able to pop Holy Shields in mid and top. Bottom lane, don't even get me started. Amazing start. I'm pretty sure that conceal almost counts as an ult. When Falcons heard that, all they could do was skedaddle.
They knew it was coming. They were running away like, once you hear it. All right, so YG now have taken all the tier 2s on the side of Falcon. It's a great start for them. Falcons moving around the map. Not completely conceding just yet.
Nope. And so far, it looks like they might even try to get this purple. There's a Glorious Pathway sent in and a choke.
Denna's welcome. Might have came too early. A mega kill for Han. Maybe a slight misplay by Flap, thinking they could do something to at least get their purple. Oakwin in enemy territory, enemy jungle. As YG closes in on him, he does buy time though, and YG's onto it. They send the rest of their members back to the mid, back to the top to try to defend. I think that was all part of the plan for Falcon.
Little two-step there. Ogwin, I think, was just trying to go for the self-execute. He wanted to die to the turret instead of conceding over more goals, more XP to his opponents, but alas, they just found their number. I'd say if Falcons wasn't so sure that this was a fight that they were willing to go, they should have just conceded the purple. I think that was all in the hopes of maybe finding a good shot, but 12 minutes in, maybe after we check Haji's items, we'll know if they're ready, because if yesterday's match, Game 3, between Team Spirit and Vamos, if that was any evidence that a late game Selena is still something to respect, then maybe there's still something left for Falcons. Maybe if they cross that threshold, what, 16, 17 minutes?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's at 12 and a half. They do still have inhibitors. The fact they were able to slow down Lord number 1, we've seen this happen before, right? It means with their inhibitors, as long as Falcons doesn't make a huge mistake, they can probably survive this push. The Falcons don't just want to survive the push, they might want to fight for the Lord itself. It's Flap TZ, checks the tri-bush.
Whoop. This is a dance. And Yangon Galacticos' lineup is just much better built forward. Glorious Pathway dropped in.
Kai's in a bad spot, will take some damage. Kyle makes his way in, but Blink once again with a conceal play. Falcon knows they have to back off, create space. Han able to get the Lord. A big final slash on to 3. They collapse down and Kyle falls. Flap next on the chopping block, taken out as Ying and the rest of the team move on to Super Marco and Open. Open drops him on sports, but it's just not enough. He tries to dash back. He tries to get away, but a maniac for Han is secured. Haji's got to go back to base. Haji's got to try to stop them all alone.
We're not making it to 15 or 16, ladies and gentlemen. I believe it ends here. Yangon Galacticos are in the base.
You thought it would be even, but YG take game number 1 with a 9K gold lead, stating their business here.
2 weeks in MSC, and Yangon Galacticos continue their undefeated run. Choose Arthur, YG. Falcons left reeling, only 3 kills on the board.
Yeah, that wasn't a game right there. That was a statement of why we're here from YG, showing that, listen, no matter what, we are ready for this. And don't get me wrong, yesterday we saw games like this start and it went back and forth, and if anything we can tell from this game 1, we're definitely in for a series.
As soon as Yangon found the ults on their two initiators, the Arlet and the Badang, it was all but over. Haji wasn't much of a threat. I hate to say it, but waiting for that final moment, waiting for you to be at the late game power spike might have been too much. That's expecting Yangon to just lay down and take it, but even against traps, even against the macro play that we know Falcons to be so good at, Yangon just said, no, we're not even starting.
And well, Yangon did such a good job. A lot of times, a team like that, where they try to engage too much, they make some mistakes, but YG didn't make any mistakes. I do think we will get a bit more of a breakdown from the panel. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ying continues to not die. Had 3 more kills to bump up that 20-something KDA. As Yangon Galacticos prove yet again, it is not an underdog story. They are now by far the favorites. They are undefeated. They remain undefeated. It's an uphill battle for Team Falcons Philippines. But we saw it yesterday where these early games went the way of Aurora Gaming, and Onyx found a way to bounce back by extending those matchups. So what can the draft tell us? Lots of breakdown in Game 1. Rain Day here with Brig and Renmar. Brigitte, what did you see there? I know that was tough for our Philippine fans, but it was great for the Myanmar fan base, especially at that watch party we saw.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Honestly, there are times you could definitely expect comebacks, but in that scenario for Falcons specifically, the fact that they had to play with a Selena from behind, which I think one of the trickiest heroes to play from behind with, on top of the fact that it took a while for Super Marco to really scale up. I think that was already 10 to 11 minutes, and he still had to he still had yet to pick up the Holy Crystal. So there were really very little ways for Falcons to fight back.
Yeah, once Falcons lost Turtle 2 in such a massive way, of course, with the beautiful combination of the Juicen, Arlot, and Badang together, up against a lineup that wants to get in your face and dive often, those 3 heroes have proven time and time again throughout history that they're great with breaking tempo and ruining your focus in team fights. Because in the moments where Ying would start dashing in with the Vengeance second skill with the Arlot, the target acquisition of Falcon starts to dip. You're wondering, okay, who are they actually going for? And without that Harith around, with all of the crowd control that Yangon has, Falcons just did not have the time and the damage to be able to win team fights. This was perfect drafting from Yangon, perfect gameplay, and that's why I'm putting them in such a high pedestal. Why I've complimented them more than I have Falcons heading into this matchup.
Yeah, YG continued to dominate, and again, the stats will show it as well. This is a team that is not faltering. They have been given this huge focus on this tournament, and they are living up to the expectation, superseding it, to be honest. And you could tell just in this game that it's the real deal.
I mean, we did see a record of only 5.57 average deaths for YG. And look at what
that goes down this game.
Reflected here in this game. All deaths only being on Blink. So even if you think Falcons actually found a trade, quote unquote, I don't think you could really consider it to be on.
Yeah, that's how you know that Yangon are playing on a different level right now. They understand the little nuances of the trading when it comes to the team fights. The moment their health bars go into a point where it could be risky for them to continue fighting, respecting that the Harith would show up, or suddenly a burst of damage coming out from the Barretts would be a turnaround focus for Falcons, they back off and then they re-engage.
And don't you think that is the sign of why they have such high KDAs, why Ying's not dying, why so many people aren't dying? They know how to engage just enough, and they're not making any mistakes. That's hard to do.
Exactly. They're tricky when it comes to the team fights. And again, as we mentioned, Falcons definitely felt that, and you could see it with their target acquisition in game, with how Coach Marv's and MGod as well have been able to draft this and set the game plan for the teams. You really cannot help but give all of the respect and the recognition towards the coaching staff of Yangon Galacticos and the players for executing it. I'm pretty sure that went exactly as how they discussed.
I want to hear more of your thoughts, Brig, about the draft, about the game, whatever you picked up on, because YG take the win. Team Falcons Philippines looking to jump back in. I know you've got some Telestrator stuff prepped up for us. And this time, Rinmar is going to hold it for you.
Yeah, all
Look
right.
at this. Little role reversal here.
Wow,
How's it feel?
Reverse of roles this time, so this is how it feels. Yeah, but I think I really want to start with my first clip here around this part, which I feel is a way that we really get to see how Falcons really made an effort to establish their early game presence across the map. And this is specifically because of the heroes that they had. We really get to see a Selena, a Hylos, which is, yes, there is some sort of AoE to it, but you really expect these two to work in combo to lock down a specific hero. So at least in the early stages of the game, it was really clear they really wanted to target down and just limit the movements of the jungler of Han across the map. You could see it here. There was enough information taken, and this was an engage that they tried to set up to just keep the momentum going, which fairly enough in this scenario really worked out for them. They were really able to block out especially this specific area because Haji prior to this really threw out an arrow, and they were fully aware that Blink was going to come from this area and that it was only Han here. You couldn't really just expect Kaiser to do much either on the Juicid, so they just really went in for this engage. And you would have thought that this is already Falcons just stepping on the gas, just continuing to put the pressure on. But I believe this is what really mattered the most. The moment that you got to see this engage and this perfect layering, because mind you, if we would also pull it a bit back, they weren't really able to take note of the fact that, what is this? Of the fact that Blink was just in this brush and that the attempt would come from both Blink as well as Ying at the same time. This was something they really weren't able to anticipate, and if you really take a closer... Where's the play button?
I know what you're trying to do. If you just at home, if you just move your face closer to the screen, it'll look like she's zooming it in. It's okay, Brig. Guys, this is live. This is what we love about.
How did you lose the play button, Brig?
She's deleted buttons.
Hey, where did it go? Okay, maybe we just do not click on it anymore and just move on to the next clip. But that was really the point of the play, essentially. If you look at the third clip, this was also something that was highlighted by our talents. It was firstly from the rotation up top, but this is a sequence of events that just reflected that same idea. YG were just playing with that ube quote-unquote similar strategy of them just constantly grouping up and taking advantage of their team fight prowess against a lineup of Falcons who initially really just wanted to go for specific heroes but already failed in the beginning. So there was just very little room for Falcons to find a way back, because even if you, let's say, lay down the Glorious Pathway, which is I think something that will also pull up here in this last clip. Yes, it was Falcons starting it through the Glorious Pathway, but the massive and big setup, which really should have came in from Flap, did not really come out. It took a while, and it was enough room for YG to already set up the team fights in their favor. And I think that's really was a bit of contradicting ideas that you get to see from Falcons, because at the same time you would really want them to go in and be proactive with it, but there was just no damage to complement it as well, and it was a tough task to accomplish considering that they've already pretty much let go of their win conditions in the first few minutes of the game.
And with the play the Brigadier showed earlier, it was also another point to add on to just how well they're fighting, because Blink was perfectly marking where Super Marco could have come from through the mid lane bush, just when they thought that Falcons had an angle where they can drop in a Zaman Force, sandwiching the members of Yangon Galacticos. Yangon Galacticos already read it perfectly.
It was a great showcase, I think, of Yangon Galacticos finding their rhythm. And of course, we're going to get that game up to you next in just a moment. We're going to start that draft. But my question that I want to raise to you is, was this really a dominant draft? Because to me, I think there was just one thing that was pressured differently than most other drafts we've seen, which is the roam position. We got really deep into that roam pool. We saw Atlas, we saw Glue, we saw Marcel, we saw Belleric, we saw Minotaur. We saw so many different options in that spot banned that it forced the Hylos, good pick in general, but against the Badang, the Arlet, the Hirara, the Zushin, it just didn't do enough. It wasn't enough peel.
Yeah, Yangon Galacticos knew exactly what they were doing. They picked the Arlot in blue 2-3. They banned the Gata Kacha that we expected to come in earlier in the draft, and the Minotaur, because they knew that the Gata Kacha could have been the pick that would have messed up their lineup a little bit more. Hylos' stun is singular. Gata's stun is for a group. Up against all of the dive, especially with an Arlot around, would have messed them up. That's why we were expecting a Gata Kacha to come in earlier.
Wait, let me ask, because they went and picked Nolan earlier, and they could have flexed that later because they already knew that Herrera was picked, but they wanted to kind of hold their cards to their chest.
Yeah.
But that ended up being a mistake because Gadakacha wasn't available by then.
Yeah, I think now for Falcons, one thing that they can deprioritize is, as much as we put a lot of respect on the Selena of Haji, I think Yangon are ready for it.
Yeah.
You can change that up to an earlier Eudora. You pick your row mid earlier, and then you play for the sides. Because the focus of Yangon Galacticos and how good they are is because of their great pickups in the side lanes. They put a lot of stability in the mid lane, yes. But if you match that with your own stability with a little bit more chances for area of effect crowd control, which the Eudora can also bring out if you change up her combo a little bit, then it gets a little bit better for Falcon. So I think that's where they need to start looking at.
Yeah, because imagine they already had like a point click stun in the high loss, but even then they couldn't deal with Blink.
Right.
Blink just was constantly able to find the setups that he wanted, because it's not like he was after Ogwen or anything.
Right.
He was always getting past Ogwen, and that proved to be a problem too for Team Falcons here in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a character issue, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, Kylos just can't do it, Bellery can.
Exactly. And I think I want to double down on something that we've said a lot in the past. When one of the casters can predict a good amount of the draft, we were able to go 4 out of 5 for the Falcons draft. Then that means
they're definitely predicting it.
Yeah, exactly. And it really felt that way. Yangon, I know I've already given them a lot of flowers so far for this series, but they deserve it. They are on point.
Well, Falcons Philippines have a long set to go. It's not a best of 3 anymore, so they will have many more chances, at least 2 more games to figure this out. And if they can do it again in game 2 to tie us up 1-1, well, it might be a revisit of another best of 5 like yesterday that goes the distance. Let us know what you think. Of course, you can get your pick'ems in. They're already closed for this series, but coming up, they will be available for the next series later on as we see Onyx take on Team Spirit. But this one's still history to be made. Yangon Galacticos proving that a grand final trip, that's very, very reasonable to expect. Now, your move, Team Falcons Philippines, as the fans are ready. Let me tell you, if you don't see it now, if you can't hear it here, they are alive. So even after a loss, they're doing this. Imagine after a win.
Yeah. I feel like Yangon knows this. That's why they started off that game.
Got to kill the crowd.
Exactly. We did say that Yangon picked a lineup in game number 1 that would have put a shock to the system of the Falcons boys. It was a little bit harder to execute, more mechanically demanding because of that R-Lot, and they made it look easy.
Yeah, we're entering the semifinals with Yangon still not dropping a single game. If this trend continues, that will be a crazy record
That would be
for the Myanmar representatives in an MSC run in history.
That's probably never happened, right? I mean, if at least they're tying somebody, because that can't have happened 3 times. Undefeated, getting to grand finals. We're getting ahead of ourselves, though, guys. We know it. We're excited. Like, we feel the energy. I know you guys at home feel the energy. Let us know what you think, because EWC has not disappointed. The MSC of upsets. So anything can happen as we see the bans. Barat's taken away, not going to be on flap this time around. The Valentina as well, and a Fanny Atlas. So Yangon, they didn't have to ban Atlas, and they didn't have to ban Freya, and that, I think, gave them an advantage in isolating some of these picks. Now they have to, and they have to consider, if we don't ban Freya here, we're going to give that to Flap. That could be a problem.
Yeah, Falcons, their third ban, if it's going to be a Phoveus, will be telling, but Yangon's ban of the Atlas is telling as well, where you know and expect that most likely we're going to be seeing another assassin performance by Han. And at the same time, it's putting a little bit of a dent onto Falcons, who don't ban out the Phoveus, they ban out the Marcel, because now you have Freya open, Hirara open, and that's what Yangon looks like they're going to be playing around. That, okay, go ahead, pick up the Freya, but we're going to get the Hirara, and you already saw us be ready to deal with a lineup that wants to all in and dive. What if we put another extra threat up on top of your head, which is what if we suddenly show up with a Juice and Hirara again, and then your Freya's suddenly going to be thinking twice about every engagement.
Or maybe even the Bellery, because I doubt the Freya would like either of that. Just heroes that could stop the potential, engage, and just prolong team fights, which I think the Freya would greatly like, but they ban it out instead. Would rather not hand it over to Falcon. So the Hirara option and pickup can be considered here if you're Falcons. Just have to be mindful of the other potential trades. That will include the Belleric we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it looks like Belleric is primed and ready to get set up as the first pick, and they do lock it in. Yangon don't need to rush that Hirara, but I think they might actually be okay with doing so. Han is brilliant with it. And then let's see if they're going to rush the Eudora right away just so that they don't have to worry about it, or they're going to lean towards some of their old favorites. Again, Eudora, Gord, Jusin. The mid lane for Yangon has played only 3 heroes. Make that number 4. Oh, no, still 3. It's still just the Eudora.
I like it. And you get the Harara back. Feels good. So same old stuff. Why would you stop not just a winning formula, but an undefeated formula? Right?
Yeah, there's not much to change up, especially for Yangon here.
Yeah. Now the decision for Falcons is whether or not they go Uranus or Esmeralda. You don't see enough to warrant an Esmeralda. If you pick up the Uranus, it looks great overall, but then you're up against most likely an Esmeralda in the EXP lane. Unless Falcons take something out of the Yangon playbook and decide to pick up a little bit more of an aggressive EXP lane hero, I think they're going to lean in towards the idea of just prioritizing Roman mid now. Wouldn't be surprised that if they go for pokes as early as now, they decide to go for the Uranus.
Okay.
They save their mid for later, they still pick up the Nolan.
Which is different than the first draft where they were all basically showing the same lanes and they were just fighting over Rome and Gold. So the bans will be different here in this second phase.
Yeah, maybe since they know the matchup, the EXP lane can be an option here, because honestly, I feel like the hero pools for Rome and Gold are a bit too deep for Yangon, that they could just really play around it in the second phase of the draft if ever they wanted to.
Yeah. Now the difficult thing here for... Yangon decides to show the Claude right away. I feel like there's a little bit more of them trying to manipulate the draft so that Super Marco doesn't really have a lot of picks. Because I was worried for the draft of Falcons, wherein if Yangon stretched this out long enough and it gets overlooked by Falcons, they could show up with the Melissa later on, knowing that they're already up against a Belleric and Uranus. No one's going to be able to reach her. But this is, again, just more confidence coming from Yangon to take out the Claude. And let's see if they're going to continue to just focusing on the heroes of Super Marco by either banning both, they take out the Clint, or they ban one gold laner option and then they just pick up more heroes that can mess them up. Remember, Falcon still has a Brody that they can play with here.
Yeah, and I feel like at least for Yangon, them picking up the Claude here in this part of the draft will already limit the options for Falcons in terms of the mid lane in a sense. Because you'd really would want to consider a bit of more range as well in order to just reach and get a bit more access to the backlines of Yangon, but knowing that there's a potential dive with a Blazing Duet as well from a Claude, then they might be a bit more iffy to go for the stationary artillery mages that we were previously seeing from them as well, because I believe Falcons was only one of the few teams to also pick up a Farsa.
Does feel like they have an answer potentially to the intense engagement that we saw from YG and the Belleric and Uranus. That should be able to at least slow people down, survive a little bit, maybe catch you off guard with an ultimate, Wrath of the Dryad, make things difficult to get out once you do overcommit. But now what's the other play around it? Because Zushin getting banned, how do they access these characters? How do they get to the Claude when he gets in and gets out? How do they make sure the Eudora doesn't have too much presence in these team fights?
Up in your face surprise stun. They ban out the Esmeralda. I think they can go for a Vexana as a consideration pick later, then pair it up with something like a Brody, or they dig deep into the bag of Falcons and decide to play the map a little bit more and they go for Low Yi Brody to close it out. But still, with Yangon not showing their Roam and EXP, they will have to show one of those picks now. Picking up the Low Yi and the Brody to close it out, and then if ever they have one really strong formation breaking EXP laner as their last pick, then Falcons, that would have been checkmate for them, and Yangon going 2-0 in the draft.
Ooh. Yeah, at this point, I feel like there you go.
Yep.
The Ruby does show up. They've already taken out the Jusin, which I think is one way to tell that they really just want to go in. They really want to get these melee heroes and fighters in the draft to complete their lineup. And the Selena still gets picked up for the second time here for Falcons.
Well, I really thought they'd go for a little bit more AoE here, but they already do have the Belleric anyway. I still think the Low Yi would have been a fantastic pickup, but let's see. Maybe they still have so much faith in this Selena that the constant vision provided and the arrows is going to be enough for them to read Yangon's maneuvers.
I'm thinking now, because at this point it looks very tight. The formation looks very tight for Falcons. Who knows what Blink would be considering again in the roam, because we've seen a lot of options which I think would work out really well for them here in the scenario. The Carmilla that they previously used is up there as well.
Yep.
I think that can be a consideration. If not, the Badang that they previously used to just complement it with the layers of crowd control might be an option as well for Yangon.
Got a Kacha available, Cho available as well, but kind of a tight-knit group there. So who are you going to isolate? Who are you going to pick up if you are the Cho and get that kick on?
Yeah.
Just questions to be raised. We'll see how deep that pool is for Blink here.
Yeah, because you really don't want to kick back the Belleric.
Yeah.
The Uranus is going to pack the Purify. They go for the Mathilda. Strong combination here by Yangon. And they are able to balance out their draft in the sense that they're not going to be as easy to take down in the early game. They have some good shields. But there is a realm of possibility where Falcons gets the first two turtles. Turtle 3 will be a decider, and then Lord 1 is where it's going to be at.
Did they do enough?
At least for Falcons right now, they're not very specific in terms of their win cons in the early game. But I feel like execution-wise, I'm just expecting Yangon to still be as fast as we saw them in game number 1.
The Moscow picked up for Bulletproof, Super Marco. He is a star for Falcons. They need him to show up big. It's the second game, a second lineup, a draft that the panel a little less decided on, but still feeling like Yangon can execute. Trax, Leo, how we feeling?
2 games in a row. I think M-God and Marvs have trumped Coach Vren and Moody once again. I love that last pick, Matilda. It fits the Burmese's playstyle so perfectly. You see Blink is already crossing over, scouting 3. He's going on a 1v3 recon mission, Trex.
And that's what they did in game 1 too. Not as deep, but still constantly. They're not scared to get in Falcon's face at all. Yesterday they knocked on the door until it finally, or last game they knocked on the door until it finally broke open. And this time I got a feeling we're going to see the same exact thing.
So far it's up to Falcons to adjust their tempo. They found out that in game 1 you cannot take your time. Slowing down Yangon Galacticos is not an option. So good to see that Falcons are finally here, at least when it comes to early game rotations. Marco here, dueling against Sanji, using that gold crab as a point of contention. What's going on? What kind of duel are they getting into now?
Super Marco just likes pain at this point, I think. But look at the damage on Sanji. That's what they were doing.
All right. That's what Mirko would call the walk-up. Just straight up opening a rift from God knows what dimensions. Putting the fear of God into Sanji. Mid lane, though, this is the first time we're actually seeing these trio go toe-to-toe.
And all 3, here comes Han as well. We could see the big attack here. Kai's goes down. First blood for Falcon. And the Falcon crowd finally erupts.
The other half of the stadium acknowledges the fact that finally Falcons are taken to the skies. Han going for the steal. Blink very low. Forced to flicker out.
Good flicker at that. Flap now. Setting things up for the rest of the team. A big flicker from Yang, and down goes Han. Kyle finally putting kill into his pocket. Stack that up with the turtle, and it's a beautiful start for Falcon.
2 minutes in and 1,000 gold up. Trex, is this what Falcons was looking for? As a big picture draft, I'm going to die on this hill. I really like what Yangon have brought in, but were Falcons just looking for a tree to perch on? Was it just really the Belleric that changed the way they play?
I honestly think it is. The Belleric has the ability to stop YG in their tracks and also respond. Yet last game, Falcons had issue in punishing. They had issues finding those moments and biding enough time, and this time, Falcon found the answers to do it.
SOD thrown out to try and secure. Sanji acknowledges the duel. I'm going to double down on that. I think the fact that the Burmese Ube, the Yangon Yam, is so evident that an ult like the Wrath of the Dryads just throws that sideways. And it's not even for Ogwin just using the ult. The whole kit of Belleric answers so much of what Yangon are good at.
Not to mention, when it comes to the big team fights, even Sanji on this Claude is going to have some issues dealing with it. Everyone on the side of YG might have some issues. Han taking a lot of damage from Flap. Flap is in their face non-stop. Big ult comes from Kai's there, but not enough damage quite yet. Flap and Ogwin forced to back off, but Falcons in general still staying on their side of the river.
They're going to threaten Han here. Oh, the flicker! Dryad comes in! Picking Han off!
That one's gotta hurt. Another pick onto Han, 0-2 and 0, and we're just getting started.
Already the 3 kills that Falcon scored all game 1 long has been achieved here. And forcing a BMI out of Sanji, an arrow thrown out. That's 4 members that they're sending over.
It's being cornered right now, but Kais and Blinks are showing up to try to help. Falcon saw them coming. They said, no, we'll let you have this one. We'll let you have this one for now, but look at Flap. The guy's a menace.
This is one of the few things you actually gain from Uranus. Call him what you will, a brain-dead hero, very little mechanically brought to the table, but macro-wise, he's controlling that quarter of the map. The Ruby has very little to do. Ying can only hope to try and stop Flap. That's 2 free turtles going over to Falcons.
Yeah, this game has taken a full mirror image of last game. Falcons with a huge lead already. We've already got items stacking in for the side of Falcon, and I'm waiting to see when Ying can actually get involved in these fights, because I think that was supposed to be one of the possible answers to what Falcon brought. It was supposed to be the same kind of response that the Belleric is giving Falcon right now, but the fact that it's stuck in the XP lane, it's not moving as fast as Flap is, they can't capitalize on it until the Yangon Yam can actually activate, until all 5 can actually group up.
And I doubt it's going to happen anytime soon. Lane per lane, roll per roll. Falcons have checkmated Yangon's prior rotation. So one might say game 1 could have been a download. They were checking how much they can get away with, how far, how fast. And Falcons are the ones rotating now. 2-man, 3-man coalitions, blazing the way by Sanji.
Yeah, but I think he really just wants to get rid of these minions, but he's not quite able to do it. Circling Eagle does come around, but it's more of a defense mechanism for the side of YG. They save the tower, they save Sanji.
Flap continues to just dominate and say, see this part of the map, the upper quarter, that's all mine. And I think that's what's denying Yangon Galacticos their prior aggressive rotations. And they're gonna have to find a way to fight for turtle number 3, or else just fight for the late game. I'm looking at what, 14, 15 minutes in, Wrath of the Dryad here by Ogwin, forcing a response out of Yangon. There's no lanes that Yangon can go home.
Yeah, this is tough for YG. The constant pressure from Falcon, and the fact that they're able to send 3 to 4 members down to this bottom lane is because of what Flap is doing in the top side. At this point, Han isn't getting orange buffs. He's being permission to get it, but wait a second, a lot of damage on Ogwin. Ogwin with sliver health. Falcons don't want to let him go down, but YG doesn't want to let him get away. Ying finally able to put a kill on the board.
Bloodthirsty and bulletproof. Ying across the board prior to this series starting has had the best KDA, least deaths among all players, but now he wants some kills as well. Forcing that flicker. Turtle number 3, Yangon on the board. Unless Kyle has something to say.
Kyle does not have something to say this time at least. He tried, he went for it, but YG were able to secure a position. That's going to help a little bit in terms of gold, but still Falcons holding not only a gold lead, but a map lead with 2 tier 3s down on the side of YG.
Long-term trade, that's worth it. The price of Ogwin and a turtle for tier 1 top and bottom, that is what Falcons wants. Nothing ever comes for free, and they're able to maintain a stranglehold on Yangon's economy. Han not on the board just yet. He's struggling. Every little small camp. Hey, for the first time in what? 2 spawns, the orange buff is actually open for him.
Yeah, Han is able to get it, so that's a good thing. Falcons now changing their pace of it. There's no more off lanes to gank exactly. But for the damage on a Flap, does pop the Consecration. Will be safe to get away. Still has a Purify in the kit. Super Marco shredding down on this top side. YG getting a bit more grouped up now. And Falcon has noticed.
All right, we see a little bit of the bulb, a little bit of some growth in the Yangon Yam, but approaching the 4,000 gold lead, and the fact that there's no one threatening Marco. 8 minutes in, no one threatening Marco. Now don't throw down.
Wrath of Dry does come out, circling in, will get the big knock-up, and in comes Han, getting a lot of damage. Sanji with a Blazing Duet, Ogwin caught in a bad position, Haji as well. YG don't want to let it go, they want to fight back. They're looking for the next target, and comes Sanji from the side, a nice flank on Ogwin. Ogwin tries to get out of the tower to safety, but there's no safety against Yangon right now.
No shelter will stop you from the Yangon Yam as they Uber their way into a flank, converting into a turret, trading. Actually, 1 for 4 was it? That was an amazing response out of Yangon Galacticos. A Circling Eagle that knocks up 3, takes out 2 of their core members. And I don't think even the coaching staff, the folks in the Yangon Galacticos holding area, were expecting that fight to go as well as it did.
That 3-man knock-up sets everything up. And at first it looked like YG were split up. But what Falcons didn't know is they were actually pincering. I don't think it was planned like that, but YG found the moment and capitalized on it. In a matter of about 20 seconds, the gold has been minimized and the game is a standstill.
That is improv in MLBB at its finest. Suddenly Han has 3 kills. Man's got a triple in that sequence. But so far, this is one of the few windows wherein Falcons have to say, not again. You can't do that twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So now they know that these small avenues on the map might be dangerous. And I think Yangon have found a way to do that. They've rope-a-dope Flap. Flap might get overloaded. That's the problem here. Once they figure out how the Filipino cannon can kind of blow up on his own in his face, then that's how that works. So they have to overload his Purify, overload his Consecration, and somehow find a miracle. 3-man circling eagle already used up by Blink.
Big knock up. He might not be able to get away from this one. Flap though with Consecration still goes down. A kill into the Book of Han. Onto the top side though. Ogwen misses. Purifies our pop. Flickers used. YG still wants to fight for this as Falcon remaneuvers. Watch for Kyle on the backside. Han with the engage. Able to get the iframes. Forces Super Marco away. Han looking for a target once again. Ogwen brought low. YG collapses on top of him and down he goes. Kyle knows it's a lost cause. He can't engage.
That's what I'm saying. You take down Flap, SOD thrown out. Not a good idea. You overload Ogwen, and then you deny Falcons the entry to anything else. Lure number 1 goes over to Yangon Galacticos. Falcons have to switch it up. It can't be the same thing. You have to find a way to engage off of more than just Flap. Long haul, check in that range with a jab. There has to be some straight to the face that Falcons can pull, but looking at it right now, their whole draft, I don't see it anywhere soon. There's no way that they just pick a fight from out of nowhere. Element of surprise is always going to be on Yangon's side.
So now Falcon, I will say this, with the ults they have, with the skills they have, they can hold a decent defense here. And if YG oversteps their boundaries, one big Wrath of the Dryad could counterplay. But maybe that's the answer for Falcon. Let YG come to you a bit. Let them engage and see if they overcheck themselves.
Which has been, I think, what Falcon has been trying, especially in that Lord Dance. It's just they dogpile on the Flap too soon. Fortunately, Flap has his Purify once again, 30 seconds off of Ogwen's Wrath of Dryad Flicker combo. But I think the damage has been done, man. Couple more kills on Han. Sanji left unmolested. 0 deaths on this Claude. Sure, it's been a difficult early game. They spent, what, 2 or 3 death squads to try and gank him out of that lane, but he never gave in. He never caved. So I'm guessing a good chunk of that gold, despite Marco having a good, what, first 5 or 6 minutes, has been closed in. Like, this is more than just an equal gold lane matchup. If anything, I think Sanji has more gold than Marco now. Oh, I'm offended.
Plus the stun, Flap is forced away. This time YG doesn't cause the full collapse, and they know when they can, they know when they can't. They decide to back off. Let's see if anyone walks into Kyle here.
Kyle holding left mid brush. Oh no, Flap walked into 3.
Purifying Consecration gone from Flap. 60 seconds to Lord still though.
This Burmese Ube is lethal. Not more than 30 seconds are they ever apart from each other. That's amazing. And again, that's what Red 5 Matilda gets you. The fact that Blink can be within, what, 2 or 3 seconds a step away from where he's needed with a flicker too. So they're basically, you know how Louis folds the map in half?
Yeah.
Blink kind of folds the map in 2 quarters, which is almost half. Fair enough. Mathematically, almost half. Looking at the items, true enough, Sanji is 500 gold up on Marco. Even with Marco building the Wind of Nature, that doesn't protect him from Kaiser. It doesn't protect him from Blink's Rogue Wisps. So Marco is never truly safe.
All right, so what's the big answer, right? Ogwen didn't go with the Revitalizer or anything. He has the Flicker, so there could be your opportunity of surprise, but who's going to be the bait? And it seems like Falcons, maybe 2 split up. Maybe they need to group up as well.
In an effort to split up Yangon's Ube. But wait, look, they're blitzing the Lord. Oh, there's no response.
My God,
Falcons score!
And then the conceal, the hit and run. YG are going to try to close this.
Oh, Trex, true enough, you said maybe Falcons should group up, and they do. They blitz the Lord, and that's the price you pay for playing the Ube so tight. Yes, you can be within 2 or 3 seconds grasp of your teammates, but not the whole team to be in to respond to a Lord take that quick. What was that? 5, 6 seconds?
Yeah, that was fast.
Oh!
Wait a second.
Marco.
On a Marco. Circling Eagle gets the knock up. Han closed the distance and gets the kill. That's going to help a lot for this Lord push.
Oh,
YG just need to get back to base now to defend.
Not a little. I think that was careless of Falcons to not check that lower quarter and have Marco walk into a brush that had 3 members of Yangon in it. So with Marco getting picked off, I think that neutralizes the Lord take. This is a wash.
All they get is, they get the tier 2 on the bot. They get the tier 2 on the bot, tier 3 on the mid. So they get a little bit of ground, but not what you would want out of the second Lord. But then again, they weren't even supposed to get that Lord, honestly. The fact that they were able to burst down, it still feels like a good win for Falcon right now. Flap taking a lot of damage. Circling Eagle. How long does that thing last? YG gets the offended. Responds with a rather dry, but it's not enough to save Flap. The damage is already locked in, and look at the blazing duet from Sanji. They lock on to Super Marco next. And Falcons have 2 men left standing as YG knock on the front door.
A Selena and a Belleric are not made to clear waves. This mid lane wave is crashing in. Falcons are losing this inhibitor.
They could lose more if YG wants to keep on pushing. The Cannon Minion still standing. Another wave left. Oakwood tries to lock in, but he can't quite save it. Haji bursts it down, and YG take down the Crystal in game number 2.
Yangon Galacticos at match point, 2-0 against the M5 World Champions, against a legacy team that beat Myanmar in the M2 World Championships. Yangon are 1 game away from locking the grand finals.
YG are showing right now that they have not forgotten the rivalry, that they've been remembering. They've been keeping tabs, waiting for this moment.
Before Malaysia versus the Philippines, even in the midst of Indonesia versus the Philippines, Myanmar versus the Philippines was the rivalry to watch. And Yangon Galacticos are reminding us who was in the grand finals first in the M2 World Championship. Singapore was their turf, and they're 1 game away from making Paris, Yangon Galacticos, home.
The ship is landing right now. YG 2-0. And the thing about this game, which is so different from game number 1, is YG didn't just stampede. They had a rough start.
It was
a 3,000 gold deficit.
0 to 60 in about a country minute, and then suddenly 120 in nothing. Even after Falcons blitzed that Lord from underneath their noses, they were unfettered. It's as if it was all according to plan still. Let's throw it over to Rain Day and our panel to break down game number 2.
Thank you, guys. Man, what a moment.
Woo!
Yangon Galacticos. No one in the galaxy, the entire galaxy. You know how big that is? Do we need to get Neil deGrasse Tyson over here to tell you how big that is? Because no one has beaten Yangon Galacticos in the last 2 weeks. That is how good this team is playing, undefeated and on the verge of a 3-0. Myanmar is currently on top.
Out of this galaxy. Out of this galaxy gameplay.
Thanos,
really
he can't even do anything.
If this continues, our trend for the past 2 days in the knockouts of having 3-0s in the first series will stay the same.
And who's been that guy with every 3-0 other than Rain Day? But Rain Day's been here all the time.
I've been for all of them.
Oh. I've been here for every 3-0 result. Is it me?
Hey.
No, it's not. It's not. It's the teams. It's the players. It's,
No, man.
It's Yangon Galacticos. That went exactly as we expected. First 2 turtles go to Falcons. Clearly, they get the start. But then once you hit Turtle 3 and Lord 1, that's when Falcons needed to readjust their approach a little bit. And Yangon is online to be aggro because, again, their gold lane is so good. Their Claude, as much as I was wary of it in the sense of why pick it up early, you see why you pick it. Because it's similar to how it's played in the Philippines, where sometimes, even if you don't feel the impact of the Claude, as long as it can farm up, you're fine.
I also think that Blink is having a bigger participation in the reason this result is going this way than we're giving him, because his hero pool on Rome, he's showing it's deeper and more effective than a lot of others. You see a high-low sometimes picked up last and you go, oh, that didn't quite work, and that's where you might lose the game. But with Blink, he's running Matilda, he's running Badong, he's running whatever he needs. They're banning out everybody and he's still effective. That is so hard to give to your team, but he's doing it time and time again.
Yeah, because I think Falcons had all the reason to just play aggro and keep going after YG in the early, especially their mid duo, because it's not like Kaizen nor Blink even opted to go for a Purify anyway. But the timings on the guiding wind have just always been on point. It's not just the timings, the distance in which he decides to use them as well, and the directions have always kept their team safe.
And there was a glaring number difference there between the Eudora and Selena. As we see Yangon, they are light, they are feeling the vibes. Eudora dealt around 42,000 damage. The Selena could barely scrap 14,000.
Man, that mid matchup you've been trying to figure out.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I thought that they deprioritize the Selena and go for maybe something like a Low Yi. You're up against a great team fighting team. And I will die on this hill. Right now, Yangon Galacticos are the best team fighting team in MSC 2026.
By far.
And if you have a mid laner who can mess up that kind of tempo during the fight, such as a Low Yi, wherein you have an option to play the macro game, as we saw Falcons play the Moskov, then that could be good. Pickoff will not work against Yangon Galacticos, because once it gets to their power spikes, they play against it really well. They were getting picked off in the earlier portion of the game, yes. But Turtle 3, Lord 1, they knew they were online and they were almost unstoppable.
One game away. One game away, we're going to see the best result in MSC for Myanmar. It's already been tied with 4th place, but now it could be a grand finals. And going undefeated as well, that one game would mean that they are probably, and I don't know back in the history, you know, this is just my second week here at MLBB, probably the only team that has done it undefeated completely throughout the tournament in recent memory, right, Brig?
Yep, there will be a chance, and that is going to be a statement, because it's not coming from the most dominant region ever in MLBB either. It's coming from a region who just recently resurfaced in terms of dominance, which is Myanmar.
All right, Brig, you got some stuff to break down. I was talking about Blink. What did you see, though, in that game, too, that's keeping Yangon ahead?
Okay, I would really want to go back to the idea of how much we saw Falcons really wanting to double down on the shutdown towards specifically the gold laner, specifically Sanji on this Claude. I think we've seen countless rotations in the first 5 minutes towards the gold lane, which I think was the point in time where clearly Falcons were also dominating. But every single time Sanji was just able to survive. There was just such great help that you really got to see from both Blink, from both Kaise. And these are not the clips that we should be looking at. Yes, we should be looking at this first. Okay, so this is, I think, the first few moments, since again we're looking at YG and how they were able to get back in this game. One of the first few moments wherein they really started to get back in this game. You saw how they were able to first, of course, take down Ogwin, but the positionings and their mindfulness in terms of this fight were really key. Ying was just really blocking this entire area. You couldn't really get past him, and you wanted to rely on Kyle to just go in for the steal, because clearly without the presence of Ogwin, you would be at a slight disadvantage, but you still had the level advantage on Kyle. But Yangon really poured in all of their efforts to just prevent Kyle from getting close, and that was just what helped them solidify this gradual comeback even more. We take a look at this next clip as well, and this is, I think, one of the most punishing errors we really got to see from Falcons. You take a closer look, it looked like the perfect setup, Haji and Ogwen just working together, but the counter engage from Blink, that 3-man knockup, since again, we've been pointing out countless times, Falcons really like to keep formations tight, and especially with this lineup, that was all the more reason for Yangon to just go in with the re-engage, because they had all the AoE in the world. They had the Eudora, which really you wouldn't count as AoE, but it still had to some extent AoE, and Sanji, who, as much as they really wanted to shut him down, was just getting the necessary farm to deal the right amount of damage towards these members. Not to mention, them really being close together helped Han land his skills and get to put out the necessary damage towards more members of Team Falcons at that moment. And this is where you see the gold lead slowly going over to the side of Yangon. In this third clip,
I think you really have to take a look at how Han and Kaize were able to manage this team fight. They worked together so well. They tried to find the burst, and Ying with the entries. Every single time you see Ying go in with the flicker, it seems very well calculated enough, and Yangon have just resorted to the idea of going and taking down Ogun, which I think became easier and easier for them as time went by, and that was what guaranteed them the wins in the objectives. And we take a look at one more clip here. I think I'm just really going to point this out because of how Falcons might have just really wanted to maybe try to balance things out a bit. They put themselves back. There's been movement from Yangon towards the bottom side of the map, and they took such great advantage of this. They really went in for the immediate burst of the Lord. I don't think it gets caught in this clip anymore, but this was the moment where Falcons actually took away the Lord, but it did not matter because look at how YG still decided to take on the fights. Falcons, after they dealt with the Lord, revealed themselves for just a bit. Sanji had enough damage to already shred down Flap to pieces, and Ying with the follow-throughs, the entries, and the burst that had to come along. Mind you, Han wasn't even part of this fight just yet, but this was Sanji's time to shine, and that was just, I'd say, Yangon and their really mindfulness, how they've been able to keep themselves in this game despite how Falcons have been performing the first 5 minutes. It's very commendable. You really see how they've grown throughout this MSC.
Sanji's first 2 kills in that last moment right there, but that was the nail in the coffin. Also, the first time we saw in maybe the last 25 kills, death attempts, Ying die, but they ended up getting 4 kills in response on the side of Falcon. So YG still win that trade by 3 or 4 times. So Ying still proving valuable. All right, when we come back, it's a chance for YG to move into the finals. And before we do that, if you think this action is amazing, you want to be a part of it, not just talking in chat, but actually streaming it, join our creator program. You have a chance to earn some cool prizes, be featured maybe in some clips, and also you have a chance to build your community off of what may be the most interesting MSC yet. So take advantage of it, whether it's this game or any of our games. Join the creator program, earn some cool prizes, and be a part of the narrative. After this 2-0, it could be 3, but before we move on to that, we want to let you know I love playing with my friends. You love playing MLBB with your friends. Well, there's another way to play with your friends in Acecraft. Check out We Fly Together, a brand new co-op mode.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
He thinks he can come in here and play my game! Let's go. He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy, half and blow the house down! This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet holds the trophy for MSC, which at this moment, we will see who will be fighting for it. Game 3 will either send us to another one or put Yangon Galacticos into our grand finals, as they would become the first grand finalist of this tournament of upsets. It's going to be a fun one, guys. The fans standing by, and they have been silenced on the side of Team Falcons PH. The last hope for the Philippines, well, there's still hope. As long as there's one more game, you could keep pushing it. But it has to happen now, Brigitte and Renmar, as Super Marco, even himself, I wouldn't say he looks happy. And I think that's just maybe a bit of focus, but also maybe understanding the task at hand. If they are going to survive, they don't need to just win one. They need to win 3 games in a row against a team who is undefeated.
It's hard to read Marco's emotions because he has been historically very stoic. Even his happiest moments, it looks like he was unhappy with it. No, but that's really just how Marco is, man.
Yeah.
But definitely, I'm pretty sure that's what's running through Falcons' minds right now. They drafted well in game number 2. They just, again, weren't able to execute it all the way until the end. There was one play that Brigitte showed earlier with the engagement onto, I believe it was Blink yet again, or Ying, when Ogwen dropped down the Wrath of Dryad that was around near the orange buff. They missed out on a key target to make sure that you get taunted, and that's the Eudora. That's the layers and levels that Yangon is playing right now. If their main conditions in team fights, whether it's a great source of crowd control or a great source of damage, if you can't take it down fast enough and if you can't focus it down, Yangon has a chance to turn the fight around.
And I can't believe they're doing this with barely switching up the mid lane. Like, it's
right.
Still just so 3 picks for Kaize, for Yangon. And mind you, Falcons, I think they're trying to do the same, but it's not like they have the most stable of mid laners as their priority. The Selena has been an on and off pick, which is very, again, difficult to play from behind with. So maybe, or might we see a change here for Falcons now that they're in this position? We'll find out.
It's been fantastic drafting from YG. And sometimes in a fight, we talk about this almost as a heavyweight matchup. 2 teams, 1 blow received. You want to respond, but if you get dazed, what does anyone tell a fighter? Keep going. Try to get them out. Try to end the fight there. And that's what YG have a chance to do. There is all this discussion, but at the end of the day, 2-0 down, you have to believe that Falcons are feeling it. But what can they do with it here?
YG, they still hold the perfect record. If they do it here and they go to the grand finals, they will be the first team in MLBB international history to reach the grand finals with a 100% win rate.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I think the boss just went and looked that up for us. Thanks again, Maui. Barat's Eudora Fanny band. The Eudora band from Falcons saying we're taking at least one of your cryo picks away in mid. What needs to change here, Brig? I mean, you're not convinced. It's hard to be convinced. It's an uphill battle, but what? Do you like the Eudora band? You like that, just getting that out of the way?
I think it will help in a way, but it's just really more on how Falcons maintain that early to late, because I think it's not like they find or have a hard time securing that early game, especially if they get to dictate the matchup in mid. So now that maybe they just want to double down on that, I wonder though, because at this point, it's likely going to be a Hirara Pryo again.
Yeah, you have Hirara, Freya, Marcel, 3 strong first picks, all active as a choice for Falcons. But they take out the Marcel themselves. Don't want to risk them rush picking into it and Yangon suddenly just showing up with a Valentina, even though Kaize has yet to pick up that hero this MSC.
So at this point, you probably don't ban. Well, I know. What do you think, Redmar? Do you just not ban the Hirara and not ban the Freya? That way, if you give it to Falcons, YG still get the Hirara?
They might do the same thing and just ban out the Freya again, but then there's still an Atlas they have to think about, and I think maybe that's what Falcons might lean into. If it's not going to be the Marcel, then maybe we rush pick the Atlas and see if Kaize really won't pick up the Valentina. And then slowly, that's where Falcons might be able to build their draft foundations on heading into the next games.
Atlas been banned all 3 games, but this time the Barats and the Eudora interrupt, and so it allows the Atlas to be let through. But I think the Harara here just feels so comfortable for YG, they'll probably be okay with it.
Take it away from Han. Is it the Harara or is it the Atlas? Which one will it be, Falcons?
Because I guess the only worry that I have if they go for the Atlas is that YG will have a pretty good idea of how the team fights are going to look like again for Team Falcons, and then they could just resort to some of the more unorthodox options that they've previously shown us, which I think would work out great against the Atlas. So they will revert back to Hirara Cryo first.
Yeah.
But that will hand over the Atlas to YG too.
I think Yangon can double down on the crowd control. They might rush Juice in here, along with another power pick in the meta.
Juice in.
Wow. Atlas Zeus in could be tough.
Or they go for Uranus instead and a safer one.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, now they probably don't mind the Atlas coming through.
They show it. So I think this is one of the cards that Yangon has been holding close to their chest, not just this entire series, but this entire MSC, to not show Valentina until this moment.
Is that a new mid, by the way? Yes. He's getting off his 3.
It's only been Eudora juicing. Here's number 4. But Falcons, they win a trade in the XP. They get the Esmeralda while getting the Claude away from the hands of Sanji.
Okay. So at least it'll be a match in the XP lane. It's just the gold lane that will really matter later on. If you're looking at what Sanji could potentially pick up later, but he has a lot. He has a lot of options, honestly. And in jungle, though, what could be the option for Han? He's had a lot. Okay. They're going for Sanji's pick.
I wonder if they'll set up for either a Gwyn or Fred.
I was thinking Gwyn if they also had the Atlas, or maybe could there be a chance Falcons still go Atlas? If they go Atlas, then they have the Valentina to get the Atlas ult, then they have a layer with the spatial migration.
Yeah, that's actually the really tough choice here for Falcons. It's what roamer are they gonna pack? All the best roamers in this metagame have great ultimates you'd want to steal.
Yep.
Yangon still respecting the Selena of Falcons.
Okay, so they're the ones who will force Falcons to play a different mid lane. Up against the Valentina, I think there are a couple options still left.
Falcons might be considering a Farsa later, but then with a Uranus, you waste your burst on him. You give the Feathered Airstrike to Ying, but I think Feathered Airstrike for the lineup of Yangon against what Falcons has shown for their main carries in the Hirara and Claude is okay. You do have the Claude anyway, and at least you get some little bit of poke, but then Moskov would be very happy to go up against a lineup that has a artillery mage. That's why Yangon have drafted this way. That's why they pick up the red 3 Moskov and they ban the Selena. And Falcons expecting it to come out, as we called it, they'll ban the Guinevere away from Yangon. They still have a Fredrin option in the jungle.
Fredrin, I don't know if we'll get pushed to a point where they bring out the Suyo all over again too. Because I think it's either way still going to be tough to pull off against Falcons.
But Yangon has done it before. They've been able to pull off that Suyo before, and I wouldn't be surprised if suddenly Han shows up with it.
If they do, Yangon will just gonna have one of the craziest records, because at this point even the Nolan's taken out. I don't really see a utility still coming through for Yangon.
Yeah, you still have other great mid lane options that could mess up a utility jungler.
Is a Harley an option for Han?
If they show it early, then Falcons can adjust their mid. They'll probably go something like Lilia.
Well, 2 more picks here, and it is the Harley. They do show it early, so we may see the Lilia response for some burst. But now the jungle is shown, and it's simply the roam needed for the side of YG and Sanji. Super Marco going to be on the Claude, so they've already shown what their gold's going to look like, as well as their EXP in jungle. They're looking for their roam and their mid, but the Selena ban is going to force Haji to play something different this time around, but could be a good thing, guys. He's lost twice on Selena. Maybe this is just a good change of pace.
If it's not going to be the Farsa or the Even, they'll probably go like Lilia Cho or Lilia Gotcha to close it out. But then you're still waiting for the roam pick for Yangon. Trying to think of roam trades.
At least anyone who could just body block.
Yeah.
There's just so much you have to body block here from Yangon's lineup, honestly. Okay.
Okay. So they do go for the far side. It's the glue roam that I wasn't able to remember. They don't have to worry about a Vixana. There's a Valentina on the other side.
Yep.
Well, Yangon can just go something stable in the roam. Tanky, dive.
They can still grab the Atlas if they want it.
Yeah, Atlas still open.
The Gatot still there too, I think, into the Farsa.
Yeah.
Will also be a great option for them.
If Yangon really just want to end it and go fast, I think they'll be brave enough to go like Kali Valentina in the center. Or maybe even a Hilda. But that's really only if they're super confident with it. They need a little bit more hard AoE crowd control up in the front. But no, they go for the Carmilla.
You said
Their
that
pick.
earlier in the first game, but it didn't show up.
That's their pick.
Okay, so this is why we say they can just really afford to save roam for last, because they have all
it's
these
insane.
options.
I haven't seen this happen before. I mean, Renmar, this is the deepest roam pool we've seen for sure on display.
Yangon Galacticos, it looks really good. It's looking very 3-0-able, but not to completely discount Falcons.
Yep.
They still have the chance, and their draft does not look bad, but it is the Carmilla of Yangon Galacticos.
It is the last hope for the Philippines in Team Falcons. There are club championship points on the line for Falcons, who are back-to-back champions. But it is Yangon Galacticos who are playing out of this galaxy right now and have a chance to become the first team to ever go undefeated into a grand finals with a 100% win rate at an international event. Let's send it back over to our casters, Leo and Trex, for Game 3.
For possibly the last time in this best of 5 in the semis, it's Leo and Trex at your service, bringing you the action between Falcons and Yangon Galacticos with an out-of-this-world performance and a signature Carmilla to close off the draft.
We've fallen into a whole new dimension at this point. YG showing dominant force 2-0. Match point. Knockout life. Falcons, I like the draft though, I gotta be honest. I do feel like this is comfortability for Falcons. They have some answers. Last time we saw Haji on this Farsa.
Yep.
It was monstrous.
And this is after 2 games of back-to-back Selenas coming up short. So this could be the turning point for Falcons. But that is just but a coin in the well, a hope, a dream to keep the series going. Looking at the emblems right now, so far, you can see that Flap wants just to hold down this lane. The Eternal Battle, as it's known for years past, have a Uranus march up into an Esmeralda, just holding that dead lane. In the gold lane, though, it's Marco versus Sanji, but check it out. Foot's on the other shoe. It's the Claude and the Moscow switched up.
And this time, Falcons, to secure that, they made sure they got the Claude early on in first phase of draft. Over the top side, though, a lot of damage does land down. And the Eternal Battle's over. Ying taking the first loss in that EXP lane.
So not to count your eggs before they hatch, but this is how game 2 started as well. Early aggression from Falcons. Pick off here, pick off there, lane to lane winning. A pixel brush held by Yangon. They're gonna jump Flap.
They're gonna pull up, jump out of the bush. Deadly Magic does land, but it's not a damage to take out Flap.
Oh, Ogun looking to put stacks on. No mount just yet. The grab has not been unlocked. A full XP bar away from the ult. Turtle spawned. Falcons, heavy presence.
Big damage on Ying. Once again, it's another kill on Ying. Falcons starting things off clean. YG have no way to answer.
The Valentina on Yangon's side will definitely be key here. Kaiser has to play out of his mind to help secure the sweep. And their strike.
Falcons just not giving it up. Haji will go down, but at the price of Han, it's a good trade. Blink now, taking Ogwin for a ride, but Kyle wants to take the purple. They decide to back off. No, play the brush. Come back in. Kai's and Blink just want to try to save it, keep it for themselves. Kyle's not going to want to give it up, but he doesn't have the retry. Still able to secure it. Still able to take it out of YG's palms.
Procs and picks are enough to commit Grand Theft Purple. Falcons up almost 2,000 gold. And I hate to say it, but I hope all the Filipino fans and Falcons fans hold their breath, because this is how Game 2 started off as well. A strong Falcons presence. They are here, and they're jumping in mid.
Oh, nice feathered airstrike once again lands on a Kai's. Kai's taken down low. Flap wants to try to finish things off. Flap wants to try to take out Kai's. Flap wants to get the kill, and he finally secures it. Kai's goes down. Blink next on the list. The names have been written, and Flap is writing checks.
That wall was just a little too thick. If maybe an inch to the left, an inch to the right, he would have gone through. But the falling Star Moon came up short, and that's what led to another kill. The Falcons now up 2,000 gold. About half a minute until turtle number 2. Marco is just focused on expediting the early game. Feathered airstrike!
Sanji cornered up against the wall. He's been here before, though, and he's going to survive once again. YG, can they get a moment like they got in game number 2? Falcons, I think they learn from their mistakes, hopefully. You get the big goal lead, and once you start to get to that 8-minute mark, 7 minute, you slow down a little bit. You keep your 3K, you wait for Lord.
That moment, again, thrown back to game number 2, will come when the Yang on Yam begins. When they turn on more purple than black, and they ube their way into a punish, because that's what we're looking for. Curse of Blood. If Blink can link up 3-4 key members of Falcons, then that's it. Oh, Super Marco in trouble.
SOD there as well. He does commit. Super Marco. With the quick bob and weave. Super Marco tries to hand, but he counters it. Marco! Super Marco! Bulletproof Marco, whatever you want to call him. 2 go down to the side of YG.
Pulls out dual pistols from his nether regions and catches 2. Han and Sanji falls, given there was some backup from Falcons. But this is them playing on another level. Blink, fourth user revitalized.
This is what we want to see. Blink not going to be able to make it, not going to be able to survive. Falcon is collapsing on YG, sending them back to their own galaxy.
7-1 at the 5-minute mark, 4K up. They're trading top lane for bottom, and they want more! Sanji bites it. Flap is bloodthirsty. Once again, a replay on that sequence. I could have sworn Marco was dead.
Oh, the BMI back.
And then right at the perfect moment, I don't know how many stacks the AOT he had, but the blazing duet was enough to keep him topped up while staying in the brush. I think that was key. Trex, I think it was just the fact that he was staying in the bush, denying the clapback, meaning his lifesteal was pure. Even at such an early point in the game, what was that, 4 minutes in? His lifesteal, whatever was in his kit at that moment, was enough to keep him at, what, 10% HP? Yeah. Hence why the sequence happened. Marco is on a roll here. This is as good a start as you can get on a Claude 5 minutes in.
Yeah, 2-0-2, you've already taken the tower. And now, Falcons are going to start yamming up first. They're going to start pushing together, grouping up.
Contrary to that, I think they should keep pushing elsewhere. They should do a 1-3-1. That's what's happening. That's how you're able to get 3 kills on Flap, 2 kills on Marco, 1-3-1 converge when Yangon thinks they can punish, which is, again, denying Blink what he's looking for, and they burst down Blink. Flap from the back.
And Han is unable to get the damage on a Haji. Oh my lord! Haji just deletes him. The damage is too much. Kaizen is able to respond back and take out Haji, though. It's a 2-for-1 right now. YG finally putting the second kill on the board. Falcons Esports is unfazed, though. They're going to move on to this turtle. They're going to take their 3rd neutral objective. And while this is happening, YG still split up.
3 for 3. Team Falcons are taking more than just the turtle. They go for another kind of Grand Theft Purple. Kyle is so guilty. A rap sheet, that is definitely something he's not beating. Top lane, though, is still definitely something that Yangon can work on. I don't know if Yangon want to fight. They're 6K down.
No. They have to wait for a moment like last time. And the problem is they have Han, right, who's playing more off map, so they don't also have. I think the Ruby was a big deal last time, able to kind of slow down Falcons in their engage.
And Ruby is another way to spell CC. Crowd control is something they're kind of short on right now. The only real way that they can find someone is off of the Spear of Misery, off of a Circle of Blood, and maybe off of Kaiser's stolen ults. But that aside, all Yangon are playing with are great mechanics, amazing macro, and a hope that Falcons clump up. Mid lane's gonna fall, bottom lane already lost their tier 2. This is the best way for Falcons to continue. If they want to continue their life in MSC, force this series to go to game number 4, split up the map, deny Yangon their ube.
And they have essentially become so much more objective focused. Instead of game 2 where they were looking for lots of fights, willing to just go for the kills. Yes, they're getting kills this time, but wait a second. Nice stun on multiple members of YG. But even there, they don't commit. They know what the job is, and that is take towers, get turtles, get lords.
This is when you know that your team is doing well. When a glue is able to just build a glowing one. He's got enough in the bank to splurge on a full-on mage item. Even Flap and Ogwin alone are able to threaten the likes of Ying and Blink, forcing battle spells out. Purple denied once again.
I want to say that's 3 purples now that have been stolen from the side of YG. Ogwin is forced to jump off with a grab. Han gets a deadly magic off, but every time Han lands a deadly magic onto someone, he can't fully commit. He can't get all the damage out there.
Sanji just built his golden staff there. A whopping 2,000 gold between the Claude and the Moskov. Nary a shadow of Yangon Galacticos should be seen near the Lord pit here as Falcons score a major objective for free, uncontested. I'll tell you now, even after Flap and Ogwin, even Super Marco's basic attacks are going to start to hurt even the front line of YG. Doesn't even need to pull out the Blazing Duet, just a pew, pew, should be enough. Won't feel like a block, block.
Not to mention another 2,000 gold between Han and Kyle, right?
It's a full item.
A full item. Nice falling Star Moon does land on a blink. Falcons looking to try to finish things off. Han tries to respond with the deadly magic onto Haji, but it's just not enough once again to take anyone out. Holy Defense has been busted.
Oh, but Sanji is playing where the mouse is. The cat is absent, and right now Falcons are your big tigers. Lions in the jungle. Sanji throws on an SOD, Flap blocks it.
Okay, Han's there to help out. Sanji should be able to get back to base safely, and with 2 members of Falcons hoarding down onto this top lane.
Oh, they deny Han!
They will be able to wait a second, Han! Trying to get the damage onto Kyle. The iframe save him, wait! You can iframe out of the deadly magic damage?
No, what he did was iframe out, Flap with a punish! The Filipino cannon firing off on all cylinders. They lose bottom lane inhibitor, and the fight continues. Blink with the COB!
That's huge, and the response, Blink goes down! He tries the saving grace play, but it's just not enough.
Herbert, to answer your question, what he did was iframe, spell vamp into surviving the pop on the deadly magic. So yeah, that was mechanics on mechanics. I could have sworn Han was going to win, but Kyle, I guess, had his combo off of cooldown right when he needed it.
Very well done by the side of Falcon now. We're getting close to a 10k gold lead as YG just tries to defend. Falling Star Moon on Sanji and Kai's. Flap trying to back off. Kai's looking for the re-engage. A little more damage layered onto YG. Haji brings down the Falling's feathered airstrike.
Oh! Again, Marco has the Blazing Duet off cooldown. That's what that green little dot signifies. Just a pew, pew was enough.
Falcons are not giving up. They're not playing the patient game at all. They're going to keep on bringing these waves in. Conceal play. Kyle dives past the wall. Blink brought down to about 10%. Finally taken out. Kyle gets the kill. And they're going to move on to the top side now as YG watches helplessly as their inhibitors fall and Falcon breach.
10,000 is the lead. The gap between these two, economically speaking. Folks, the fact that Falcons are winning and nary a shade of Yangon clapping back, why this is so impressive is the fact that Yangon are undefeated. In comes Ogwin!
Right into the backside. Feathered airstrike flicker. Sanji goes down. Blink is already out. He comes back onto the map. Brings out a feathered airstrike of their own with the IMU. YG still trying to defend. One inhibitor standing between them and the Falcons. Flap decides to back off. It's 3 seconds on Lord. Falcons know the next job.
Another purple denied away from Han. And no one falls. 0 casualties from Falcons in that push for that top lane inhibitor. Almost taken mid as well. The problem with what Kaiser was doing there was, yes, it was the right thing to do to take the feathered airstrike and to clear the waves. But you're not dealing with the heroes. He has to make a hard decision. Do I blast Falcons and punish them for staying in a little too long, or clear the waves? And that's what Kaiser was dealing with. He had double jeopardy on him. If I don't kill them, then I would have wasted it. So he was just focusing that stolen feather strike on the minion waves. Yangon Galacticos have a grocery list of things to do even before they can contest the Lord. Hell, even get out of their own base.
Falcons now playing it patient. Wait for a Lord. Can they end it here? Does YG have what it takes to defend this, Leo? Sanji's 0-3-0, who's their big shredder. They can't really burst down with Han right now. He doesn't have the damage. They need to try to pull this Lord to the mid side, keep it away from their base tower as much as possible. But the problem is Falcons is bringing all 3 lanes in at once.
I don't think their lineup is built to both defend and clear waves. Flap jumps in, Han coming in from the flank. Has a space escape in, Lord still standing. They burst down the little boy.
Han is gone. Ogwin Looking for a target with the flank on the top side. Flap into the back. Kyle gets some nice damage onto Kai's, but the Lord's already connected. Flap misses the falling star. That airstrike comes down and Blinks deleted. Ying trying to defend, trying to clear the waves, trying to save the base, trying to get in their face, but Falcons have to back off. YG still defending, but it's too low. Haji's in there, and Falcons finally put a match on the board.
Not so fast! As Yangon Galacticos suffers their first loss in all of MSC 2026. Apparently, even aliens can bleed. Falcons force a game number 4, 2-1.
It's time to regroup for YG. Falcons found the answer, and it all started in the draft. But in gameplay as well, they knew when to hit the gas, when to hit the brakes, when to switch lanes. Very clean from them to put one on the map, and now it feels like anything's possible.
Yangon losing, Carmilla on Blink, failing them. The Yangon Yam, the Burmese Ube, being denied that anything is possible. Again, this is MSC 2026. A quick look again at the highlights. It started in the early turtle up top, again denying that. Bearing down on Sanji, even baiting Han and denying him certain plays. And again, when you're playing on a team that has been together for almost 2,000 days, count how many years that's been. That's a majority of what Falcons have been working with.
2,000?
Almost 2,000 days. We started the count in season 17. Almost 2,000 days they've been a team.
7 years? Six and a half years.
1,000 and something.
Oh, 1,000. 3.5 years.
This is the kind of reset you're capable of. And Yangon are now in an unprecedented position, Trex. They're coming from momentum taken away from them. They've never felt this way in MSC, not in Paris.
This is very true. Yangon has not faced defeat yet. They haven't been pushed into a corner. Can they recover? We saw Falcon recover. Let's see if YG can do the same thing. Let's see what our panel has to say about it. How we doing over there, guys?
Well, it won't be international history with that stat. 100% win rate gone as Team Falcons PH come alive. And the Filipinos' last hope continues to bring just a chance at something special. Still 2 more games, must win back-to-back. But it does bring a lot more energy into the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Brigitte Brynmar, what a game. I know you've got some stuff queued up, but Brig, reactions, finally, they get the win off their chest and they can breathe at least a little sigh of relief.
Yeah, I feel like everyone supporting Team Falcons here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet can afford to breathe just a little bit, because that was a very dominant way to get back in the series. You know, they started off strong and they clearly shut down the XP lane multiple times. I think that was a huge difference maker, at least for the series. The fact that Ying wasn't able to do anything as much as he did in the first 2 games, and the switch up in mid, you see and feel the tempo change.
Yeah, the Falcons getting the Esmeralda, and of course at the center having that glue roam. We thought about Yangon and respected their deep bag of hero pools. Well, Ogwen, this wasn't the first time that he was able to show off a glue roam, but it was huge impact. Glue roam, Farsa mid, Hirara in the jungle, and of course an Esmeralda dominating its lane matchup means the jungle is not safe, which is why we saw a lot of glue roams go up against Harley jungles in MPL Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, all over the world.
I mean, look at the damage difference. It was 53,000 on the Esmeralda of Flap compared to the 17,000 of the Uranus on Ying. That impact, I mean, that's a 35,000+ damage difference going to your teammates versus you doing it to the others. Brig, was it an EXP lane loss that turned this around?
Well, it started from there, definitely. To say the least, it started from there. It was the priority for Team Falcons before they could fully establish their presence across the map. And they've just kept the pressure going from that point onwards. I think that was very crucial because it, again, was something they eventually let go of in the previous games where when we saw them actually get the lead. But this is a different story. Their lineup was built to actually sustain that dominance that they've been able to secure in the first few minutes of the game. And YG's lineup was not built to delay the game. They could barely actually go for the defense. They could barely prolong it to a point where Sanji could actually make the plays, though he desperately tried. I think you could also witness through the last sequence how desperately Sanji tried to go for the defense. But again, the farming, the gold, it wasn't just there yet.
Yeah, it was 2 in the favor of Philippines as the drum sounds and the Chans chant back. The fans chant back, excuse me. Mix both of those up. New word, chants, who knows? All right, Rinmar, you've got a setup for us on the telestrator.
Yeah.
I know you want to talk about the draft.
Yeah.
What gave Team Falcons Philippines a chance here?
All right, let's look at this. Bringing this going together play. So we look at the priorities here of Falcons. They got the Hirara as that first pick. Then they went with the Esmeralda Claude. The Esmeralda was the easiest Esmeralda pickup you could go for in the world, as Yangon Galacticos showed up a Uranus and a Valentina early on. This Valentina, looking back at it now, partly I could see why Yangon don't pick it as often and why their priorities revolve around the Eudora that was banned out really well by Falcons. That's where they decided to focus towards. They didn't care about the presence of the Juicin potentially showing up early on. They baited Yangon into picking up that Valentina, as Yangon was thinking Atlas is going to be the main play here. So we pick up the Valentina to turn off the Atlas pickup from Falcons, meaning that Falcons ended up walking away with the Glue, Farsa, and the Hirara that can all set up tempo, so they know that the Esmeralda's winning EXP, meaning that the Harley is gonna be the sad one in the lineup for Yangon Galacticos. We put a lot of respect on this Carmilla, but if you look at the lineup, and I failed to mention this earlier, this Carmilla really just answers one pick on the side of Falcons, and that's potentially the Glue. Everyone else doesn't care about that Curse of Blood. They'll be able to get out of the AoE really quickly. They're mobile, high dive. Carmilla doesn't like going up against that. They want that honest front to back. Falcons can either go front to back with their team fight or just surprise dive through the Claude. One last before we pass it on over to Brigida. This is some great bans here by Falcons. They took away the Guinevere and the Nolan, forcing out that Harley to come out later. And that Harley was sad in the presence of the Glue and the Farsa. That's it. It's your turn.
It's my turn. Okay. So I think at this
Good job, guys.
we're gonna be jumping in game because we've already broke down what happened in the draft. And oh my, where is my play button? Oh no, not that. Okay. So as we take a look at the first clip I decided to pick up here, I would really want to highlight this because I feel like this is one of the moments where YG actually tried to get something, to at least get a trade, to catch up in what way, because their XP lane was sort of already shut down, so you would really want to consider looking at other lanes, and particularly in this instance, it was the gold lane. But you take a look at how Super Marco just managed this play as a whole, and it did not look like it was something that eventually YG could really capitalize on. Just look at the micro and decisions that came from it. But I feel like what really hurt them the most in this particular scenario was the fact that there was a bit of a delay in terms of the SOD coming in. Han had to try to go for the finish of Super Marco all by himself, which I understand in a way was sort of them trying to preserve the SOD in case they needed to use it later on. But at this point, if they were really trying to go for as much as they can in this scenario where they're really literally playing from behind, then they must have at least secured or tried to really go for the kill, because you see how punishing it eventually turned into from this point onwards when Ogun was able to catch up and Super Marco was able to respond.
Yeah, that was the most important turtle buff of all time, by the way, saving Super Marco like that.
Yep, it helped a lot. He just had a lot more, I feel like, confidence to just stay in the fight and eventually clear the lane. And now as we take a look at this next play, you see how maybe the plan kind of shifted a bit. They initially really wanted to go for Super Marco, but they failed. The second time around, they tried to consider Haji. But you take a look at how Han positioned, you would think it was ideal. Blink, though, suffering a huge amount of burst damage, even though Kaize was there to help Han actually try to go for the pickoff. This is very... This resembles so much of what Onyx did yesterday. Basically, it's those fast reaction times, and despite you really wanting to go for a specific target, it just does not come out easily, or just does not go the way that you want. Haji with a flicker was able to survive that, and Han, look at that. They really wanted to go for it this time. He stayed and went back, space escape, even at the expense of his own life. And even if he did get Haji, though, I don't think this was as rewarding for Yangon anymore, because they weren't really able to convert it into much. At this point, they also lost out on 2 outer top turrets, both in top and bot. So you see how desperate the attempts were starting to become for YG. This is very uncharacteristic of them. And you take a look at this last sequence. I think this is really what kind of shut down the entirety of what YG or the potential comeback angles from YG once again, because Blink had no choice. He had to be up front together with Ying, but the damage could no longer be sustained. And even if he did try to go for the Curse of Blood, I don't think it was captured here in this clip. Falcons could just easily scramble away from it and re-engage. That is one of the strengths of their lineup. They just have such high mobility. They could reposition as much as they want, and Yangon did not want to play against the lineup who could just easily reposition like that. They had to have them in a particular area. They had to have them under control. Even with Kaiser stealing away the fettered airstrike, they could not use the combo. They could not find the hero synergies between the Carmilla and whoever they wanted to use as supplementary damage in their lineup, especially as Sanji really failed to get the necessary farm. And I think that's where we saw Yangon for the first time in this tournament really struggle in terms of executing their lineup.
It also felt like they were just calling a bluff, and they said, fine, call it, we're not bluffing. And that was really the Valentina early to dissuade the Atlas because of the early bans, because he wasn't prioritized, because Falcons said, we're not going to ban him. And then eventually it ended up being Yangon Galacticos that said, we're not banning Atlas either. And then it never came. And then that made the Valentina a little bit less effective for them in this lineup. They were hoping that Fatal Links would show up and be on both sides.
Yeah, and if people are wondering how come they then didn't pick up the Atlas there in the end, it's because they're up against a glue. Tempo breaking has been a common theme with the picks here. Game number 1 with that Badang. Game number 2, the Ruby. Game number 3, it was the glue that ended up with Falcons, and it's a strong tempo breaker.
And this is a beautiful thing to see too, as both teams, as we mentioned, calling a bluff, so that's a little bit of poker. We have a little bit of chess. We have chess at EWC as well. Magnus Carlsen, you watching MLBB? I don't know. Maybe this is that interesting. I think it is, but at the end of the day, it's now a mind game, and you see Team Falcons PH winning it for the first time. And now the answer with Yangon Galacticos has to show up with this, which is, okay, we've been out drafting everybody. We've been winning. We have our first loss of the entire tournament, Brig. Is there anything emotionally that shows up bigger than just a loss because it's their first the entire time here, 2 weeks in Paris?
Yeah, I'm not sure how Yangon have mentally prepared themselves for this kind of scenario, because they've been winning it all. They've been very dominant in majority of their games, but there have been instances wherein they've been pushed to their limits. 30-minute games, comeback games. So this is hopefully nothing that will really affect them as much, but Falcons definitely should take this momentum and carry it over if they really want to bring us to a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and if they want to show to the Falcons like they don't have to worry about anything, maybe Yangon are gonna pull off an unthinkable here and suddenly keep the Fanny open and then just play around heavy assassin trades. But we go back to the head-to-head here, Super Marco and Sanji. Sanji has been terrific on this Claude throughout the series, was taken away by Falcons, and Super Marco. I feel like Marco finally got that game that he needed to get that confidence boost. That play that we broke down where he got the turtle buff just in time so that he could turn it around in front of the Harley and the Moskov. Yeah, Super Marco might just be back, and Falcons might just be definitely back into the series.
I mean, it could have gone the other way. If you have that snowball happen with YG, again, Marco loses a little bit of his optimism, and all of a sudden, you could be seeing Falcons out. But at this point, they are back in, and they are in to win it. One more game needed. You can't focus on having to go 3 in a row against YG. You just have to take it a game at a time. So far, Falcons doing a good job of that.
Yeah, I'm really starting to agree with Coach Bren and what he mentioned about the difficulties of going up against YG this time. But the adjustments have been great, at least for Falcons. The first 2 games I feel have already been sort of enough to get a better grasp and understanding of how you should be attacking YG. And maybe YG are starting to fall into what Falcons are setting up as a trap from this point onwards if they don't get to put themselves back in the game.
Yeah, if we do get a side switch here and Yangon decide to go to the blue side, Falcons go next, what then happens to the trade in the mid? Eudora is going to end up becoming another major piece that you cannot ban out on the red side. Bannable on blue, but on the red side, it's too much of a risk with the amount of picks that you're going to be giving up. So does that mean they deprioritize the Selena and then they go for the Eudora?
These are good questions, but I want to go to the other side of it, because a good writer, a good novelist has to imagine what a world looks like if the villain wins and if the hero wins, to set up what's at stake. I want to look at this side of YG. What if this was just another day at the office? If they really are a team that's going to surprise the Philippines, it's going to beat a potentially Onyx in Indonesia in the finals, wouldn't this just be like, oh yeah, okay, we made a mistake, back to it, another 15-minute win? I mean, if they're going to be that team, if we're talking them up like they could be, that's how they would respond in this game.
If so, then are we seeing another Barrett's priority first?
Well, the thing is, there's a dangerous game right now, and Yangon, I think, they might trick Falcons into this. With the Valentina ban, both Marcel and Atlas are open. Belleric's gone.
Okay, it's just the Atlas now. And Dodot the Valentina. So there are a lot of options for Yangon, honestly.
They can rush pick the Atlas. Then Ogwen's picks, I think, might have to come in earlier. It's been banned out with the Atlas here. Falcons needs to consider picking up the Minotaur in the first phase.
Something to match the potential threat of an Atlas. Without the Belleric, then that is probably the next to consider in terms of AoE if you just really want teamfight prowess.
Yeah. Hirara and the Fanny are gone. I think Falcons don't need to rush pick the Nolan. They can save their jungle pick for last and then just surprise with the Joy in the end. And seeing as they picked up the Juice in, heroes such as the Harith and the Joy might be their go-to so that they can get that smoother scale into the mid to the late game to set up for their Claude.
Are YG forced to pick up the Eudora now at this point? If they really just want to play for comfort? And is it something Falcons are trying to set up? Because you see how they already have some sort of reliable damage already coming through for the Juicin and Claude to manage at least the mid to late game.
Yeah, and they turn off the Gourd pick with that. Because if Yangon decide to lean in towards the Kaiser pick and then go for the Gourd instead of the Eudora, because again, picking up the Eudora early on, you still have the Esme Uranus trade active, and picking it this time might mean that Falcons wins that trade. I think they have to go ahead and pick up the Esmeralda, or maybe even consider an Arlot early on again. Arlot Atlas, great combo.
Nolan available in the jungle, which we haven't looked at yet and is not going to be looked at here yet as well, unless Haji decides to grab it on the side for his team here on Team Falcons PH. But with the Uranus and the Eudora picked up, it's what we anticipated.
Yeah. And the tough thing here now is for Falcons is they have a decision. If they pick the Esmeralda now, they lose their priority in the hero for Ogwen. If they pick up the Minotaur now, they will lose that Esmeralda.
What do they want to secure at this point, Falcons? They're put in the spot here by YG, who I feel like despite a not so great showing earlier with the Uranus, this is still something YG are willingly playing into. At least they save their carries. At least they can adjust their most important roles here in this matchup.
So now they're playing for Roam and Jungle. I think they still have to keep that Nolan Joy option open. Yangon has a lot to ban out. They'll have to ban out their choice of one jungle pick and then one roam pick. They can't ban out both roles because that will open up the board even more for Falcons. They have the Minotaur available for them. They can still pack the glue, but it's Falcons with a surprise ban. They themselves ban out the Nolan, and that is gonna take Yangon by surprise.
Why is it so surprising?
Because you're expecting that Falcons is going to be picking it up for themselves at a red 4 in high consideration. And now Yangon is forced to ban out utilities. Falcons might just be in the heads of Yangon right now because now you still have a Joy, Minotaur, and the Glue all open as choices for Falcons if they want to lean in towards that. They don't need to rush their roll pick right away. They can just close it out with a Gata Kacha if ever they see a jungler on the side of Yangon that has a lot of dashes. And if it's obvious that they're going to be going for a mix of high dive and having one gold laner in the back line, playing it really safely, then you pick up the Gata Kacha to close out. Falcons just opened up a wealth of options for them with this Nolan ban, forcing out an Akai surprise ban by Yangon.
But at least for Yangon, hopefully they might have a potential Guinevere. Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Never mind.
Banned out again.
Okay, that would have worked real great for Yangon, but even that is now taken out of the options. So we're left with only so little for Han in the jungle.
It might just be his Suyo.
It's not a lot for anybody.
Yeah, it might just be either his Suyo or his Harley.
Okay.
And they ban out the Joy as expected. They're still utilities. Do they go back to old favorite and just pack it up with a Fredrin?
Are they both looking at the Fredrin right now? Because it's honestly one of the few options that are left, at least currently, because I think Ling has fallen off. We don't really see him as a consideration anymore. The Yesun Shin.
For a Yangon might be an option. They can close it out with a YSS and a Moskov. That wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, just maybe not for Falcons if they really want to keep it fast.
Too greedy.
So they need at least a jungle to balance it out. Fredrin is one. Harley, if they want to, but they save it for last.
As expected, they go blue into the Atlas.
Oh.
What do Team Falcons PH have up their sleeve here? Looking for a jungle at the very end. They'll have final say on this draft with Red Side, but it means that 2 big picks now coming out for YG.
For Falcons, it's going to be high burst physical for sure because their roam, their EXP and their mid is all magic. They need to balance that out with strong physical. What? What do they have?
Yeah, what is Yangon looking at for their jungle and gold? They get
Clint. Okay, we've seen that work. And the Suyo.
I think you go Leomord. Do we run it back and you go Leomord or Fredrin? One of those two?
To combo it with the rest of the members, I think if they're going for rundown, Leomord is an option. But if they're playing around either Super Marco or even Haji, then maybe the Fredrin could just make room for that.
Yeah.
So it depends on the kind of approach they want.
Yeah, the problem is if they go Fredrin, might be too slow. Unless Falcons are going to show up a new surprise pick here. Unless there's a jungle that we're forgetting in physical.
I mean, Aurora did pull off a Lucas, but it didn't work. So who knows what options could be.
Mark this. Well, what's it going to be?
What else showed up recently? Okay.
Okay, they're still going to go for the Harley. High magic base.
Yeah.
And this didn't go the second round didn't go as expected as I did. I thought Falcons might go for something a little bit more surprising in the jungle. Yangon played it safely. They have their Clint with them. Esmeralda should win in the EXP, but it's Han on the Suyo. And that's the big X factor. Exactly.
X factor for YG. Will it be the Suyo that sends them into the grand finals? Will it be the Clint that bursts the bubble of the Philippines? Or will Team Falcons live to fight another day? They need to win 2 in a row. But every win for 2 starts with the first one. So let's see if they can handle this game as we send it over to our casters, Trax and Leo.
Going into the Land of Dawn for game number 4 is a canon event in the Myanmar versus Philippines rivalry. Yangon Galacticos could secure their slot in the grand finals and finally put the rivalry to bed, or Falcons could claw their way into a clincher that goes all the way. Welcome to game number 4 in this best of 5, our first semifinals for the day. And just like that, with red 5, Falcons securing the Harley, even the whole jungle matchup was left in contention.
And it worked out so well for them, because the thing is even if YG doesn't go for the Suyo, Falcons can pick up the Suyo in response. They had him in this rock, paper, scissors match where Falcons always got to see what YG picked first. And when Suyo and Harley were the 2 picks to go, Harley normally got the win over it.
That's right.
Harley normally got the dub in that matchup.
For about 4 to 6 weeks, Harley was the best jungler in the game when it came to MLBB Esports. And this is not to say Yangon can't win with the Suyo. They already have in the knockout stage of MSC. But looking at the rotations, again, I'm not so sure if you agree with me, but it's evident that Yangon are playing a little more cautious. It's a very similar pace to game number 3.
Falcons also, though, because if we get to this 2-minute mark, Sanji and Super Marco always just going toe-to-toe down here. If we get to this 2 or 3 minute mark and it's still 0 deaths, we have to admit that also Falcons taking a slower pace, because even game 2, game 3, Falcons were the aggressors. Ooh. Kyle on the bot side looking for a possible target, does have level 4, going to decide to go for this crab instead. Turtle comes up in 5 seconds. Kyle might be a little late to the party.
All right, the expanding rivers will allow him to double time and make it there. Flap and Ogwin able to draw a line between Blink and the Turtle. Flap on this Esmeralda, 2 games back-to-back, is feeling like a force of nature.
Han is going to start off this turtle. Kyle gets the deadly magic, or doesn't actually use it quite yet, but they're still able to put a lot of damage on a blink. Haji in the backside with the Crimson Beacon, and down goes Han. Han's not going to be able to survive this one. First blood into the hands of Hanji. Kai's now forced to use the flicker as YG watch Falcons take turtle number 1.
That is mid-prio up Wazoo. As if inherited from their ancestors, Falcons just take the turtle and own the early rotations. As a Uranus, you kind of can't help but feel miserable. This is something that Ying has to take from game number 3 all the way to game number 4 and say, I can do better. But he's not given the atmosphere to do as such. The mount on the Sanji. In comes Marco.
And he's in a lot of trouble. Han's going to try to come in to help out. A lot of damage on Ogwin. Ogwin won't be able to get away. CC immune on to Super Marco. Will be able to, in fact, get back safely under the tower. But a nice pickup for YG.
Massive clap back. They force Ogwin to take a dirt nap there. Patrick Star just out the bush. This is interesting. Grand Theft Purple committed. Kyle takes it.
It's 2 games in a row now that purple buff hasn't been Falcons. But look at the damage. Flap able to safely get onto the tower. Now they're responding back. Haji gets a pullback on to Ying. Ying should be okay. He doesn't have the consecration and opted for a flicker instead of the purify.
So that's multiple ways that members of Yangon Galacticos could get ragdolled out of their formation. The Lantern Flare, the grab and the mount. This is how you break down the Burmese Ube, the Yangon Yam. So far, game 3 we saw none of it. And I think Falcons have figured it out. Again, it may have taken them 2 losses straight, but what else is left in the bag for Yangon? Like, that's the question. They're in the driver's seat. Falcons are forcing Yangon to respond.
I mean, I think it's definitely when you have something like wait a second, Lenny does get vision on a Kyle. Falcons repeatedly for multiple games have sent 4 members down to the gold lane in faith of Flap.
Oh my
top side, look at the damage on Sanji. Black Magic may be able to finish him off. No, he gets the health back just in time. Haji, though, doesn't want to let it end like that. Falcons finally decide to opt back Super Marco. Is he going to let him recall?
Ooh, the BLs.
Coming in! The dive under the tower. Sanji, though, still standing, still alive. The mount gets grabbed, mounted, and thrown into the ground.
That was a long-term exchange as Flap tries to use a damage reduction into the base, and the turret will not save him. Flap falls, Han scores.
The punches are finally flying. Han won't be able to get away from this. Has a sliver of health, actually does safely. Falcon under the tower, only lose Flap. Turtle's up, though.
That's a technical knockout, unless Han will tread the needle. He's gonna live on the edge. That is a flare on a Ying. In comes Blink.
Blink looking for the grab, doesn't use the Fatal Links. Kyle goes down, Ogwin taking a lot of damage. Kai's is there. Eudora finally starting to put out some damage, but the thing is it's not constant damage. It's not like the Jushin. You get one big attack, and then you're just there.
On a spectrum of damage and utility, that's where Haji Zushin comes through. But you gotta consider, Kaiser was in the perfect spot at the perfect time. It was Kyle he needed to burst down. So again, I think Yangon Galacticos are happy to keep this lead down to under 1,000 by picking off Kyle after the turtle. So yes, 100% so far. About 5.5 minutes in, Falcons take those turtles, but Yangon are on the map. This is a much better shape for them than they were in game 3.
I think this is the best start of a game that we've seen for both teams in a sense. It hasn't, what I'm saying is it hasn't escaped from anybody.
I concur.
All 3 games, it's been a huge lead. A turnaround at some point for YG here and there. But overall, this is the first time we've been 6 minutes in and we're under a 2,000 gold lead.
It still feels like a tug of war. And the flag has not swung either way. Crimson Flare on the 1. Deadly Magics!
Blink, not going to be able to get away from this. Sanji just trying to defend, but the Blazing Duet comes in and he's stopped in his track. Han shows up in the nick of time. Kai's there as well. This could be bad for Falcons if they push too hard. They're going to dash in. Han gets a couple shots onto Kyle. Ying dashes in, past the wall. Couple shots onto Kyle as well, but Falcons only lose Ogwin.
Massive surge forward. That's what you're looking for in a Suyo that is in crunch time. So Han here, fearless as he comes in, able to find that trade. And Flap maybe a second too late, actually holds his breath and practices discipline and does not jump in with that Falling Star Moon, which again keeps them at under 1,000 up, which makes this final turtle of this game, about 7 minutes in, actually contestable. Again, neither have a sure grip.
Yeah, it is dead even right now. with only a 600 gold lead. Taking a look at each member, no one extremely leading. Super Marco with a 500 gold lead, but no one's got a full item. No one's extremely ahead. Han actually beating out on Kyle right now. Blink looks for the entry. Not able to secure a stun on anybody, but Kai's on the backside getting singled out by Flap. Flap will be able to get the kill. Puts Falcon at advantage for this turtle, but Han doesn't want to give it up just yet as Ying dives in, pops Consecration, and there's the Fatal Links. A lot of damage, stacked up. Sanji trying to fight back, but it's just too much. Super Marco takes out Han as Oakland takes out Blink, and Flap finds another. Sanji left alone to watch the turtle go over to Falcons.
And now we see the folly of the burst damage profile Yangon Galacticos have oh so invested in. Kaiser taken out early, Sanji ranged out. Underneath a fight like that, sure, Sever over 2 or 3 major targets will spell vamp you to victory, but not when you have the kind of damage that Falcons almost missed on, by the way. This is an early game going into the mid game. Claude that could have missed out, but the fact that he was able to keep himself topped up and put the damage where it matters, isolated Sanji from actually getting the payoff. Because look, 2 members of Falcons were actually within range, but they denied Sanji that space and the 2 seconds he needed to let off a few big ones. So now Falcons skyrocket to a 4,000 gold lead in just a single objective.
1 neutral objective, 1 team fight. They had a 400 gold lead before they started.
Now times
they
10.
10 times it.
Yep.
10 times it.
Exponential, that stonks.
Great stonks for Falcon right now, working their way up. If they can win this, it goes to a game 5. YG being pushed to the limits. And Esports looking to dive in. Consecration pops from Ying once again, and they keep forcing that out as Super Marco hones in onto these off lanes.
5,000 up. Falcons is at 9 minutes. And I can tell you now that Glue and that Esmeralda are the bane of their existence. Just the fact that these two are so good at splitting up your lineup does so much for them. The knock-up and the takedown, Blink falls!
And Flap is relentless, continues to push him, but look at the damage in response. Sanji able to chip him down, but they've already lost Blink, so there's no being engaged. Han tries to get a couple shots off of Super Marco! Under the tower! In the base, in enemy territory! Locks on and finds his target, and Kai's will be next to fall. Pulled back is Ying. This is the Falcons we wanted to see.
Surgical precision. Every action calculated to find its most ideal output. 10 minutes in, and they've taken mid lane tier 2. Top lane tier 2 has fallen as well. Yangon holding onto that tier 1 down bottom. That's also where the Lord spawns. I don't think they're in any shape to contest. 7,000 up, that's a whole nother tax bracket.
Yeah, and Han just keeps getting shredded every time he tries to dive in. There is no answer. Every time a setup looks good for YG, Falcons have the counterplay.
And now Falcons are just going to relish in the fact that Yangon are going to think twice about leaving their base. One more look at this engagement. Oh my god, it was Flap zoning out 3 alone. After maybe a hit or 2 off of that turret, and then Marco finishes what Flap started.
Monsters.
They're in a state of flow. They're in a state of flow.
Flow state, one would say.
Falcons right now are in a whole nother level. It seems like they're birds out of this world. A new species was discovered 4 games into this best of 5. Lord marching through mid. A pensive state is the other half of our stadium here as suddenly the table has turned. Now it's Yangon who are struggling to find an answer through. I mean, you can find it through a massive Fatal Links, but not while the Lord is knocking on your base like this.
Blink's looking for it, but hasn't been able to catch it. Goes in, 3-man! Pulls him in! Ogun flickers back, but Blink goes down. Super Marco's untouched. He's unscathed. And YG just can't find a member of Falcon to take down. Flap with a falling Star Moon into the tower, trying to open up space. Kyle there as well. Ying and Han looking for an engage that never existed. And in comes Super Marco under the base once again with the blazing duet. He might not take a member, but the inhibitor drops and Falcons are looking for more.
Even Ying has to retreat underneath all the lead Marco's throwing out. And even Sanji's bullets don't hurt as much as he'd hoped to. Falcons are now up about 11,000 gold, denying even orange buffs at small camps away from Han. He's starving, just built up his Queen's Wings, which is, again, something he needs. He needs maybe a second or 2 more underneath all that. But being 2,000 behind a little magical boy such as Kyle's Harley, a minute before the Lord, might be a replay of game number 3, I'll tell you now.
It's definitely looking rough for YG. The goal on that first Lord when you're behind like this is to try to not lose any inhibitors, let alone 2. It's going to make the second push that much harder to defend. When you're behind this far, the goal is get to third Lord. Get to third Lord, get to the 16, 17 minute mark, and you're good.
And again, throwing back to something that was evident at the 7-minute mark, the burst damage profile that Yangon are playing with is not ideal for what Falcons are bringing in. Splitting up your lineup, pushing in hard, lane after lane. Once Kaise has drawn through with the Thunder's Wrath, once Sanji is out of bullets, that's it. Yangon have to find a way to re-engage, but which they don't have, because Blink is very all-in. So Falcons now just have to do this right. They just have to make a series of correct decisions. Time is on their side, and that will inevitably take us all the way.
Falcons Esports, and they do play it patient. They're not trying to rush it. They know their lead. They know the amount of time they have. YG, you're in a bad situation here, right? You kind of have to contest this because you're down to 1 inhibitor.
Blink!
Blink, once again, unable to find an opening. He goes in, grabs onto Flap, or Ogwin. Flap dives into the backside and plays through Super Marco, once again able to lock on to 3. Blink goes down and Super Marco advances forward along with Flap and Haji. Sanji forced to use the flicker, but he's pulled back in right as he tries to escape. Falcon Esports might not even need the Lord.
Team Falcons up by 2 men. 3 defenders, none of them built to clear waves. Chubby wave coming through top, mid lane will be cleared here as the Ying gets taken down.
They gotta clear the waves. There's one more to do. It's Han and Kai's against Falcon Esports. A wave on the top side as well. Falcons lock on, base at 50%. Han taken out. Han still up, but finally falls, and that'll be it. Falcon Esports will take us to game number 5.
With a rivalry as storied as Myanmar versus the Philippines, there's no way neither of them was gonna let this end. Not in a sweep, not even short of 5 games. Team Falcons force us to go all the way.
What a series we have. You know, YG took the first 2 games. It felt like it was over. It felt like the only hope, the final hope, was being crushed. But once again, Falcons stand tall. Can they do it here? Reverse sweep. 3-2.
I would hold my tongue. A lot of people would say don't count your eggs before they're hatched. And again, the amount of synergy and chemistry that the members of Team Falcons have is nigh infinite. I don't think you've ever, well, we've been close to, hanging out for almost 2,000 days, but they are a team that have been through all of the ups and downs, the thick and thins, and being against an old foe, a well-versed foe such as the Burmese, the furious, out of this world, intergalactic talent of Yangon Galacticos. That is what unlocks the best out of Team Falcons. Well, I'll tell you now, I'm relieved we're going all the way.
You gotta say this too. Throw it back to the interview of Flap the other day. What did he say? He said, we do better under pressure. And right now it is proving. They came into game 1, a little shaky. Came into game 2, a little shaky. But once the pressure was on, once they knew it was match point, they just kick it into gear.
Rene, Renoir Brie, how y'all like that?
I like it a lot.
I like it a lot too.
A lot. Wow. What a moment here at MSC. MLBB is giving us a show, and we welcome you back to the panel. Rain Day, Rinmar, Brigida, to talk about what is our second series of this tournament to go to 5. 1 game now decides between Myanmar and the Philippines, representing their region in the grand finals of MSC. And boy, oh boy, we have a good one on our hands.
And I think Leo and Trex, they put it best. The Myanmar teams, when they push the Filipinos to their limit, bring out the best in the Filipinos, and the Filipinos bring out the best in Myanmar. This is why, even though it's been so long since we've seen such an important matchup in their rivalry between these 2 regions, why it's one of the best in MLBB global esports.
So much respect. We've seen it. And you see all this respect converted into just more and more competitiveness between these two teams. They're trying to bring out the best in each other. And I'm really loving how we're getting a full 5 series again. We saw probably one of the best series yesterday between Aurora and Onyx, and this, I think, is on the road to matching what we saw from last night.
And does it feel faster? Does it feel more decisive? I just feel like there's an element of this that it was so on the YG side, and now it's so on the Team Falcons PH side. I don't know whether this is going to turn again, or if we're going to see, maybe a 25, 30-minute game in Game 5.
Yeah, I feel like if it gets to that, though, that will really test the mental of both. And I'm not just looking at Yangon here. It will even test the mental of world champions in Team Falcons and the members that they have there, definitely. And I think this is why we've seen the draft somewhat shift. We've gotten a little bit more old school, a little bit more to a few months ago. I mentioned I had this big reaction to the ban of Falcons when they suddenly banned the Nolan. Because of how the draft eventually turned out, I was a little bit skeptical about the Harley, but then I'm reminded again why 3 magic damage dealers in the center of the map does really well for a lineup that has a strong winning lane matchup in the EXP lane and a slower farming gold laner in the Claude. If Falcon starts getting wins early, it's almost unstoppable. And since they were able to mark the man of the hour in Han and Ying yet again, it was another easy coast to victory for Falcons.
Yeah, I just can't help but feel bad for Yangon in a sense that the previous drafts felt like they were just forced to draft out of what they would usually pick for comfort, what they would usually want to really complement their playstyle with. So there demands a change in terms of gameplay as well from Yangon, which I feel like is something they're not completely used to.
Yeah.
And Falcons have done a great job at just pushing them to this point.
And Falcons are comfortable. They've had to do this already, and they found themselves on the better end of a comeback. Now they can see that the road is clear. One win. It comes down to one single game, one draft to get the edge, and they've done it 2 times in a row. Yangon now have to figure out a way to get Ying back to the Ying we know, the 20-plus KDA. That's gone down quite a bit. He's taken many deaths here in these last 2 games and hasn't found that dominance that we were expecting to see from him throughout this entire series in the last 2, Renmark.
And what I like about these last 2 days of knockouts that we've had, today and yesterday, all the teams that have had glowing records that look unstoppable heading to knockouts are the ones who were taken down a peg. And we are on the way to once again becoming one of the most unexpected MSCs. We still don't know. We still can't tell. Yes, Falcons has led the charge here, but Yangon was up 2-0. I'm not discounting the possibility that Yangon might just shock Falcons and the world by winning this game number 5. But then Falcons also seems like they've unlocked something, and I think you saw something.
I think I could no longer define what an upset is anymore in this MSC, because I don't know
it's
who
all
is
an
the
upset.
underdog
The
anymore.
MSC of upsets.
But yes, I think we saw a lot. I think we saw a lot, especially in that game, with regards to maybe something that could tell us more about the mental that has been going for Yangon already. I think I can hold my mic for this one, no?
You sure?
But, yeah.
All right, let me
This
know if
is
you need
wow, look at this.
All right, let me know if you need my help. I'm just gonna chill out here.
She holds her own mic,
Yeah,
Renmark.
I'm gonna watch some really good analysis. Let's go, Brittany. You got this.
Chill out, man.
But I think what we were mentioning about mental is something that we could probably highlight here in this first clip that we decided to get, because as I mentioned by Renmar here, there was a clear over-commit. There was an over-chase that was tried against Ogwen. Understandably so, there was a re-engage from Blink, so I feel like there was enough reason for them, I think in their opinion, to actually still go for it nonetheless. But Ogwen too had a flicker of his own, and it was very clear that Falcons were already on the way to also fighting back against Yangon in this scenario, which I feel like you really have to respect, because there are multiple damage sources, magic damage sources across the board, and I feel like this is what will allow them to cross the early to mid stages of the game. The overwhelming amount of magic damage that could just really thrive when it comes to team fights, when it comes to just singling out particular targets, and Yangon, I feel, were very surprised with the way that Falcons decided to play this game. If we take a look at the next clip as well, I believe this is a moment wherein we sort of saw that Yangon failing the first initial attempt just resorted to maybe looking for trades across the map. And I understand that at this point, this is what they could really afford to do. But if you take a look at this, it wasn't a clear trade whatsoever. They were able to take out Flap on the other side, but at the same time, this was a technical knockout, as mentioned by our casters earlier, because the fact that they were already able to also fight back and push Han to a very low HP resulted in them not being confident enough to go for this turtle engage. And that is what made room for Falcons to eventually still get advantage of this, because again, as much as Yangon just wanted to go for the mirror, it was on a side that technically would favor them, but Falcons were still able to get advantage or take advantage of just because they weren't able to commit it all throughout. Han, again, being very low did not result in anything that eventually could be converted here for Yangon. And we take a look at one of the last and more important plays here in this game. I barely wanted to take out a lot of clips here, mainly because it just felt like a series of failed attempts from Blink on the Atlas and desperately wanting to find setups that could potentially turn into something for YG. And this is probably one of them, but probably one of the most expensive ones as well, because it converted into an objective. They completely lost out on map control after this moment onwards. And if we just take a look at it all over again, it's not like they had the right amount of information. Flap singling out a member already, I feel, puts you at a disadvantage to still commit to the team fight, to a setup against multiple members who at this point were just mostly the frontliners you could really reach for. So that resulted in a lack of damage already in itself and just putting your teammates in more danger. But understandably so, there was very little that Yangon could play around it, given the lineup, given the conditions of their lineup. And so the draft that we are about to see in this next game, I feel, is really going to be crucial if they really want to get back in Team Falcons.
You've given Claw, great points by the way, Brig, and great handling that without a microphone. She did it. That was not easy. We had to pick up some notes. We did have to. They've given the Claude away, and they've won twice. Super Marco on the Claude. I think part of the issue with that, and the other one I want to point out is the Glue, which has been played by Ogwin now twice. That dang Patrick skin. I know you want to buy it in game, but it is so annoying, I would imagine, to be playing against that and how effective he's been. I think those two characters have given too much freedom. I mean, they're able to disrupt. They're able to throw timings off. They're able to get in and out. And I feel like also they're now comfortable. And what I saw from Ogwin and Rinmar, what do you think about this? It just felt like the first couple games, they were forced into a deeper roam pool that was less comfortable. And they were trying to see, what can we do? There's the high-lows. Can we make it work? We can't. But now the Glue, I mean, do we have to go back to just banning out those roamers?
Yeah, I think you're really going to have to consider it. And I think I'm going to double down again of the genius of that surprise Nolan by Falcons, forcing out suddenly an Akai ban, which Akai was an option, but not one of the best. That's sort of just like last on the list, break glass in case of emergency. But I think it's because they were already leaning towards the idea of the Suyo in their heads, which is why they decided to play it safe and ban out the Akai. I think if Yangon are going to be red side here, and I think they have to pick red, they just have to go all out. They have to revisit getting priority in the EXP lane. Get an Esmeralda for Ying, get a Claude right away.
Yeah, this is where an amazing analyst comes into play, because you can look at the EXP lane, you could also look at the solo gold lane, but you can also look at the mid lane. And that's where Haji and Kaize have been having this matchup that's kind of playing bluff or call the bluff, where you have the Valentina but the Atlas doesn't show up, where you have the Eudora but it's not effective, where you see the Farsa come in but it doesn't control. Talk to me, Brig. How do you get this matchup? Do you focus on these two? Because so far it has leaned in these last two games towards Haji.
I feel like Kaize, we saw how the advantage could really work in their favor, especially if him and Blink are able to just individually and together just really find the tempo, especially in the mid. But the fact that recently I feel like Blink has been forced to play more passive and reactive types of roamers compared to when he was on the likes of a Badang, who could just individually go in from creative angles and just let Kaize do his thing. I feel like that put a lot more pressure on Kaize in terms of positioning and keeping himself safe rather than trying to go in for the more aggressive plays as well. I think it goes hand in hand in a way, which is why Falcons, I'm amazed at how they've been able to handle and shut down these two, because it's not just them that have been struggling to at least manage the early, it's also Falcons dealing with Ying. So in the draft, in game execution, Falcons have seemed to address so much of what YG has brought to the table.
Well, this is gonna do it. Best of 5 comes down to game 5. And Super Marco, they call him bulletproof. Renmar said he has sometimes a stoic look about him, but we could finally see him relax a little bit after tying it up. They've done enough to get back into the set, which is more after looking at a 2-0 deficit, you would even say was possible, but now they're back. And it means that this draft is everything. This draft could determine and will determine your first grand finalist at MSC.
It's been a lot of trades. We've talked a lot about the coaching staff of Yangon Galacticos and what they've done in the first 2 games. Now it's time we put respect on the names of Coach Moody and Coach Vren, what they have been able to do in the draft to solve the problems that Yangon threw at them in the first 2 games, solving them in the last 2 as we go to a faded game number 5. The question is, which one of these 2 teams are going to show the decision early? The decision to go for a lineup that can end the game before 15 minutes, to go fast and win fast.
I like the Arlet on Ying. I just feel like what has worked in this tournament, you've got Undying Ying, and you have to somehow get him back into a power position. You've just got to do something that's aggressive, something that he can take control over in the game, not die, cause disruption.
Oh, they saved it up all the way until the end.
Yeah.
Fanny Herrera banned out. Will Falcons really leave the Marcel open?
At least the Atlas problem isn't there anymore, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe we could just set aside the Valentina just a bit and leave them to play the kind of mid laners that they really want.
Yeah, we'll go back to more Juicins, Gords, Farsas.
But what is the last ban? The Freya's still there. Oh, the Freya's banned. So it's just
It is the Marcel.
the Marcel that's taken out.
All right, Yangon. First pick is the Juicin.
Oh, Juicin, excuse me.
Juicin right away. That's a great call by Yangon.
It's a deny on something that was comfortable on the side of Haji, and he just won last game with it. He might have played it 2 games in a row, and this is a takeaway as well from Sanji, who was great on the Claude in the earlier games of this set, but now Super Marco's won 2 in a row. I mean, you gotta feel happy that he's on that character again.
If Yangon get the Badang early, this is gonna force Falcons to pick up a Minotaur at red 3, unless they really are leaning in towards the glue. If ever Yangon go for the Badang Juicin combo again, if ever they show up with the Arlot in the first phase again, expect a lot of crowd control from them that Falcons needs to be ready to respond to. And Falcons with another surprise. They rush pick the glue early.
Need to.
They don't care about the Esmeralda Uranus trade. But at the same time, this isn't just a roam pick, it's a flex pick into EXP.
Yeah, and if the Badang gets locked in by Yangon, and even the Uranus, I don't think Falcons would be hesitant to pick up the Esmeralda for a 3rd time here in this game or in this series, because they've been pretty much able to maximize the Esmeralda as well in the hands of Flap. So Yangon, it's a tricky spot.
Yeah, I think Falcons, what their approach to their draft has sort of felt like they're giving Yangon more, but they're left with the best part of the cake.
Yep.
Right? It's like, all right, get as much of the cake as you want. We get that little gooey
part
center.
that still has like the the cherry on it,
Exactly.
sprinkles.
But here's
that
some
little bit of
surprise.
extra.
But this is actually really good by Yangon. Instead of going to the second phase, instead of leaning towards the aggressiveness for Han, they play again with the idea of control. They pick up the Guinevere and they get the Moskov.
That's been banned out in that second phase every time. You guys have looked at it and said, ooh, Gwen would be good here. No, thank you. But it does leave open a chance for a very important pick here, whether it's EXP, whether you try to look at your mid lane here.
So it's true the Esmeralda Uranus option is still there, honestly, for Falcons, but if they themselves want to switch things up a bit too and just jump into more crowd control potential. They can leave it for later and instead prioritize the Harley, which I think fairly enough would be a great matchup towards the Guinevere, especially in objectives. So they're really trying to readjust their sources of engage in the last two picks.
I wonder if Yangon need to consider banning out a Farsa if they really want to double down on the aggro, but they need more crowd control. They already have the glue to disrupt. Good source of... Oh, it might depend. They might actually save the Haji pick for last.
What if, well, there is a chance Yangon just take out all these potential XP lane problems.
Yep.
The zonings that can come out from Flap, either if he does get his hands on the Esmeralda, though they have ways to deal with it through Shred. I just feel like positioning-wise, you really don't want to face it anymore. And that'll allow you to maybe consider another pickup on the Badang if it's just really taking out the counters that we're talking about. But they instead take out the Eve.
Which I feel like means Yangon just showed a little bit of where they are mindset-wise, because their 3 picks are pretty great against a lineup with an Eve. And the fact that they still decided to ban it out, maybe that might be something that Falcons just now have a hunch on of, oh, wait, they're overthinking a certain aspect of it.
The EXP lane is really where the focus for me has shifted. The R-Lot has gotten banned. I thought that would be a great pick to get Ying back in comfort. But now you have the Uranus and the Esmeralda. Is the thought, Brig, that if we save this and you pick up Uranus or you pick up Esmeralda, we just get the other one?
There is a chance, but there is a chance also that we look at something else, because I think the Arlot Guinevere also really would have been a great combo. If Yangon are looking to just layer down and taking out the Eve means they really want to go for a certain setup, right?
Yeah, because if ever Falcon shows their mid laner now and pick up something like, I don't know, a Vexana, Yangon can go for a very aggressive EXP laner that can just break that formation. Zetian! With all of this dive, with the counter set it has, with the Fury of the Phoenix, a lot of control, a lot of vision. The thing with Zetian lineups is, especially with the Harley, especially with the Claude, if Yangon end up with 2 strong high invade Roman EXP picks, it's going to be deadly for them. If Falcons lose this early game, it's going to be hard to come back. I think Yangon can lean in with just pure total aggro.
What about Keto?
Up against Zetian, because of her knockback, it might be tough, especially with the glue around as well and the Esmeralda still open. Asora is actually a really great pickup.
Whoa, all right.
We might get Valentina EXP here for Falcons and Flap.
That's an overwhelming amount of magic damage again.
Yeah, and it's a counter to the Sora in the lane. As Yangon end up with the Kali not good if ever Flap ends up with his own shifting skies as a Valentina Sora cosplay.
We're going deep into the pool, baby. We love to see it. Last pick here for Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's either they go for that or just the next laner who could match the Sora and just disrupt positioning, and that's gonna be a Phoveus option for them.
Dangerous.
Yeah.
Who would have thought the Phoveus was actually still up there?
Yeah, they needed an anchor actually. The Valentina would have been the more defensive option, but the Phoveus could be used to bait out some skills from Yangon, and then the glue goes in. This is anyone's game. Yangon and Falcons will take each other to the limit with this draft.
No holding your cards close to the chest. You gotta lay them all out on the table. It's the river. Even though we're playing dangerous grass, but in this case, they are all in. It is Yangon Galacticos versus Team Falcons PH. It's game 5 at MSC, which means we're gonna get our grand finalist after this.
Gregson Leo at your service, calling the final game in this best of 5. More than half a decade of lore, more than half a decade of hope and glory on the line, and of course, the first ticket to the grand finals of MSC at EWC 26. Let's get it on.
It's been a hell of a series. It's game number 5. It feels like a grand finals if you ask me at this point. YG with another draft in their pocket. Falcon as well. We've had different picks throughout every single game. And I love the way the panel put it. They are digging deep. It could be anyone's game at this point. Already so much aggression from both teams. Both junglers possibly have to go back. Blink has a quicksand guard, so he should be okay.
The draft has definitely evolved. Again, they're able to split up the Zushin and the Glue. And then, of course, Neri and Esmeralda inside early. Invade here coming in from Yangon Galacticos. And that Phoveus from out of nowhere. Again, multiple conversations I've had prior to this game starting amongst the community. Is Phoveus dead? And here at Red 5, possibly the most important game in this series, Phoveus comes up in the hands of the Filipino cannon.
It has been, and also in this series, it's been a banned pick. It's been one that Falcon hasn't been able to get their hands off, and the one times that it is let through, it's not even picked up in the beginning. It's picked up at the end as a last thing in the Swiss Army knife for Falcons. Can Flat be the difference here? Ying as well on the Sora, another pick we haven't gotten to see a lot of. So much on the shoulders of these EXP laners right now.
Ying and a Flap. Fortunately, neither of them have died. And again, this game has taken a turn after we've seen so much action in the first 2 minutes throughout the group stage. Early knockouts, we could have sworn the meta has changed, but no, when the best of the Philippines, the best of Myanmar come through, macro reigns supreme. Early presence here, Han holding that pixel brush. Blink with a pull, Ogwin flushes him out. Kyle here, holding on. Oh, sees Blink.
Han will get to level 5 before this turtle. Kyle's gonna try to go back to this orange buff and scale along with him. Both teams taking it slow, so slow. They know exactly what is on the line. Down in the gold lane, the swap back and forth between this Moskov and this Clint has consistently happened, but one thing we have to point out, Super Marco on the Claude has been monstrous.
Denying it from Sanji alone is such a power play. And I'm glad that we were able to take a peek at the gold lane, because that's essentially where the duel is happening. And as we speak, it's happening now while these two teams dance around the turtle.
We do have a level up on Han between him and Kyle, which means Falcons have to really try to get an advantage here. They have to try to stun, and there goes the pursuit onto Han. A lot of damage locks in, but Ying's still able to take the turtle. Gets a knock up on Ogwin, crashing down. The fists are hitting hard, but Ogwin's there now, taking a ride onto Ying. Falcons look for the response. No members on either team go down. Turtle goes over to YG.
Marco going for that double. Rampage Sandstorm jumped in. Blink spent his ult to deny Marco a clean double wave.
All right. I like the way both teams are playing right now. There's sustainability around the map. There's crowd control on both sides. There's engage, re-engage. This game could definitely go the distance.
There's a combo that they're waiting for. Falcons want to get the perfect Fury of the Phoenix into a chain on that demonic pursuit. The demonic wave into infernal pursuit, bap, 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 that's what they're looking for. For YG came a little closer, came a little easier, right? A flicker into a shifting skies. So we're taking aspects of games 1 to 4 and putting them into practice now with some new picks as well. So this is a series that's been building game to game to game. Falcons have a small lead, but you can only really chalk that up to a little better mobility across the map for them, since, you know, a Harley is slightly more mobile than a Guinevere. Easier double laning from Super Marco. And I think that's what we're looking for, a mid-game power spike from Falcons that could eventually turn YG around, make up the difference for that ease of execution.
But you could say the same for YG here. All it takes is one good combo from them as well. One nice Violent Requiem paired up with the Beacon, followed up by the Shifting Skies. There's a lot of possibilities on both teams to make one major play to give them that 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead.
They're neck deep in crowd control. They literally have a bit of crowd control on everyone. So that's what Falcons is trying to skirt. That's what they're playing around. Again, the fact that it's only Marco who has a Purify and Haji who has his passive. Once that's popped, then Yangon has free reign. That's what Falcons is taking all this time for.
What's insane about the amount of crowd control on both teams, there is only one Purify between 10 players. Both teams putting their all on an aggressive route, or on a micro route, I would say, looking for the outplays, looking for the chance to make something happen with these flickers. Kai's trying to make entry for Ying. Blink there as well. Han finally comes in, get the Violent Requiem. A lot of damage, locks in. Super Marco comes over to Blazing Duet. Kai's able to take out Flap as Marco unable to put any damage on to Blink to the backside. Han does go down though. It's 1-for-1, Flap for Han. YG end up losing out on that one.
Not so fast. There is a chubby wave left over by Sanji in that push up top. Falcons quick to find redemption as they push down bottom. Kyle!
I was in a lot of trouble here.
Space escape was at such short range. That was 3 members of YG dogpiling on him.
And that will even the playing field in that last trade because yes, the tower went down on top side, but tower also falls to Super Marco. And if they didn't find a play there, YG could have taken a huge step back, but now Gold still sitting at a complete standstill. Structures at a complete standstill.
Nothing comes for free. Yangon Galacticos and Falcons, believe it or not, are much more similar than one would like to admit. They are very macro-centric. Sure, good team fighting, great maneuvers, tactics on the map, but it has to make sense at the bottom line. When you look at that number at the end, how much do we get out of that? They have to have gotten their margins checked, and that's what that kill was on a Kyle. Kyle has to watch himself again. It's a death per jungler, Han and Kyle. The EXP lane, though, I think this is where the difference lies. Flap is a little more willing to sacrifice himself, while Ying is still the hero play. Ying still counts his shifting skies as if it was the game changer. It was the win. Ooh, nice steal by Sanji.
Very well done. Both teams back to just letting their junglers do what they do best. YG, Han does take a camp up on the top side. He's holding a level ahead of Kyle right now, and it's kind of been the story. Even though he's on the Guinevere, he's been able to keep himself ahead in terms of juggling. It's with those little camp steals that he's taking. A little lizard here, a little bug on the top side. Anything to try to get the level advantage on the next objective.
Which is something that Kyle has to watch out for, because more than just a cleanup, Kyle has to also keep up with the farm, which he hasn't been. He just reached level 10 now, while all this while Han was already level 11. So now in this final turtle, each of them a piece. We'll see how, with the Fury of the Phoenix, finally maybe Falcons can find that combo. Turtle down on 8.
Ogwin jumps on Han. That might be the answer right there. Han unable to get it. Haji takes a turtle. Raging Sandstorm to the backside, but it's still not enough. Super Marco with a blazing duet. Ying goes down. Kai's on the run. It's a double kill for Kyle. Sanji takes a tower off map. And Falcons are capitalizing, but Sanji helps save the day, helps even the playing field by taking out Kyle as Falcons collapse onto Blink. Blink going for a ride. That's Ogwin hitching along.
That's the flicker. Blink denied further damage by flickering back, and you know the saying, better flickerless than dead. And only if Falcons could have cut down their losses, which I can't blame again. Kyle is such a softie. Looking at this whole lineup, Kyle is the most vulnerable of them all. And the reason how this worked is the perfect synchronization of all of their ults. Look at that, all the greens gone. That is what Falcons is looking for.
And the super delayed SOD. Sanji doesn't commit to it first. First he takes the tower.
Yep.
And then he SODs. Kyle thinks he's in the save. Nope. And up pops Sanji from the back.
Final nanosecond is what it takes. And Sanji, yes, take away my Claude, but my Pocket Moskov is also pretty darn good. 1-0-1. Super Marco has maybe a little bit more in the bank, but Sanji, now he's taken the past 2 games to get used to it, and he's up 700. Look at that. So now I think Falcons, I don't know how they're going to do it, but they have to pay attention to Sanji. They have to find a way to put a beat on this Moskov. And I think, say what you will about the last time that they met here in this game, but I think it's got to be on Kyle. Kyle has to be on Sanji guard, because looking at the rest of the lineup, Ogwin's been dealing with a little too much.
Ooh, another tower dropped low. YG make their way down bottom as Falcon try to break through, but they are in a little bit of a pincer here. They need to be careful on this engage. Super Marco able to get onto Sanji. Sanji gets knocked up. He tries to BMI away, but they've all collapsed onto him. He will go down. Han unable to get the engage. Blink in the backside, use a quicksand guard, but Kyle's already onto him. It's too much damage.
No
Blink
flicker.
doesn't have the flicker. One more shot. He uses the conceal. Where is he going?
There was a universe where it may be a 5 to 6% chance that Blink wasted more time, got away with it, because by jumping in and without the blind space escape card trick, he would have gotten away. But alas, here we are now. 2 dudes down for Yangon Galacticos. Falcons blitzing the Lord.
And there's just no way in. YG has finally given it up.
All right, body blocks.
Close. It was close.
Good call, but I don't think Sanji would have pressed it anyways. He was going for the steal. And we've seen that before. Historically, we've seen that before. One more look at that sequence. I said it was Kyle who should be checking in on Sanji, but hey, 3 dudes work as well.
You know, in that fight there, YG, I wanted to see him close the distance a little bit faster. I don't know if they felt like Sanji was a definite getaway or not, but in the end, losing Sanji there, then losing Blink, it was an easy lore taken. Finally, we see a team get past the 1K gold mark in terms of a lead.
even with just the pick up on Sanji, I think that would have been a clean Lord take either way. That's how fast I think Falcons can move, and that's how good they are at recognizing this window of opportunity. Now they have a 2,000 gold lead. Haven't quite closed the gap between Sanji and Marco. Now about 200, 300 between these two gold laners. And they get a push up top. This is it. Falcons are in pole position. They're in the driver's seat.
YG has to try to not lose any inhibitors here. It's a bad position if they do, especially with Lord coming down on bot side next. Lord finally taking out a couple more shots. Jahan able to take it. No, Han on the bot side pushing lane right now. YG gonna jump in. Ogwen gets pulled back in. Super Marco with the blazing duet. A whole bunch of damage, but he doesn't get the final shot as Haji and Ogwen are caught under the tower. Sanji finally falls, but Haji will fall as well as Blink. With the quicksand guard still alive, does get CC'd and taken out. Kai's with a double kill. And look at Han on that bottom lane against the base.
Ever seen a Guinevere pretend to be a Ling or a Fanny? That's what Han has done here. Falcons got punished hard inside. I don't think they're going to be able to push in. In comes Flap, Flicker, Dark Wave. Fight's happening. He should be fine.
Magic.
Han's okay.
He's good.
Han's okay. Turret did not fall. But that's as good as it gets for YG, all right? Inside their base, they get a good punish. Sure, they traded Sanji out for it, but they also get a push down bottom.
And the gold difference is equalized as well.
Yep, again, about 500, 1,000 between them, but just the same. Yangon Galacticos are about their wits. It's not like they lost their footing. It's not like they're panicking. And believe it or not, despite the free Lord, despite the free Lord, the map is at equilibrium. That's how good YG are at macro.
Even in terms of tower health. Almost like down to the line.
Down to the pixel. That is how equally matched Yangon Galacticos and Falcons are. Kaize picking up a Ice Queen 1 here should help with the spell vamp. Should be able to slow down the forward push of Team Falcons. Looking at the rest of their kit. All right, finally, Kyle is firing off on all cylinders. That's something to marvel at, despite the fact that he has a hard, 7-8 minutes that he had to play through. But Marco isn't on the board yet. No kills for this Claude just yet. And I think that's what he was looking for. That's why he was so gung-ho to go into the base.
You know, it's been all eyes on Sanji, though, on this Moscow, but I think the real problem could start to be Kai's. 4-0-1. He's been untouchable. He's been putting out great damage.
What is that, at least 2 or 3 stacks?
Yeah. It's clean for him right now, and it's only going to get better and better as YG start to burst down or at least keep pace on this Lord. Super Marco wants to pull to their side. The dance is on.
So with the draft that they have, Falcons has a slight advantage on the Lord Dance. Claude, much like the Melissa, can do a singular Lord Dance blink here. Warning shots. Pew, pew. BMI forward. Might force a response out of blink here.
For Marco.
Man-to-man mark. BMI back.
How long does that BMI last? I feel like he was chasing him for a minute there.
As long as the SOD could. And
shifting skies, Requiem, he catches Ogwen. Kai's gets the kill. Deadly Magic isn't going to be able to finish off Ying. Blink in the backside, able to pull Super Marco away as Kai's gets a double onto Flap. That was the target. That was the bait. And Super Marco wasn't there to help out the team. Now Kai's is on to the next one as Haji falls. Blink goes down. But it's still not enough. 4 members drop on the side of Falcons.
Kaize is out of this world. Massive stacks gain. Falcons fans are at the end of their wits. A singular mistake, maybe a second too long, held inside a bush. A moment of hesitation leads to a 4-for-1 trade. Once again, you can split up the Ubi, but they find a way to collapse into you.
Blink was such an amazing raging sandstorm to delay the engage from Super Marco. He catches Haji and Marco in that hit.
What a bait. For what? The better part of a minute, Blink was conditioning Marco. And maybe even the rest of Falcons saying, look, we're going to take it. All you got to do is grab it. It's right underneath their noses. And Falcons fell for it. Because of that, they're down 2K. They're in jeopardy to lose their bottom lane inhibitor. And that's 50 stacks, so 5 kills off of the original 2 before he built the Sky Piercer. This Zushin, I don't know how they're going to kill him. I don't know how Kai's is going to die here because, again, prior it was the Sanji watch. Now it seems like even Blink is immortal. How is Kai's going to get his stacks cut in half?
I don't think there's a way. We will see, though. YG with a beautiful delay on this Lord push. They're going to be able to focus on this mid and top side as the Lord slowly makes his way downtown.
Perfect sync. Mid lane tier 2 drops. Sanji hidden from where the sun don't shine. Is that him on a Malefic gun? I'm pretty sure he has it already. You're not supposed to be able to hit from that range. Blink here, put down to a third. No way this Lord doesn't jump in. It cracks the inhibitor down bot.
Inhibitors finally fall. Falcons base now vulnerable in the hands of YG. It's a 4K goal lead, 16 minutes in, Leo. We've had a lot of one-sided games so far in the past 4. We were wondering how game 5 was gonna be. This is the longest one so far, I'm pretty sure, at least getting to that clock.
It's about a minute and a half before the Lord spawns lower quarter. Falcons fans can thank the heavens that it's not on the long lane.
Yes.
So that's less of a worry, but given the double clone jutsu BMI on the Space Escape, they can afford it, but this is still something that they could use to their advantage. So far, Yangon Galacticos, man to man, just up on every single role. Again, I can't even count Kyle over Han because Han is a utility jungler. Han doesn't care if he's down on damage. All he needs to do is find the perfect Requiem, which is again set up so perfectly prior to that 4-for-1 trade. Because again, on-demand crowd control. That was the issue in game 1 and 2. Game 5, it haunts Falcons once again. And I'd hate to throw it back to the fact that there's only one Purify, just but one in Super Marco. Passive on Haji, procced off once again.
And that was the big risk we brought up at the beginning of the series. So much crowd control on both sides, so little Purifies. Yes, Super Marco is outputting the damage. Yes, we can see him chipping away on Blink, but he has to put his all onto one person to be able to do that. And while that keeps happening, YG is capitalizing elsewhere in these team fights. YG is finding those violent Requiems. They're finding other targets. We don't have to deal with Super Marco. Blink can handle that. We'll kill the rest.
As soon as Yangon Galacticos find their 1-2 punch, crowd control, CC, AoE on at least 2 or 3, then that's it. Falcons have to fold. So that's why this dance is going to be very, very perilous. Y-Brush getting flushed out by Ogwin. Big knock-up set up here by the Lord. Oh, the massive pull. This might be uncontestable.
I don't think they can make their way in. Kyle's not there. Han able to get it. Into the backside flap. Able to get a nice deadly magic. Han taking a lot of damage. Blink though. Taken out by Super Marco. Blazing duet. Kyle falls. Focus Ying is there to save them all. And Flap will be next. YG doing what we thought they couldn't. Haji falls and it's one man standing. Ogwin against the world. Ogwin against it all. Kai's with the Maniac. The final nail in the coffin.
Falcons took the fight, and Yangon will take the spoils.
It's been 5 years. 5 years of doubts for Myanmar. 5 years to regain their old glory. And today it took 5 games to finally do it.
As was in the East, Shat B in the West. Half a decade in the making. The Burmese best the Philippines. Yangon Galacticos are the first team in the grand finals.
I got chills, Leo. 5 games at that point. Falcon, it felt like they had the momentum after taking 2 losses, bringing Yangon Galacticos to the brink, to the edge, and even game 5 went down to the line.
For the first time since 2019, there are no Filipino teams in the grand finals of MSC. This is historic. Sure, Yangon Galacticos missed out on the window of claiming the clean run towards the big one. Going X&O into the grand finals, but this is a victory still worth celebrating. Echoes are made throughout the world. MLBB Esports, behold your first team to dethrone the M5 World Champions, to deny the Philippines a grand finals berth. The pride of Myanmar, Yangon Galacticos.
Glory has returned. They're looking for more. Revenge has been given. The rivalry continues.
They've rewritten history, man.
It truly is. It truly is. And in what a fashion to go the distance. For a moment there, the whole crowd was quiet.
Fans are on
the
their
YG
feet.
fans were quiet.
Fans
the
are on their
Falcons
feet.
fans were quiet.
Fans are on their feet. This is how you show respect. Again, the best pure athletes knocked out of the tournament. Team Falcons finish their run at either third or fourth. They'll still be in action tomorrow, but tonight, here in Paris, Yangon Galacticos stand tall. Let's throw it over the stage for a winner's interview.
Yes, my friends, you've heard it right. Yangon Galacticos are going to the grand final. What a moment. Emotions are running high, and I'm here with Coach Marvs. I know it's a tough moment to swallow. It's really, really emotional in this moment, but you have made MSC Grand Finals. What does this mean to you and the rest of the team and the region?
Before I go to Myanmar, I leave everything, my personal interests, building the Myanmar team. And for these boys, they're doing great. They're doing everything for their countries. I hope this will be inspiration for upcoming generation. I keep on putting God first in every situation. I'm one of the coach that I always seeking God wisdom in every situation. And this time, Lord, I lift your name on high, Lord Jesus. Give us another chance for the championship. It feels so good.
It feels incredible. It looked incredible. One of the best series we've had ever at MSC here between you and Falcons. Next piece, look. A couple days ago, we were thinking, hey, who are you guys going to play in the semifinals? Vitality was the choice that you have in mind. Were you expecting Falcons to be here and to also give you such a fight had they qualified to semis?
For the team, they really want the Vitality. For me personally, I really want to face the Falcon because I'm the only coach that don't have any import in my team, and I want to prove that if the region and then the people and then the players, they're doing great, they can achieve things. So yeah, I want to face Falcon.
Well, you got it here so far. It's a great moment and day for Myanmar as a region. There's fans back home, either Myanmar or for you in the Philippines. Is there anything you'd like to say to them in this moment now that you've made the grand finals? Right here at the front.
To my wife and to my son, God did. It's amazing. God put me on the stage, in the world stage. Thank you for supporting me. Elijah, thank you for believing in me for my next new era Expo family. I love you so much. For the Myanmar Burmese people, we're going to rewrite the history. Okay? We're going to rewrite in the name of Yangon Galacticos.
Thank you very much, Coach Marvs. Thank you so much, my friend. Emotions are high, but that's the beauty of MSC, my friends. And it's now time to crush a key all together. Let's bring out the entire team. Come on over, my friends. They might have one more key crush in them, but that'll be after the grand final. For now, yes, you heard it right. Your eyes do not deceive you. Yangon Galacticos are going to the grand final. A crushing to go and a big one here. Not just will they be crushing the Team Falcons key here, the Team Falcons PH, but it's the club champions of last year. Coach Marvs has the honor to do it and will crush Team Falcons after an epic best-of-5 series. All destroyed. Job well done in the semis. Only one more step left for greatness. A great step in a moment for Myanmar. Let's break it all down on our panel.
We will rewrite history.
Coach Marvs.
Not just for Myanmar, for Yangon Galacticos, who remain to be the best team so far in the galaxy in MLBB. MSC has been so named the tournament of upsets. Well, I will self-proclaim that. It is the tournament of upsets. And as we continue on, you cannot leave a moment like this without acknowledging the emotion that goes along with it. It's not just the win, it's not just the game, it's outside of the game. The trust, the faith, the belief, and the gratitude that he expressed to his family for allowing him to take on this risk. the lack of imports, he said.
Yep.
The pride of this country to prove they could do it amongst everyone else. And now, Renmar, Brigida, at least $500,000 is going to go into these players' pockets. And if they continue to play like this, tomorrow they could be millionaires.
Welcome back to the Grand Finals, Myanmar.
Welcome back.
You deserve it. The region has been hungry for a stage like this, a moment like this, for such a long time. And yes, it was at the expense of the Falcons and the last Filipino team. But if you're a true MLBB fan, you cannot help but stand and clap for Yangon Galacticos, for the region of Myanmar, and how poetic that it was their Filipino head coach that crushed the key on the last hope of the Philippines. But of course, he acknowledged that it wasn't about him. It was about his players from Myanmar who got that win for the region.
That got all of us so emotional here in the studio. The amount of sacrifices Coach Marv's had to do, and the amount of trust that he put in the players and the region, who again historically have already made waves, and now that they've finally returned, they've just broken records, and they're proving to be a true contender and potential champion here in MSC at EWC 2026. There is no amount of words to describe what they could possibly be feeling right now.
And this has shut out all the doubts about that asterisk, about their way here to the knockouts, about the teams that they beat. They just took down Team Falcons in 5. Yangon Galacticos look like a team that can beat any other team in the world right now. Spirit, Onyx, have to watch out and respect the Galacticos.
And this moment here, it is the stuff that you live for in esports. It's the stuff that MSC has given us. And it's the stuff that now in Paris we get to witness with this fan base, this immense energy at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, the tears being shed. And it's just the beginning of the stories that we're telling, because they will tune in tomorrow for either of their opponents that will come up in the second series of the day. Guys, it's hard to think we still have more MLBB this afternoon. That should have been it.
I know. And the fact that they just left the stage saying that tomorrow they will rewrite history. That is a claim, that is a statement right there made by Coach Marv's, and they will definitely set their eyes on whoever comes out of the second series today.
We talked about how important it is that at this point in MSC, you take your losses when you can and you learn from them. And better late than never, Yangon Galacticos, at the right moment for them, learned 2 very harsh lessons in the 2 games that they lost. That's a lot of experience heading into the grand finals.
And they were excellent under the bright lights. And I love the look towards when things are difficult analytically or in your life, when you don't know the exact way to go, to lean into I don't know and to accept the wisdom. What's showing up? What's available? And how can we do the best with what we're given? That was an amazing turn of events for Falcons to even tie it up, guys, because they were down 2-0. Most teams would have just gone out 3-0. Most teams did when they faced Yangon Galacticos. But as we send out Team Falcons as well, Brig, and their key is crushed, and you see the fans' disappointment, you do have to say they gave it their all. And some people, after the first group stage, didn't even expect them to get here.
They had a shaky performance. It was something we constantly recalled back at the group stage, but they will still have a battle for third match tomorrow.
That's right.
So there's still a chance that they get a much bigger amount, a much stronger finish here in MSC 2026. It's not completely over for them, and good effort for both Falcons and YG.
Yeah, when you mentioned it, besides the money, very important club championship points.
Yeah.
Team Falcons could still secure for the organization if they go to third.
Yeah, that's a great point as well. Of course, Falcons, as their key is crushed, still looking for the ultimate win. That is the big key. And of course, that's what they're trying to get. It won't happen here. It's Yangon Galacticos who have earned that right. And boy, oh boy, they have shocked the world, but it shouldn't be a shock any longer. This team from Myanmar is playing lights out. We've had a chance to talk to a lot of players as they've left this tournament. This might be the hardest one, though. A player who I think made a huge difference in the comeback on the glue. It's Ogwin, who is standing by with Eterna in an exit interview.
We are now with Ogun in the backstage after that loss against Yangon Galacticos. Ogun, tell us what's going through your head right now.
I think we're really sad because we have a close fight and we didn't, close it. Yeah, so it's quite sad.
Was it because of, what happened in the game, the way that they adapted so well in that final game, or what went wrong maybe on your part?
We have many misplays on our part, and we got our early games quite well in Yangon, but we didn't finish it off in mid-game to late game, so we got punished really well by them. So props to them.
Was this an expected fight from Yangon Galacticos? Obviously, it's not an expected result that you were hoping for, but with that fight, was it that intense? Is Yangon Galacticos just that good?
We scrimmed with Yangon, and we really expect they will do well in this tournament, and we really respect them in this tournament. So they have really unorthodox way to fight their enemy. So it's really they really caught us in the first two games. So yeah.
But you came back.
Yeah, we came back. But,
game 4.
But it's quite short. And we didn't finish it up. So yeah, it's really sad.
Ogun, this is going to be the first time in a very long time, and I think since M2, that there will not be a Filipino representative in the grand finals. What do you think this means for the ecosystem? Do you think that all the other regions are catching up?
Yeah, especially in the early stages of MSC, we really saw what the other regions cooking up, and it's really you don't need to relax, because even though it's a NA team or Latam or Brazilian, it's really you really need to fight in your full potential. So yeah, it's really quite challenging and competitive in this MSC right now.
And we see that, TLPH. And now you, Ogun, no matter what happens, you put up a very strong fight. I hope you know that. We want to know what's next for you, Ogun.
First thing first, we will have a match in the third place. So that's first. Then after that, we need to reset and plan again for the next tournament.
Who do you think you're going to meet in the third placer?
I don't know. I think it's 50-50. Spirit is also good.
Okay. Do you have any final message to your fellow Filipinos?
Thank you so much sa mga sumuporta sa amin. Yun lang, di kami umabot sa finals. Kaya yun, ito lang yung kinaya namin. Kaya sa susunod namin na tournament, pas paghahandaan pa namin, tas hindi namin mamalitin yung kalaban. Yun lang. Thank you.
Thank you to Falcons. Thank you to Ogun. We love you very much. Everyone loves you very much. Keep your chin up. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
I'll leave it to my Filipinos to talk about what you felt about that one. He said he messaged to the region, and I think this is kind of history making as well since M2.
Yeah, he just apologized and said. Well, first he said thank you for the support. He apologized that they fell short, but yeah, he did acknowledge all throughout the interview that the world has gotten so much stronger, and that's great. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, he said this is what moments like these, wins like these, are what esports are all about.
Yeah, and it's a takeaway for the Philippines as well as a region. It's definitely going to fuel a lot more of the hunger to get back on an international stage win. And it's, I think for a lot of people, rewriting history at its finest. It's such a great way to increase the competition that we currently have in the MLBB competitive landscape.
I love the way that this has gone. This has been really fantastic to see as just an esport enjoyer. As you develop and you guys going into M8 this year, and you're talking about M2, you're already seeing the experience and the knowledge increase from this esport, and you're gonna go through these phases. I mean, it happens. It's happened to us. We got a Japanese winner over on the Battle Royale side of Apex. I mean, MLBB, it's a beautiful thing when you get to expand. Obviously, it may not feel that way if you're staring down the microscope of it right now, but when you pull back, you'll see great thing for the game in general. As we continue to move on, guys, I know this is the end for you two, today at least. Any final thoughts after seeing this, and anything to preview as we look at our next match coming up today?
I agree with Owen. It's a 50-50, you know. Let's all set our eyes on the upcoming series because this is not looking like a fast one either.
Yeah, if ever Team Spirit defeat Onyx later, then for the first time we're gonna get EECA in the grand finals, Myanmar in the grand finals against them, and no team from what we've seen as the big regions in MLBB are first. That will really push the story as an MSC of, I wouldn't call it upsets, but surprises. And the best surprises usually come all the way up until the end.
All right, well, I already see your replacements coming up on stage, looking good in their suits. I'll just leave that as a, no, you can't come. Oh,
it's
God.
on white, it's on white.
Fella's trying to get in. We can't let him do it. It's not your time. It's not your time. I can't wait for that. Make sure if you guys think you know who's going to win, which how in the world could you know who's going to win at this point? There's no way you could. Get your pick'ems in, though, and maybe you will be right. But I just remember how many of us have been wrong so often at MSC. Maybe you won't be. I hope you won't be. Coming up after this, we're going to have an amazing game. It's going to be Onyx and Team Spirit, Indonesia and EECA battling for that second spot in the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This is Confessions with Naisu. I mean, you are chilling here, to be fair.
I'm chilling.
You don't seem remotely... A lot of people have been quite nervous for this.
I just came from the broadcast, so
You're vibing.
I'm relaxing now. I'm vibing.
It's probably for the best. Nice and relaxed. No tense about these questions at all.
Should I be?
Oh, no. You know, honestly, you'll be all right. Okay. What's wrong with leaving the bed messy before broadcast?
Okay. I believe that you should start your day by making your bed.
It's a good habit.
This is it's a habit that stuck with me from my dad. My dad was a military guy, so he told me when I was a kid, you know what, you can't leave your room and start your day until you make your bed. And then I told one of my caster friends, we were rooming together, and it's the first time, because before we used to have room, we had to room with other casters for internationals.
Been there. Back in the day.
Back in the day. And I was like, bro, we can't go cast unless you make your bed.
So you were like, I'm my dad now, that's it, we're getting this done.
And he was like, are you serious? And I was like, yeah. And I stood in front of the hall like to make sure we didn't leave until he made his bed. So that's making your bed.
Okay, fair. What's the deal with the M6 pass?
Oh, man. Okay. I made a blunder. I think we've all had this before, man.
These things do happen.
Early call time.
Earlier than this week?
Earlier than this week. Yeah, earlier than this week.
Yep.
World Championship. It was M6. This was about a couple of years ago, actually. And there's always this pass. It's called the M5 pass, M6 pass, M whatever pass. And yeah, I was on live broadcast, and instead of doing the typical spiel of M6 pass, I said M6 pass. And, I had no way to cover from that, but shout out to my co-talents, man, because they covered with me.
Oh, I wouldn't have covered. I'd have buried you. I'd have buried you there, and then I'd have been given the what? Straight away.
The what pass?
The what pass? Yeah, 100%. What is Century Tuna?
Oh, yeah. That's so funny that it comes up. Century Tuna, man. So Century Tuna is literally tuna.
Yeah.
It's tuna. It's a can of tuna.
It's a can of tuna. That's not why. That's wrote down, yeah.
There's nothing. I'm going to leave it at that.
Hey, look. I ain't seen the pictures, but...
You have seen them?
No.
Okay.
I didn't Google them.
Well, yeah, don't Google it.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? If you want to Google it, you can Google it. But so Century Tuna... It was this tuna brand that puts on a show or a pageant where like people can join, and it's a fitness like competition.
Gotcha.
And that was the way that I started my career in the Philippines. I was in the modeling industry. I joined Century Tuna Super Bods. It's a Super Bod thing. It's like who's the most ripped and all this stuff. You do a bunch of challenges, and then that propelled my modeling career in the Philippines. So it's a funny thing because when it gets brought up, like people will say Sentry Tuna Naisu, they'll Google it, they'll see it, and they'll be like, what the hell? This isn't you, is it? And
I'll have to delete my history. By the way, can I call you Omega?
You call me a what?
Omega.
Omega? Hey, you can. That's my middle name.
That is a strong
crazy,
middle
right?
name. That's a very strong middle name.
Even when I was born, I thought that.
So what's your full name? How would you say your full name then?
Joseph Charles Omega Rezabek.
That is serious aura name. Serious aura, that one. Like mine is okay.
How about yours? Chris?
Chris Tun. It's a U-double-N. Like, think Tunway, like heavy.
Wait, what's your middle name?
James.
Oh, okay. That's
British.
Cool. Yeah.
Why'd you pop out the balloon, man?
Why did I pop the balloon?
Yeah.
I popped the balloon because I had a preference. I'll leave it at that.
We all do.
I'll leave it at that.
We all do. Thank you very much, Omega or Naisu, or whatever the hell your name is. Yeah, thank you very much. That was Confessions with Naisu.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Yangon Galacticos and Myanmar have booked their tickets to the grand finals. It's time to find out if it will be Indonesia or EECA who follow. Welcome back to the panel. My name's Rain Day. We have seen some amazing MLBB today. Safe to say, not only the tournament of upsets, one of the most exciting tournaments we have seen internationally for MLBB. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be involved in. I've got two guys who you know well, finger guns and all, Naisu and LaFell. Bang, bang, ready for some spot-on analysis, boys. We got Omega over here, which I like. I like that middle name. Yeah.
That's some good confessions, I guess.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Honestly, like, this series before, it was amazing. It's a good thing it's a best of 5. If it was a best of 6, I don't know how he's going to pronounce it.
Did you do something different with your hair today?
It did.
I did.
It looks great. It looks great.
I didn't say it looked bad. I
gone
just
through a lot of hairstyles.
I just said you do something different. Why'd you take that wrong? Why'd you take it wrong?
It looks good.
I said it wasn't different. LaFell, I didn't say it was bad.
Hey, it looks great. It looks great. It looks
Say
great.
it was bad.
Sure, I appreciate it.
You know what I will say, though? That's giving me Beetlejuice, like the guys in Beetlejuice with the small head. And that was giving me a little bit more like Einstein. Like, you got some ideas of what's going to happen today.
I agree.
What's the ideas?
I don't know what you're going to say. The note card he threw yesterday is still over there, by the way. So I don't know who writes a note card, brings it up to desk, throws it away, and then never looks at it again. But
that's not mine.
Okay. All right.
I have no idea who that is. I just find it disrespectful. It's on my chair.
Actually,
I'm a chair now, by the way.
You were watching. History was being made. Myanmar, man. What was the reaction in the green room?
It was loud.
It was loud.
It was loud.
You know, I'm going to be real. It was tough to see the last Filipino representation be knocked out of the tournament. And as we heard too on stage, you know, this is the first time in a long time since the Philippines has not been in the grand final. But I think story-wise, it's pretty good, man, because, again, Myanmar has been a team that has been dominating through their own regions. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, their own region, but then they finally get this chance to get to a grand final and bring back this style of gameplay that they've showcased even before, years ago.
Yeah, and we were questioning what had happened, but they bounced back in that Game 5. It was awesome, but now we may have something even better, and that's why we have our Crunchyroll Story of the Day set up for this one. It's going to be Onyx and EECA. Will it be a dynasty? Will it be destiny? Can the TS Wonder Kids make history as the first non-SEA finalist? Well, we already have, history being made on the other side of the bracket. Why not, Naisu?
I would love to see it, man. But I think a lot of people are going to go ahead and say they want to get Onyx to that grand final.
Yeah.
You know, and I was casting their series yesterday. It was a hell of a series, another 5-game series. Hopefully today, this one between Team Spirit and Onyx can also be 5 games because, you know, this is where all that time going through the ropes, through the group stages, then the knockouts come to fruition for a lot of the teams here. And I feel like even Onyx, they really had to adjust. But what made it work so well for both of them, Team Spirit and Onyx, is throughout the games we've got to see them, they've really showcased just how strong they are at coming together as a team, the synergy that they have, because we have had such an interesting draft throughout this MSC and the meta that's formed, but really it's the execution from the team as a whole for both of them.
Team Spirit has been phenomenal, LaFell. And we've seen the emotion with them too. What are they playing with? A little bit of house money because no one expected them to be here? Or at this point, do you say these guys are coming in as a potential 50-50, maybe even a favorite over Onyx?
I wouldn't say favorite, but they're definitely the team to watch because almost, I would say for 2 years now, they're always so close to making it to the grand finals. And we're always thinking if they do actually make it there, they can definitely make a difference because one of the strengths of Team Spirit is their side lanes, right? Both Hiko as well as Kid Bomba is like the guys that really made Team Spirit really, really special. Yeah. Now Zara Egoist is playing pretty good. I don't know. After yesterday, what Aurora has shown, I'm just worried about even if Team Spirit has the right strategy to go up against Onyx, Onyx is just gonna outplay them with pure bronze.
Well, Team Spirit have a chance to do something special here. The first non-SEA Grand Finalist could happen here today. And of course, that would be Kid Bumba, Zara Egoist, the youngest player in this tournament in the jungle and in overall. Sunset Lover, Sawo, and Hiko, special on the side lane, special in the jungle, special all around. We caught up with Kid Bumba, who's had his family in the stands being an emotional support for him before the match.
It's Eterna here, and now we are with Kid Bomba from Team Spirit. Kid Bomba, first and foremost, we saw, I think, your family come all the way here to watch you. Was that the first time that they came?
Yeah. My mom was gonna watch as well, I think, today. And I think my sister already left because she has work. And yeah.
How did you feel? Like, were you aware that they were gonna come for you?
Yeah, I was, obviously. I mean, it's nice for them to finally come and watch a tournament live. For me, it doesn't make that much of a difference because I'm concentrated on the game. But obviously, being supported is nice, so yeah.
You locked in. Kid Bomba's locked in. But did your mom say anything to you after the match?
I don't think so. I mean, even if she said something when she came up on stage, I don't remember already.
Was it the adrenaline rush?
I mean, I didn't really care about it. You know, we just won. I know that there's still a lot of matches to go. So yeah.
Absolutely, because your next match up ahead is going to be a very interesting one. I think it's a little bit of a rematch. But before I ask you about that, were you surprised that Onyx beat Aurora?
I'd say 50-50. Their matchup. They gave Fighter Goat Lane twice, lost against it. I mean, if they do that mistake against us, they're going to lose as well, you know? But I think they're going to lose either way, so.
Okay, so is that the takeaway that you saw from yesterday's match that you're going to bring to this match?
I mean, I just don't know how you can give Freya, Paquito, and Barretts in the same draft.
Okay. I think a lot of people are talking about that as well, the drafting. But so you're confident up against Onyx today?
Oh, we're 100% confident.
100% confident.
We're the underdogs coming into this match, it's obvious. Even if I speak big, even if I talk big, everybody knows we are the underdogs. We're facing the biggest team in Indonesia. And everybody want to see us lose. There's just some people that want to see us win. We love it. And we're going to try our best.
How does that make you feel?
Makes you feel amazing.
Oh, okay. It makes you feel amazing. I mean,
of
so
course,
I guess
why
you're
should it make
used
me
to
feel
that.
bad? For me, it's just, I came to play a scrim at 2 p.m. against Onyx. For me, it's really nothing different.
And you're here to create surprises, I think, here at MSC as well. But going back to your past, right? You were able to beat Onyx at M7. Best of 1, though. Do you think it's going to be different now? It's a best of 5.
Obviously, it's going to be different. I mean, now they have Keller as well. And for me, it's fate, you know?
Ooh.
That I get to meet him again. That we get to meet him again after the last match. And the last match between us and Onyx Philippines, when Keller played, was like the best match in the whole tournament. Not considering maybe the grand finals. So I think it's going to be like that again.
A fated match. I like how you put it. But I'm going to let you go after this. I think you want to prepare for this upcoming battle. Is there anything else you want to add before your match?
Not really.
Not really. Okay, we're just going straight into the land of Dawn here. Thank you so much, Kid Bomba, for this interview. And of course, good luck for your next
Thank you.
match. One step away from the grand finals. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Straight like an arrow there. Kid Bumba just shooting from the hip, knows exactly what he wants to do and that they are the underdogs. And yeah, that's true. They're going up against the best team in Indonesia. You have to say that because SRG are out. We've seen 5 times Indonesia winners, but now it is up to Onyx to represent the region. And when you look at Lupi, Kyrie, Sans, Kiboy, and of course, the gold standard Kelra himself, it is a tall task. Eterna caught up with Kelra as well before the match.
The golden standard here is back, Kelra, before your best of 5 match. Kelra, you were so expressive yesterday up against Aurora. I think after game 1, game 3, we saw you very full of emotion on the stage and even backstage. What was going through your head at the time?
My mindset yesterday, just I want to win and I don't want to gumagawa po lang tanpa piyala.
He doesn't want to go home without the trophy.
Yeah.
Why was it so expressive in that match? Like, was Aurora really good? Were you scared that they might be able to beat you yesterday?
Not scared, but Aurora playstyle is very different in other teams. They very aggressive and I think their chemistry is very good and yeah.
So their chemistry was really good. Their playstyle was aggressive, and you expected that though, right? Coming into that match.
Expecting what?
Expecting that playstyle from Aurora?
Yeah.
Okay. But finally there, you get the emotions. Adrenaline is running high. Thank you for that insight, Kelra. And community, after that match against Aurora, are saying that when you're on a marksman, it seems like you have better impact in the game. You're smiling right now. What do you feel about that?
I don't know, but when I'm using fighter, it's always like that. Like it's a disaster, or I don't know why.
Why are you more comfortable on the marksman? Or?
Yeah, of course.
You're more comfortable on the marksman, but you think that you can make outplays on the fighter too, right?
Yes, because I'm an explainer before.
Okay.
Before I play gold lane.
So you have had experience in the EXP lane, so you're supposed to be comfortable on the fighters, but you're just more comfortable on the marksman.
Yes.
We saw how comfortable you are yesterday in that last game with Brody, the flicker outs of the taunt, the winter crowns as well. Even Mirko was swearing. Kelra, is that just your reaction speed, or were you able to read Pagu?
Because I think I have a drill every scrim that I want to dodge all the skills of my enemy. That's why I can dodge Beleric.
So it was specific to Beleric?
Yeah.
Were you expecting Pagu to play that way as well, or was it just Beleric?
Was it just Beleric?
Okay. So specific to the heroes, that's really amazing stuff as well. I think everyone was quite surprised with that. And of course, coming into this next matchup, in the past, M7, Swiss Stages Best of 1, Team Spirit was able to beat Onyx ID. Now that you're in the roster, Kelra, are you going to be the difference maker?
Yes!
That's it?
Yes, that's it.
That's it. Yes, that's it.
Yes.
We're feeling the energy from Kelra. We're feeling the confidence as well from Kelra. And with that, thank you so much. Good luck for your next match, because we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Yes!
Yes! I like it.
From Kelra. Man, what a fun interview. Both sides, both a lot of energy, guys. I'll let you react to either one you pick.
I like Team Spirit. You know, to hear Kid Bomba just kind of put it plainly, they're ready for this matchup. He wants this revenge and this fated matchup against, Kelra specifically on this lineup for Onyx now. And I think that is going to lead to an electrifying match for us.
Yeah, honestly, like every time Kid Bomba speaks, like you just have to listen. But we also heard from Kelra about how he's been having these drills during scrims about how he wants to dodge all of the abilities, and I feel like that's going to be very important because especially if Hiko somehow gets a fighter in the gold lane, something like a Freya, that's definitely going to be tested because Kelra, when he's using the marksman, he can carry the team, and that's what they desperately need. So we'll see how Team Spirit really fights against that.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one, guys. There's a lot on the line again. But as we set the stage for it, maybe the narrative has to be that it's unwritten. Yet again, so many of these grand finals have included someone from the SEA region. And while it will still continue to see Myanmar represent on the other side, this could be EECA's chance to push through and kick out Indonesia. The giants have fallen. Will the Onyx fall as well? Or will Kiboy have something to say about it? Will Kelra show us exactly what that gold standard is and overcome the deficits? After a brutal Game 5, making it out alive, anything is possible. And for the hope inside the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, the family of Kid Bamba still here, still rooting, still dreaming that this could be the day EECA makes it to the top.
And you want to talk about breaking the mold? This is MSC. It has never happened this way, that it's ever been so international. And that's what we love about MSC at EWC 26. This time around, everybody has got a shot. My God, the Yangon Galacticos story, now that is one to warm your hearts to.
That was definitely heartwarming. But as we move on to the second match, this match will practically rewrite the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang as we know it. Because no matter what happens in the semifinals matchup, history will be made. Will EECA finally send their first ever representative to the grand finals, or will Onyx get a chance at getting their third trophy?
Let me tell you, Rose, it's an honor to be part of MLBB history, and we get to do it all over again. So please join me in welcoming our first semifinalist in this matchup. Please say hi to Team Spirit! The last non-SEA team left standing at MSC 26. The flag bearers of EECA have left jaws floored at their 6th consecutive international showing. But are they ready for a regional juggernaut? Sis Bomba, Mom Bomba, and the entire MLBB world is eagerly watching and awaiting their rise to the throne.
The Dragons are ready, but so are the Sky Kings. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Onyx! The Sky Kings are closer than ever to clinch their third trophy. The heat has intensified. The pressure is higher. Can they beat the odds as the former champion standing? Can they etch their legacy as the best organization in Mobile Legends Bang Bang history? Only time will tell.
It's a game for the ages. I have a feeling, I have it in my heart, in my mind, and I cannot wait to get this one on.
So of course, boys, you may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, captains, don't forget to meet in the middle for a little bit of a handshake.
Are we gonna get it? Yes. Yes, we will. Respect. We get it at the end of the day.
This is a match to watch. And I suggest you guys better hold on tight, because I am sure this is about to be a roller coaster. And of course, to kickstart our match, let's head on over to the Land of Dawn.
Gotta clear the way, but they can't. Team Spirit, lock on the base. Revenge is served. Team Spirit will go on to the semifinals.
Everybody underestimated us, not only Vamos.
Despite the grueling climb through groups.
The score that we're gonna have, 3-0.
1,000,000% sure that we can beat them.
Onyx will move on forward with the hope of Indonesia as they douse out the lights of Aurora Gaming.
Mungkin ya, first team yang dapat 3 MSC.
Our aim from the start to beat all teams without mercy. Coming to the studio today, the match against Vamos, being sure that we are gonna win. We were the ones that let them get into knockout stage in the first place, so it's only right that we are the team that kicks them out of knockout stage.
Nesk 3-0, taking 5
almost out.
Didn't have a really good start at this tournament, but we really adapt very fast.
Group stage was pretty bumpy. Some disagreements about the meta, about some things.
Forget about the group stage. We're in playoffs now. I mean, everybody's gonna see in our match in the semifinals that we got.
We need to adapt, and then we adapted.
Kalau dari Team Spirit gue belum merhatiin sih. Soalnya gue baru melawan karena gue fokus banget di Aurora.
I think Onyx was one of the weaker teams coming into the tournament. To me, it's obvious that we are better than them, and we just have to play our game. They're really a struggling team right now. They really don't have the good idea of the meta.
It's good to hear that they're confident because we're confident as well.
I'd really like to face Sonic ID. We already beat them in M7. We know their strength, their weaknesses.
You should see every team as equal. The past matches, especially the most surprising one, was E7 and E7 versus Liquid. Anything can happen in this tournament.
Gue senang kita bertemu lagi dan gue bakalan revenge kalian. Gue bakalan balas dendam. Kalau buat Team Spirit, yang pasti kita bakalan press early lah mungkin.
We're not the same Team Spirit anymore that lost the last time in the first knockout stage. This time we're more disciplined. We're more a team.
Terus tim-tim di Europe mungkin ya, Europe mereka udah mulai kacap lah, kayak udah mulai ngejar banget kita.
Onyx ID is the team that prefers a lot of good team fighting.
I think Onyx strength is obviously Kelro. They just got him to the roster.
I think that kid is a very mechanical player with hero mastery, especially with assassins.
Jadi kasih game terbaik, kasih semua yang kalian punya, terus buat pick bomba, ya, just be ready.
Good luck, Yep. Good luck, Kelra. I'm always joking around with them when I see them, but this time it's serious.
Well, we had mentioned that the Giants are no longer here, but it started at the beginning of this tournament. Mentioned SRG, Malaysia, Liquid PH, the Philippines. Another Philippine team is knocked out, but those two champions were 2 of 3 of MSC in the last 3 years, and it was Onyx who was the one right before. If they get back to the grand finals, they have a chance to repeat in that 3rd year again. And the reason I say repeat is because they also won in 2019. So it seems like, Naisu, every 3 years, Onyx goes on these runs, but they're standing, or and the other side of things, standing in the way is a team who's trying to make their very first run in Team Spirit.
They've got a big dragon in front of them and a team that really does dig into the spirit, right? Team Spirit, they have not only shown their confidence, but just on how quick they can adjust. And they've already shared their sentiments about how, you know, they felt like Onyx was one of the weaker teams coming into this, especially group stage. I think this MSC in general threw everyone's predictions out of the window pretty much on how things have played out. But one thing's for sure, yesterday, I think, again, when you look at what Kyrie did on the Fanny, what Kelro was able to do on the Marksman, hell, what Sans, Alutbi, and even Keyboy did to set them up for that success in winning that series against Aurora Gaming, you have to take that in consideration now if you're Team Spirit, because everyone has adapted up to this point and everyone is just catching up to all these powerhouse teams.
And honestly, like, I feel like Kid Bomba really understood how to take down Onyx, and that's, you got to take down Kelra, because here's the thing, no matter how the draft looks, Kelra just has a different vision of how the gold lane is supposed to be. So even if he picks up a hero that we're like, there's not a lot of mobility here, you're probably going to get caught. Somehow, some way, he still doesn't get caught. And here's the thing, as long as Kelra keeps playing the way that he plays, he can defy expectations. He can say, be done with the draft. As long as I got my hero, I'm good.
Defying timelines and expectations and even tempo, Claude has become a much bigger problem, not just late game, but mid game and early game when supported with the other picks. And you have to say, you have to keep your eye out on a Paquito and what that role will be. It was flexed into a double fighter. It was flexed EXP. It was even flexed jungle, but that game actually lost. And once it started to get out of that gold lane, Kelra found an opening. So the key is, does Team Spirit try to attack Kelra immediately to put him on the back foot, or do they build just around their game plan?
Honestly, when it comes to Kelra, playing against him, and it's almost like you don't want to expend too much worrying about Kelra, because Kelra is just going to be, he does what Kelra does. He's a god in the gold lane for a reason. I think yesterday was proof of that. His godlike reflexes, and now we know why he has those reflexes, are something that you just have to match. So that is going to be on the hands and shoulders of Hiko to be able to go ahead and match what Kelra's doing, in that lane. But then again, as a team, there's so many other avenues that you can focus on depending on what's drafted. We've seen a lot of variations, a lot of experimentation. But even in the last series, we saw some teams just choose to default on their strengths, default on a standard lineup, and just try to execute better. And either way, again, you got hopefully five games to go ahead and prove that here.
And honestly, I wonder how that conversation that Kelra against their scrim opponents is. It's like, I'm going to use a Layla. Could all 5 of you try to catch me?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, you only got one flicker, but when you start taking in the defensive items into play too, again, there's so many ways to just kind of stay alive, and that's what makes the mechanically gifted players so outstanding to watch.
And that's how they can win drafts, even when the draft is even or maybe slightly the other way, because you can't account for that individual skill. You could try, but that's what these coaches have tried to do, to put their teams in an advantaged position early on. The Fanny, the Freya, and the Uranus taking out the Barats, the Marcel, and the Selena, the 6 bands to kick us off as Phase 1 begins with the picks, and Onyx pick up Herrera to start.
And we can see the idea behind the bans coming in from Onyx as well as Spirit. For Onyx, they want to take out tempo heroes. Both the Marcel as well as the Selena can really speed up the game. And then for Spirit, they just don't want Kyrie on that Fanny, which understandable. The Freya can disrupt their backlines a little bit too much. And then the similarity, batting out the Barats as well as the Uranus, they just want to make sure that whatever the matchup is going to be in the EXP, it's not an auto win for either side.
Yeah, the XP again, going to be big in what they decide to do. Again, the Paquito has been rather flexible on where you can put him, and that's kind of the upper hands that you have. When you do draft in this Paquito, you don't necessarily know where he's going just yet. Obviously, the Atlas going to be an answer a lot of times, and then the trade is Belric. This has been the common trades that we've seen now over the development of MSC's meta, and this is pretty standard. Again, that's why having a flexible hero like the Paquito is an upper hand. You kind of have that advantage now.
What was interesting is that in the first series, we didn't see Paquito picked or banned. We also didn't see Cho picked or banned. We didn't see a lot of these kind of in-your-face, really ISO, burst, control characters that have been dominant in some of these matchups featured there. So again, maybe a preview to the grand final. That might be just a non-contention point, and we'll see who has the better grasp of the meta.
And we saw in the video before where Team Spirit, they did say Onyx's biggest strength is probably their team fighting. And right now, that drive looks like a pretty good team fight comp here. Having the Belric as well as the Zushin makes it so that they have amazing control from the get-go. The Herrera is just good anywhere. And right now, I gotta say, this is a good Harley pick, because you know that Onyx, whatever gold laner they're gonna pick up, it's gonna be amazing just because they already have a good support system.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's a Brody, a Claude, or a Harif. All 3 can work well here.
This is, shades of what we saw yesterday for Onyx work. That Jushin helped so much, and if I recall correctly, it was a Granger in the hands of Kelra that he got to use, because, again, when he locked in the Sky Piercer, you not only had to worry about the movements from Kyrie on the Hirara, but then eventually when the stacks start building up for Kelra on the Granger, lining it up with the lantern that Jushin provides, it helps so much. You just land your Rhapsody shots, and then you get more stacks, and that was kind of what the result of that game that they had against Aurora Gaming. So this is what LaFell's saying. You're already really supported and supplemented really well for your gold lane for Kelra.
Harith banned as well. You could see with both teams now looking to pick up potentially their gold lane. That Paquito could still be flexed. It is definitely going to be EXP and gold that they're looking for the ban. So Esmeralda goes down as a ban, so does Harith.
I just feel like for Team Spirit, as long as they have one more hero that could potentially deal with a backline, is going to be good. So I'm looking to see if Spirit is going to be loco enough just to have a big burst in mid, something like a Farsa, because that can deal with quite a lot unless you're going up against a Claude, which Team Spirit could pick up the Claude later on and then make it so that Onyx doesn't have a dive type of goal laner other than a Moskov.
If you're local enough, basically.
If you're loco enough.
If you're loco enough. You know what? In game 1, I think you can be.
You can be a little loco.
You can be a little loco.
What do you like mid here for Spirit?
Ooh, for Spirit against Jushin. Man, I don't know.
Aurora Gaming was heavy on Eudora. I mean, is it kind of travel Europe, kind of feeling a little bit more comfortable with her?
It's interesting because a lot of times we see the Eudora even paired up with the Belric, right? But in this case, if they decide to go ahead and grab it, they can. I think it is one of the better heroes too for Sunset Lover, at least from what we've seen him over the past few days. It can also help, I guess, combo with the Harley in a way. I mean, the Harleys work so well just because you don't only have to rely on that deadly magics, but then depending on the builds that they go, you know, whoever is able to get that Genius Wand, it does help kind of get that burst a little bit faster once you shred down some of the magic resistance here of the opposing team. So there is a room, I would say there is room for the Eudora to come through, especially since now we've seen so much of the Selena, the Valentina, obviously, but they're banned out. So yeah, there's the Eudora. Good call, Rain Day.
Thanks, buddy. Valentina banned out, Clint as well. We're going deeper into the gold lane, but the bans are done for all of these squads. So, how does Kelra respond? What do they like?
I mean, like, here's the thing. Because of that Paquito, it does make it a little bit awkward, I would say, for Onyx to draft their side leaders here, because I think for sure they just want a gold lane. I feel like Claude is going to be pretty solid, but if they want to be safe, I can see a Moskov work pretty well here. You just got to be careful of the Eudora. You have to hope that Lupe is able to absorb the Thunderstrap first, and then Kelra can go in. Speaking of, what other tanky heroes do we have left? They pick up the Cho. Is this Cho Rome or EXP?
Wow. Yeah, that's a good question. Just because, again, Belric can be flexed too, so...
Because I feel like if you're going up against Paquito, Paquito is going to be pretty fast. I think it's better to match speed for speed with the Cho, but that's... We haven't seen Cho XP in years now.
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a minute.
Bit different here. Again, Hiko could go crazy and play Paquito there, and we could see a marksman, but... Sorry, excuse me. EXP picked up.
Yeah, this would tell us too... Because they wanted to wait and hold on to see where they plant this Paquito, if he's actually going to go in the gold lane for Hiko, or if they're going to go ahead and pick up their XP now. Because that question is still there. Okay, they'll go Sora, so now we know. Sora's going to go XP, and then, of course...
Go Paquito.
And then we have gold lane Paquito.
Wow. I feel like this is a good idea coming in from Spirit, but we've seen teams try and fail, which is try to end the game pretty fast. And they do have the Harley, so in case, you know, they need to push... You can still use the Harley there. I'm liking both drafts, but I really feel like Onyx, they got everything they wanted.
Well, these are two dangerous drafts. A fighter in the gold lane for Hiko going up against the gold standard in Kelra. Eudora picked up as well, and the Belric. How important will that be to set up these fights? It's going to be a battle, baby, and I know two guys ready to cast. One's already been streaming and casting earlier. It's Spirko and Gideon.
Thanks so much, Rain Day. Welcome, everybody, to the most anticipated match of the day. It's going to be Onyx facing up against Team Spirit. And once again, these teams, they know so much about each other. I mean, seeing the Paquito show up once again, but Hirara being given over, the trades have been great.
They've got that experience, man. They've played so many games already. Again, both teams having to deal with some rough patches in the group stages to make it this far as well. Some crazy games from Onyx just yesterday, and especially after a ridiculous result just earlier. Young Gun Galacticos with an upset win. Could be another. Could be the best MSC ever. It already is up there.
I'm already nervous about it, right? Because every single moment, every single position is going to be taken into account here. You know, we got to put everything underneath that microscope to see where the big plays could be made. Looking at the emblem so far, things are up to standard picks. A lot more tenacities that I'm seeing here, even from Sanz and as well as Lutpi, understanding, hey, I can't afford to die like this, especially since we've seen so many games here at MSC end roughly around 11 minutes.
Spin the stomps in the early game, really. If you get that early advantage, the Sky Piercer on Hirara as well. It was a pattern that we saw in the last few matches, even yesterday for Aurora Onyx, that whoever gets the Hirara seems to have an advantage unless there's a Fanny on the other side.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, right? This early phase, so far, we're already seeing immediately attack on Sanz. And this setup here, at level 2, at level 4 for Kyrie, they don't find the kill angle, unfortunately. For the upcoming Turtle, though, it's going to be a little late for Sanz as well as Keyboy. We'll see whether or not they give it up. They're most likely going to give it up, considering that Team Spirit already running double fighters and Hiko already making his way to proxy the wave.
He's got to be careful, though. Needs to really be very careful. Onyx probably know they can't contest with a neutral objective. They might be able to go for the trade, especially if Hiko tries to cut very early. But thankfully, for Spirit, Hiko sees him, spots him out. Zaur Ego is on this neutral objective. Now the Harley should be free. Just the red tree. Keyboy making sure he pops that red tree. Nothing is going to be given for free.
And they're making sure that they're at least not wasting time, right? Really good defensive rotation from the side of Onyx, making sure that they're sending Kyrie and Keyboy to the top side of the map, denying the proxy and making sure that things are relatively standard for Kelra in his gold lane experience. We know it's just a matter of time until Kelra might make a super play of his own. The real question is, where is First Blood going to happen? We've seen Kimbaba rotate from the bot side. Unfortunately, haven't seen too big of a commitment yet. Oh, wow. A cloud shift here as well.
Yep. Bomba's going to put some pressure down on Lutpi. Wanted to get a flicker at least, but Lutpi knows better than to actually use those resources early. He's going to stay patient with it. Kelra up top, though. It's so well played by Spirit in the draft, though. They ban out the Harriet, the Clint as well. Those are the two heroes that can really deal with the Paquito in lane. And because Team Spirit has red side, oh god, deadly matching. Some more with Sunset Lover as well. But back to the point, because they were red side, Onyx couldn't risk picking up the Moskov just because there could be that Hanabi threat.
That's the thing, that's the thing. Every single time you come into these drafts, there's always that sneak peek on that red side. And so far, I like the way that, you know, Team Spirit have handled themselves, right? A slight evolution, not trying to go beyond what they need to do. They're still checking the boxes, and you can tell that Hiko, this side of the map is his, right? Even Keyboy has to be very respectful of him.
Lutpi didn't use any of the resources earlier. Raptor trying to be used up now. Shifting skies. Oh, insta-flicker. Kid Bomba with First Blood. Now he's getting the fatal links and the flicker combo, locking him down as Bomba can't go for the chain. Lantern flare right there as he goes to the skies. Sunset Lover puts the thunder right down on Keyboy.
Oh man, once again, Kid Bomba catching Onyx off guard. Wasn't expecting him to be so desperate to chase for someone of Lutpi's caliber, and not to mention even Keyboy trying to disengaging them, forgetting that Kimbamba can just walk back into the fight, one auto attack away from actually triggering that ult once more. Even so, the turtle is going to be up, and by the time the ults come back up for the side of TS, is Onyx going to take first position here to try and drag this out? Do they really want to contest this?
Perfect match, already baited out by Keyboy, just with the G-Kundo. Now Onyx holding control despite Team Spirit's early win. Stun coming down now. 50 skies from Bomba, goes in. Lutpi doesn't get caught by it. Sour back again, red tree battle, Rapid Dryad. Good zoning there, and it's gonna be the red tree from Kai instantly. They will disengage. Sour trying to look for a trade, but it will not happen.
Tactical defensive plays. And while this is all happening, Kelren just knows, hey, I get a free push here. Hiko, you can do whatever you want. You have the item power spike with a Hunter Strike. Sure, whatever. I will donate this to you, but just give me 5 more minutes. For the rest of the team, at the very least, we see that from Team Spirit's side, being able to kind of contest these neutral objectives is kind of the point. But at the same time, Lutpi is quite the problem with the Wrath of the Dryad. So taking first position may not necessarily be ideal for TS, especially if the flickers are available. Radiant Armor purchase coming in from Kid Bomba. Not to mention penetration boots from Sunset Lover. He's already putting a lot of damage onto Sans. And I like the fact that they're trying to say, you know what? If we can force Sans to use his abilities, and we saw what happened in the previous game with the Sky Piercer, we can't let him get into that position again.
Nope. Definitely going to be against it. Sans, Crimson Beacon, and the lift on Sunset, able to flicker out, but Kai follows through with the pick. Did he get Sky Piercer before or after the kill, though? Is the question, as now Kai walks up again. Keyboy goes in with the way to Dragon. It's going to be cancelled out by the fatal lace and the flicker out, but the blazing duet from Kelra isn't enough to take him down. Kai right there! Kelra gets the last hit. Hiko now with the rotation. After the Dryad, already there is Bomba and Sour. Go for the trade out to Kai. He's going to be able to get the dodge away. Bomba right there now, running him down.
Nicely done, and now they need to disengage. I don't think Bomba can get out of this. He's getting gunned down, and Lutpi says, you know what, this time I'll let you go. It's chill, it's all good. We got the mid-tier 1. We were able to invade your jungle. We got the money that we were looking for, and I think that's the scary part about this current metagame. How far do you want to reach? How greedy do you think you can be, especially when you start getting to high-stakes games? Because this is some life-changing money on the line if they win the series.
And Onyx did a fantastic job at finally being able to get a win over Spirit. It's been Spirit, the more calculated team, rotating early with the tempo. Onyx now with a conceal for Lutpi and Keyboy. Trying to grab a little bit more of that map pressure.
I don't know, this one's looking a little dangerous. He's thinking about this, but at the same time, look at the position of Kid Bomba. He wants to cloud shift somebody.
Let's see it now in the back, trying to zone Kyrie. He just dashes away for now. It's going to be the full chase right now as he goes in twice. On target, Wrath of the Dryad!
It's good, and now Sunset Lover, he gets the turtle!
And now with Bomba in the air, Kyrie locked down. He brings it back, Lutpi. Straight into tower scores. It's Kai with the rotation back to pick up the kill. 1 for 2. At the end of the day, Sunset going away. Hiko with the jump in, but he gets punished by Kyrie.
Man, these fighting beats are really uncomfortable to look at because there's so many moments that you see both Onyx and as well as Team Spirit. They walk up, they're looking for a reaction, they're throwing the feints out, and whoever makes that first mistake usually goes down. But let's look at the replay one more time. It was good. Unfortunately for Kelra, he gets locked down by the ball lightning, but in the end, despite missing the cloud shift, that Wrath of the Dryads is such a game changer.
And you gotta give props to Kyrie for playing that fight perfectly, man. Earlier in the start of the fight was Bomba and Sao. Hey, key boy, feeling it already. That's the vibe you need if you want to make it to the grand finals. Hiko going in again. It's Kai with the iframes dodging away, but now they have information. Sawa with a perfect match. Keyboy on the Cho. That's why it's such a good pick against this Atlas.
And both sides trying to draw the line in the sand, but it keeps getting wiped away, and they keep pushing it forward and pulling it backwards constantly. But now it's about item power spikes. At this stage, let's pull up the items just real quick here. At 8 minutes, where exactly is Kelra currently at? Because Hiko, he's already unlocked from this lane. They've got 2 towers, top and bottom side. They can start invading the jungle pretty heftily. Ideally, if they can get rid of mid-tier 1, that'll be more optimal. But even so, the coverage from Onyx, they're like, yes, Kelra, invest more, wait until the stocks get big before we sell out.
We get to see the fans here. The Sonics in the building. Also the Spirit fans who are really just trying to go band for band with those chant battles. But yeah, I'd love to see those items as well for Onyx. Let's take a look at it. DHS Rush. He's going to go for the Golden Staff next, and it's just a component for Corrosion side. So he wants to be active early.
He does. But on the opposite end, at least we know, with at least 200 gold difference between the gold laners at the very least, just the cost efficiency of the fighters. Already 2 items down in the bank. And with Lord already spawning here, I'm trying to figure out what's the best angle, because Sans has that Purify. I'm thinking whether they can punish Keyboy, but at the same time, Kyrie has been playing it so nicely with those iframes. They've got to figure out something that makes him bite. It can't just be the Lord here. Zara might be able to bait it, but at the same time, this is a huge problem if Keyboy gets a good kick on him. Nobody on the side of TS has a Purify.
And that move by Kelra as well, the poke over to Bomba, the fact that he chased even forward and Bomba popped the regen. So he's going to have to recall back to base. Onyx now have tempo around this. Bottom lane is good for TS. The ball lightning comes around for Keyboy. Hiko deals with the wave in the top lane, but the mid wave has been pushed in by Onyx, so it's just a battle of prio around these lanes.
This is tactical. This is really, really tactical. And TS, they don't mind dragging this out.
No one saw that ball lightning.
It's all good, but I don't think it's over just yet. Sawa's trying to force it.
Now with the shifting skies as well. Sans popping up the Crimson Beacon early. It's going to be him. Over the Skyway, the Dragon for Keyboy. Ball lightning stops it down. Sawa with the Beta Links on 2. Now it's him backing away. Sour Ego is now with the point with the deadly magic over on Sans as Kyrie waits for a position. Keyboy, very risky game that he's playing. And Bomba walks back up.
I think they've been chunked out too hard here, but Kelra, he might make the difference. Ball lightning connects. Are they going to full combo him? No. Doesn't have the ult.
He's solo, just a little bit more. The Lord doesn't get the last swing of the Trident. He going on with a jump on the P. No Wrath of the Trident available now with the ball lightning. Sour wins up the right team battle, but Kelra dives into the blazing duet out. Sunset has the BMI. Team Spirit want to chase.
They want to go for further. Keyboy's trying his best. Immediately into Thunderform, kicks him away, and Hiko catches 1. Can they get a second one though? Nah, it looks like it's just going to be purple here.
That's it. What a crazy fight. A crazy sequence of events.
Man, this is really an RTS. it turned away from a moment to an RTS so quickly in these couple of moments. Lucky for Sawa that the Lord decided to go into his animation to knock people up, because if not, he would have been blasted there. Kelra had the right idea. You know, Sunset Lover already used the ball lightning. They were trying to punish him real hard. He still has that flicker, and that's the beauty of it. If he had Purify, okay, sure, I guess he's dead there, but so far, things have been pretty hot for Team Spirit. This is going exactly how we were expecting it, right? Double fighter comps generally take the advantage first. Later down the line, you're expecting that the marksmen are going to be able to not only outplay, but have enough damage to output. The scary thing is, with the gold standard, he's really good at chunking out your frontliners and still having that fancy footwork to get out.
He's been doing that all game now, every single time, even before the Golden Staff, but even more so after it, right? The chunk on Bomba, forcing him back. He's literally just been winning them these small wins before the neutral objective even starts. But it comes down to, again, the lane management and the side, and that's why right now Kelra's kind of chained, locked in from going into the side lane because of the Paquito. And Hiko plays such a good game here where he's never really in vision.
Yes, and the best part is that he likes to stick his foot out in random spots just to make people feel like, oh, we got to be worried about the potential flank here. What about the tri-brush? What about... And then they just slow down. And I think that's the important thing here. Both teams need to really take into account every little detail that's happening across the map. And I think there are moments that I feel that Team Spirit are willing to 50-50 for, especially when they've got priority and pushing waves on their side.
Back to Hiko and the Paquito, though, the choice of emblems as well. We've been seeing a lot of lethal ignitions, obviously. In the XP lane, it was mainly quick quantum charge. And that's what Hiko has taken. That inspiration from the XP lane Paquito into the gold lane. Now he's not, hey, yeah, gone down, man. Hey, looking from the top-down view. But yeah, it's all about playing in and out. It's about baiting those resources on the Paquito as well. It's not just about that insta-burst, especially against these top-tier teams.
I mean, he's going for War Axe, so he knows that he isn't just trying to, like, if he can one-shot somebody, sure, but he can also play a very Peel style, right? He can get in and out of fights more reliably. He can actually go down to 50% of his HP, walk up to a wave, heal back to full, and then come right back into the fight. The cooldowns are so important, and not to mention, they gotta make sure that they fight for a long time because Sans, he would love to drag out these fights.
Holy Shield already down. Deadly Magic onto Sans. They're trying to really bait out those Crimson Beacons. Ludwig gonna be caught now. Thrown back. Rather try it, but it's too far away from the rest of the team. And that's gonna be Ludwig taken low, taken out by Hiko.
Really nice. And now they're gonna keep on going forward for this, but I don't think they want to dive even further. They use all of their ults just to get Ludwig, and they still haven't cracked open the inhibitor, which is totally fine. But now we're seeing the major interactions here. Kid Bomba recognizes you can Wrath the Dryad all you want as long as I am in that cloud form, casting abilities without any hesitation. There's not going to be a moment for you to lock me down.
Oh, this time they get the Crimson Beacon. Sawa with a perfect match now knows there's a man advantage that they want to capitalize on. That's a base turret with the First Lord with fighter side lanes.
And Onyx, they decided, you know what? We'll give it to them. It's not the long lane. The Lord is still spawning on that top side. So this is just something that we're going to have to manage. And especially if teams of this caliber, managing the lane ain't that hard. But then comes the problem later in the game. Their wave clear is not that great. It's only Kyrie and really Kelra who can clear these waves, but even Kyrie is starting to reach his cap on how much damage he can do because a lot of his damage is directly tied to his levels.
Now it's back to that slow game. It's all about building these waves. And again, Spirit have been the ones with the advantage when it comes to dealing with the waves in the side lane, just mainly because of that 1v1. Kelra, he's gonna have to wait for the Wind of Nature, and even then, I don't think he's comfortable playing in that side lane, right? Even if he gets the Wind of Nature, just because Hiko on the QC on the War Axe, he's gonna get the Queen's Wings as well, and the Flicker. It'll be more worth for Hiko to bait that Wind of Nature over just, again, a fight from Kelra.
Which makes me wonder whether or not Hiko is going to go and start getting himself a Malefic Roar or straight into the Queen's Wings. Considering that he's got the War Axe, I would only assume that it's going to be the Queen's Wings after, but that's, you know, a very EXP style of playing it. We'll see what options he has in a bit, because Conceal's already out and Sawo's opening up the Tri-Brush.
Keyboy doing a good job again, just holding that wave, but now it's the EECA special, baby. It's that Lord Dance in the bottom lane, playing it as slow as they possibly can.
Oh, Deadly Magic's already on Sans, but Sans very calm. He's not going to react, not yet. Not until he sees Sawo do something crazy here, because TS, they're willing to start. Oh!
Whoa, Sunset able to flicker out of the Wrath of the Dryad. Now it's Keyboy locked down with the Frozen. And the perfect match instantly goes! Sawo with the ball, which is Sawo! With the Fatal Links, that's Kelra popping the blazing weapon. He's going to get bursted down by the Deadly Magic. And now it's Sans with a Lantern Flare.
And now they disengage. Finally, a moment to breathe at the very least. Kid Bomba, he doesn't mind dying there, but he wished that he got somebody other than just Keyboy. Now, Onyx instantly going to take priority and first move on this Lord. What is Team Spirit going to do? Because we're seeing a flank coming in from Zaur. Opens up the Tri-Brush. They know it's safe, and Hiko, he's pulling attention to himself. This is great.
That wave bot wasn't set up perfectly by Spirit, and now it's going to be building back for Onyx. Slow pushing towards Spirit. So it's a win for Onyx for now. But they have Keyboy down. That means Spirit have the man advantage for a while as Bomba spawns.
I think Onyx recognized that TS, they can't blitz this down as quick as they want to, so they can actually maintain this tempo. It's getting really dangerous because now the Kid Bomba is going to start showing himself. This is where Onyx needs to take advantage of the scenario. Well, same time as well, that top side is shoving in pretty hard. Hopefully it doesn't mess up their mid wave as well.
Probably will. They're going to have to send members down there, and that means it's free for Zaur to clear out the mid wave. Now, it's Bomba who've set up the wave in the bottom lane in a good spot for it to build back in favor of Spirit.
So they've got like roughly a minute or two to work with here. TS has set it up nice. Let's see who gets it.
Sawa with the jump now. They know he has no Purify, but Hiko's going to be taken very low already. Limpy going to be chunked down as well. Shifting Skies from Bomba, trying to lock them down already. Now it's Zaur and Kyrie going to go for the Red Tree battles. Deadly Magic will land on Kelra. Bomba's right there. Ball lightning, and it's Bomba with the jump. Zaur with Retribution.
Beautiful play, and they're going to go further than this. Kyrie does not get the Lord this time, but at the very least, they are able to trade upwards. Man, Kid Bomba really wanted to deny Kyrie of that Retribution and was willing to die for it.
But is it worth another 2 Sky Piercer stacks? Zaur with a jump, Deadly Magic! Kyrie needs to time this, but I think he's good anyways, right? Just gotta be careful of that Lightning Truncheon proc.
Yeah, no, it's so safe. I really love the fact that, you know, once you get to a certain point with Hirara, you're like 3 seconds, okay, perfectly fine. Double iframes if necessary. I can wait for my combo points to actually come back up. As long as nobody threatens me in the meantime to force him out, generally will survive. Now let's look at the items one more time because we're seeing max build already from Hiko. And yes, he did opt to go for his third item to be the Queen's Wings on top of getting the Malefic Roar at the end, so he has that real 1-2 punch for Kelra if he doesn't build that Winds of Nature soon.
Doesn't seem like he is gonna build the Wind of Nature. He wants to gamble it, man. This is the guy who went Brody against a Belric, all right? It's all good. He can react to things, and that's what he's leaning on. He's leaning on his own skills, the drills that LaFell was talking about as well, pointing out to Kelra, who's just been practicing all around to deal with damage, to deal with setting tools.
Hey, speaking of damage and dealing with setting tools, Sans also getting himself a Radiant Armor here to make sure he doesn't die to Zaur. So now he's not exactly the most optimal target, and Zaur has to rethink who he's going to be jumping on. I would like to say Keyboy, but like half the time, those kicks really is more for disruption than it is for a big set, considering that both sides have some big haymakers ready to unleash. And I think Zaur's been playing like a really good game with the way that he's going in and out and trading the aggro. Very similar to an MMO RPG raid. You have your tanks, they gotta cycle the damage between each other to make sure that everybody stays healthy.
Uh-oh. Keyboy has a Shunfu, the Deadly Magic will actually bait it out now as Keyboy gets the Jikudo, not a Shunfu again. Sawa with the Fatal Links, able to catch 2, but Keyboy will get the way of the Dragon to disengage for now. Hiko staying busy while that happened. Pushing in the mid wave, getting a bit more damage onto that base turret.
And I like the fact that Zaur, especially when there's technically nothing to fight for, he's willing to just throw the deadly magic at you. Just like, yeah, I need to get something, I need to get a reaction, and as long as that reaction actually happens, it's fine. My ult's gonna come back up in less than 30 seconds. Arguably, wait, what is he, level 15 already? Yeah, about 26 seconds, no problem.
That flicker though, well, long cooldown on Keyboy. And that's really the only engage tool, right?
Yeah.
Slutpi here, more on that reactive. Oh no, did they read out Keyboy's movement? I think they did. No flicker, Keyboy. How are you gonna run away from this one, buddy? That's a ball lightning. The Thunder's Wrath as well. Keyboy gonna be taken out by Zaur as Bomba walks up and they don't use any crucial resources. It's just the Deadly Magic.
Now more than ever, the meta demands you perfection from not only your rotations, but your positioning as well, and reading your opponent. So far, the score is 8-8, but the 2.2k lead on the side of Team Spirit is starting to make me nervous here. Kelra's at a point where he does real damage, but it's so hard for him to walk into the fight for that big Blazing Duet.
Sawa again zoning in the backline, now jumping on Sans, trying to bait up Crimson Beacon or a Purify. Brings it in chunk. Oh, Sawa flicker with the Fatal Links. Purify out from both already. Ratchet Bomba with a layer. Brings it back into the knockout. Strike Kelra. Immortality already down.
It's right there. We're going for it. Champion says already gets Kelra. They want to get a little bit more, but at least with Kid Bomba, he survives as Kyrie is next to fall. I thought that was going to be an instantaneous fight, but even for the side of Onyx, they're willing to expand resources to make sure they can buy a little bit more time.
It's the layer. You Purify out of the Fatal Links, then it's Bomba with the Sora, and now they're knocking on the base. Zaur with the Deadly Magic on Keyboy. Sawa walks up on Sans with no Purify. Base wide open, Team Spirit. Secure game number 1.
All right, that's a great start for Team Spirit, but this series ain't over yet. How many times can they pull that combination off? That was literally, what, a 0.8 second frame to flicker Cloud Shift, seeing the Purify in the middle of 3 different people? You're banking on a lot. I don't think it's gambling at this point, but honestly, we're getting pretty close to it.
Spirit, we had this discussion behind the stage, Gideon. It's all about taking these heroes, these mechanical ones, down, out from the bans, forcing Onyx to play their game. Spirit, they've always had this strength from when they were called Deus Vult before they joined Spirit. It's the macro, it's that brain, it's playing the slow game, and then punishing your opponents when these small windows open up.
Yeah, and the best part is that they identified those windows in the middle of these early interactions. They're probably talking to each other, hey guys, we gotta be careful. Once we come to mid to late game, we can't do this again and again and again. They are going to adapt to us, so we got to look for different punishes. We gotta make sure we hit the weakest link at every moment of the game, and they keep on finding it. I think for at least for Onyx, they need a way to set the tempo, and I think that's the biggest issue. This Atlas, and especially the Valentina trade with the Belleric, did end up hurting them. But Sora from Kid Bomba, making sure that that could have been a Uranus, and it would have been fine. But with the playmaking capabilities, it becomes that much better. With that being said, we're going to leave the rest of the breakdown to you, Rain Day, and the rest of the panel.
Well, thank you so much, guys. I think Zaur Egoist goes deathless there. The 16-year-old, we were talking about Bumba, but that jungle performance was special. Alongside every single member of Team Spirit, it has been a dominant performance from EECA in Game 1, but still, like Gideon said, much more to come. That is, again, just a sampler.
Who's Gideon?
We got.
Who are we?
Who's the other guy as well? Next
Who's
to
the other
Rico?
guy?
Like, those guys.
Hey, man.
They were amazing.
I'm the only consistent piece up on this desk, you know what I mean?
That's
I'm putting
true.
my time in, right? This is the face of MLBB.
That's true.
That's true. Yeah, you know what? There you go. I will not add to that no matter what.
Yep. We're going to leave it as that.
All right, yeah,
we're
let's
happy with
move
it.
on. All right, going back to Game 2. No, guys, talk to me. Game 1, I mean, obviously, man, that was a great draft, but what did you like about it on Spirit side, or what didn't you like about it on Onyx side?
Honestly, when you look at both sides, the drafts I feel like are great. Obviously, Keyboy had a really hard time at trying to utilize the Way of the Dragon, the kick, that ultimate from the Cho, to set things up. But also there was just really good timings from Team Spirit to kind of layer the ultimates like they were talking about.
If it's okay, we're going to stick on this graphic for a while because the big thing that I want to show you guys is Keyboy damage dealt only 9,000. He's a roamer. He's not supposed to deal a lot of damage, but that also just shows he does not have a lot of forward momentum, right? Every single time he tries to go forward, he can't catch anyone. He's going to take way too much damage. So that's the first thing you guys got to look at. 111,000 damage taken, but only 9,000 damage dealt shows that Keyboy could not have much impact in this game, even compared to Sao. Sao did 15,000. That shows that he has a bigger impact compared to the rest. And look at Onyx as well. When you're looking at the jungle control, only 1 turtle and 0 lords. And we will be showing this in the Telestrator later of how Team Spirit, they lost the first one, but then one quick adjustment, and then after that, it's all Team Spirit.
Yeah. Also, you got to commend Hiko here on the Paquito because his patience, his timing, his window of opportunity that he waited for was a big part. Even in that last exchange, that last team fight that we saw, they expended some of the battle spells out, utilizing Sao on that Atlas, but then Kid Boma comes through, like the Shifting Skies, and then Hiko comes through after that to go ahead and capitalize the kills. So, it's all about the layering. It's almost like it's a really nice cake, basically, is what Team Spirit brought to Game 1.
I looked at a number that was really interesting to me. Out of all the numbers that you could have and how high the scale, 135 damage taken on the side of the EXP laner for Onyx. But on the other side, Kid Bomba, he had 135,000 damage taken as well, with only 250 more. They were almost exactly the same, but he doubled the damage that he dealt on Sora. How big is this pick coming up? Because we haven't seen this till later on in the series.
Honestly, we're going to be talking a lot about Kid Bomba because I've already said that he's an amazing EXP laner. Before this, he was amazing in lane. Now he's a menace in that river because all of the fights won is because of Kid Bomba. He got the right targets. He gave the space. Honestly, he made it easy for Zaur Egoist to do his job.
And that's what you're hoping for, especially in a meta that helps the jungle when that EXP laner is jumping off to a start like that. Lethal, I know you had some stuff to break down here with the Telestrator. I want to see what you thought about Game 1. Let's get to it.
Well, first of all, we do have to talk about the draft, right? For Team Spirit, their position 1 is going to be this Harley. The Harley is going to be the main damage dealer as well as the biggest threat going up against Onyx. Now, Onyx, they have a good draft in the sense that they have the Zushin as well as the Cho, where they can fight at any time. They have basically no cooldowns, honestly, and that makes it a threat in the early game. But they were able to shut them down with both the Eudora as well as the Atlas. So this is a dual mid lane combination for both teams where it's just that Team Spirit was able to outplay that. But again, the big piece here, position 3 coming in from Team Spirit, which is Kid Bomba on the Sora, he was the one being the main disruptor, making it almost impossible for Onyx to really win the fights. So because of that, we're going to be looking at the clips here. We're going to be looking at the first clip, and the first clip that we have to look at is what Onyx did right, where over here, you really got to look at the position coming in from Keyboy, if I'm not mistaken here, where his job is to shut down Hiko. And then for Onyx, as long as Sans is free, he should be able to do a very good job. As we're going to be looking at the clip here, what I wanted to see, first of all, is, look at this. Hiko had no stacks, had no champion stacks, by the way, so that he's not safe. He doesn't have the skills ready. But more importantly is the fact that Keyboy was able to kick him into the pit, making it so that he is a non-factor. But all the while, Sans, he's untouched. Look at this entire clip here, how Sans gets inside of the turtle pit, and then he's not receiving any damage. He is making it so that no one can really fight comfortably. And because of that, Onyx won because of their mid-duo. Hiko is out of the fight, and free reign for Sans. But then we see how things quickly change in the next clip here, where we see Kid Bomba. He was waiting in this bush right here, but then he immediately gets on top of both Sans as well as Kyrie, trying to make it so that they're not a part of this. We're going to be looking at the clip, and even though they were able to dodge it out, but again, as long as Sans is not there, it's already good enough, because what Kid Bomba is doing is he's creating space. But the back, this is the last zoom in that I'm gonna do, because this is actually very important, and this is why Keyboy could not play the game. Okay, we're gonna be looking at here, and then we're gonna play the kick. You see how Keyboy, he did get the kick onto Hiko, but immediately you see that the stun got onto Keyboy, making it so that even when he connects the kick, he is a sitting duck. And then after that, all the damage in the world went over to Keyboy, making it so that he's just out of the fight. And then after that, it becomes so much easier for Spirit. As long as both Keyboy and Sans does not affect it, they're good. We're gonna be looking at the other clip here. Again, you just gotta look at Kid Bomba. He is charging in. I would say one of the best things about Sora in this situation is he can engage, and he has a lot of dashes going in. That makes it so that even though Onyx has incredible reaction speed, it's gonna be difficult for them to really connect to that. Look at Kid Bomba, able to get Sans and Kyrie again. And then after that, even though he was stopped for a bit, we're gonna look at, this is the important part. Boom. Wow. Goes in, finds Kyrie, making it so that he could not retry this Lord, and then Zara Egoist just basically gets it for free. We heard Miracle even asking, is it really worth it to give over that, Sky Piercer stacks? It honestly is, because even in this fight, you can see Kid Bomba once again disrupting the fight, making it super easy for the rest of Team Spirit. And this is why I say Zara Egoist had an amazing time, because he was never threatened.
It's weird. It's like a more flexible Atlas, because the Fatal Links is like so telegraphed that you're trying to set it up, and Kid Bomba just had their number, man.
Part of it is you want to just, if they had Purifies or if they have Flickers, you want to get those battle spells out.
Yep.
And either or can do that. That's why you can't really predict it, because they can just change it out. Either it's Kid Bomba that goes in, initiates, and then Sao follows up, or vice versa, and then that allows our Egoist or Hiko to have that room to move around and capitalize on it. So it was just really good, kind of mixing things up throughout the entirety of that game, where then Team Spirit continued to hone in on it. And yes, I think, as LaFell mentioned, Keyboy really couldn't play. Like, this was a really difficult Cho game to play. Tough. As a Tro Roam myself, most played Roam that I have, this is so difficult to actually go in for a setup.
Well, this is now kind of your turn, right, to respond. And we've seen this again, and many of the teams that we've been up to have responded, whether it's game 1 and game 2, or whether they wait a couple of games. What's the lesson that if you take away now, you think, LaFell, they can respond in game 2?
The lesson that Onyx has to take is that they need a bit more layers in how they approach the fight, because the big reason of the first half of the Telestrator is the fact that Onyx had a good idea, kick Hiko, and then win the fight. But then after that, they just countered by the Eudora protecting Hiko on this Paquito. Even though Paquito is a fighter, doesn't mean that he doesn't need protection. Yeah. He still got protection coming in from his team, and that was the response of Team Spirit. But we didn't see Onyx changing it up. The change that they could have made was wait for Kid Bomba to go in and then kick him out, right? Either kick him out or to burst him down very, very fast. So I feel like going into game number 2, They got to be a little bit more flexible. See who is the real threat. If Hiko's the threat, sure, fine, take him out. But if Bomba's the threat, even though he is an EXP laner, even though he's position 3, you got to give him that respect.
Well, I want to ask a question about Burst, because Paquitos excels at Burst. But there's characters like Clint that also excel at Burst, and they're in the marksman side. Is it really the fact that it's Paquito, or is it the fact that they're playing off trying to stun Burst, set this up, win a fight quick, get a pick, and that's how their team is working? Could you swap that Paquito out for something just as effective, or do you think it's that important that now Team Spirit have to keep prioritizing it?
I think it's one big thing to just have this burst, in the Paquito or any of the gold lane picks that come through, but it's more so just, again, effective layering. Paquito has to wait for that moment when he has those stacks, when he has that champ stance and everything else to capitalize it, and that's why the Eudora works so well. I think Eudora is one of the main centerpieces for a lot of these compositions where it's like, I'm just going to go get this stun off, shred some damage down. I mean, again, her combo can almost one-shot someone. If it doesn't, it brings them low enough that any gold laner or fighter that's parked in the gold lane can usually then get a kill. You know, it's more so, again, it's either more of a smooth damage output or it's this kind of burst that you see. And Paquito is just one of them that works so well in that fighter lane. Whereas, for example, if you see a Freya put there, or let's say it's another variation of any of the marksmen that you can pick up, they're very different.
Yeah, and the tempo that was applied in this one, you saw earlier in the series, if you were watching, as it was an amazing back and forth between Yangon Galacticos and Team Falcons PH. One of the things that started to become the glue of Team Falcons trying to make that comeback, winning 2 games in a row in game 3 and 4, was glue. And it was a lot of in and outs from Ogwin. It was a lot of just barely dead. Oh, here's my flicker. Now everyone's distracted and I'm still alive and I'm going to jump back into the fight. That's what we saw a lot from Kid Bomba here as well on the Sora. Can they do it again, or will they find an answer to some of this, guys? And as we take a look, game 2 draft on the way. You can see the coach already working it, LaFell.
Well, when we're looking at a draft, we got to look at who's going to be disrupting the fight, because Paquito, he does have a lot of bursts, but the things about fighters in general, at least one ability in their kit is able to just change the landscape of the fight. For example, you're positioned in a way that you're like, let's just say 100 meters away from your opponent, but then all of a sudden you're only 20 meters away from your opponent, right?
Yep.
Positioning is such an important aspect at high level MOBAs, honestly. Like any MOBAs, the positioning is going to be very important. Anyone that can change your positioning is annoying as hell. They can go to hell.
Yeah.
They can die.
That's what, and first pick Hirara.
Thanks for putting it lightly.
Being that way, I feel like a lot of people feel about that. I mean, I've seen even playing the Hirara over here. Well, usually it's Mirko playing it in the server here. The opponents say the same thing. They talk about Hirara just being able to move and have that mobility. But, I think another point of that is, again, you have just so many things that you can do compositions wise, but because we're in this more assassin meta more often than utility, for example, we've seen it pop up a couple times, these fights are very push and pull. They're so logic based that you kind of see this play out that way.
Well, Atlas let out on the, basically, to roam free off the leash. Paquito banned alongside Marcel and the Selena, so they felt it was enough of a threat. They don't want Kelra to have to deal with any of those shenanigans.
I like that even during the draft, Kid Bomba finds a time just to say, I love you to Onyx, and I feel like because he knew he was going to get the barrage, he's just like, kill I'm just saying your name.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I got the barrage.
You got to think about it, man. Again, that little fun fact there, they're one match away from making history, right? I mean, I feel like this MSC alone here at EWC 2026 has been all about making history.
It really has. Tournament of upsets, tournament of history, both great names for this tournament in Paris. EWC has been the home of MSC for a few years now, and man, this one is special.
That's why it's MSC, right? Must-see competition. This is the one that everyone has to see. All the other
competition.
games, B tier.
Yeah.
MLBB's S tier, man.
This one's you gotta watch.
Yeah. Whatever game's coming up after this, I feel so bad for them.
You guys are going to be hard to beat, I will say. The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, it's going to host a lot of games. It already has hosted a few.
If you want to be the best,
it's going to be hard to beat this one, though.
If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. That's why we just keep beating ourselves off. And then now we're here having an amazing series with the Harif ban out. I feel like coming up, Onyx has to consider that this Harley pick is going to be the bane of their existence. Are you okay, Naisu?
Yeah.
Be serious, man. This is the
I'm just
match.
pumped up by your morale
You're pumped
boost.
up?
Yeah, by your morale boost.
You got to pump yourself up for this. Yeah, you need all the energy that you can muster to have an amazing analysis for this match.
Yep. Last couple drafts here, Melissa. Gonna be banned out.
He's trying.
Melissa, that's interesting. Melissa banned.
Yeah, we haven't seen her make too much of an entrance, actually. Hasn't been played, I think, in the last 2 days. Maybe
once.
Maybe once, but it is far
twice.
cry from what we saw at the end of the group stages.
I mean, like, it's still very strong. I'm just wondering why they banned out Melissa here. They're thinking that without the Paquito, without the Freya, there's no other option of fighters in the gold lane. I guess there's not. I mean, like, before this was Ruby, but after the change of how her lifesteal kind of works, we don't see a lot of Ruby, at least not in gold lane. I think maybe during MWI.
So this might just be typical matchup, I would say, especially based on this ban. They go for the Belric ban over here. Jushin's going to be the last ban for Onyx. So we could just see a traditional marksman matchup. Maybe the Mozkovs, maybe the Claude.
I feel like Hiko is more of a burst kind of guy. We even saw in the crowd someone say we want Hiko Mania back, and now they pick up the Claude here. Gonna be interesting to see what Onyx picks up. I feel like the Moskov should still be pretty solid here, but maybe Kera wants to use a Brody instead.
Brody.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too. Just for the sake of having that extra distance to work from. I mean, obviously Moskov can essentially do that too, but let's see what happens here. These last 2 picks for Onyx will round this out. I mean, this is pretty standard for the first 3 that they have. But now how do you complement that too? Because your Valentina, you're going to have the Fatal Links pretty much that you can capitalize on and play into.
Barats for Kid Bumba, he said, thank you. I love you, some version of that. Happy to have the bite. And of course, that means somebody is going to be able to hopefully lose some of that purification if Atlas comes in. But on the other side, Glue, we have seen that hero make a big impact.
Yeah. As you mentioned, Rain Day, you know, in the hands of Ogwin in the previous series, really helped them out in some of the games that they brought it through. But again, this is good coverage because you've got that tanky front line. You can go ahead and set up with the Fatal Links, your own. You have an Esmeralda. This gives a lot of space, once again, over to Kyrie and Kelra. And again, I don't know how many, I don't know if Sunset Lover's just, he's not tired of playing Eudora, man, because I feel like almost every single game since the past 2 matches, he's just been playing Eudora.
But, you know, they're going for a different approach, right? They're trying to say, let's make that gold lane something that Kelbrook can win. Is that the win condition here? Banning out the Paquito. We'll see if the Claude and Hikomania can occur. Guys leaning one way or the other? Quick.
Oh, man, I'm going to have to go 4. I think I'm going to lean towards Team Spirit.
I'm going to go to the toilet later.
Well, we know where LaFell's going, and we know that Spirit is the side that is bringing more of the attention for Naisu. I want to hear what our boys think. Here we go. Gideon, how are we feeling about Game 2?
Hey, we're already feeling pretty excited how this game has played out after seeing game number 1, but when you're looking at those compositions, that Glue's got a lot of work to do here, not to mention the Valentina trade-off. They're going to have access to Fatal Links, and I'm only seeing 1 Purify coming out of Hiko, so good luck to both mid laners. Something has to be perfect. Somebody will eventually make a mistake, and not to mention Lutby getting chunked out pretty early on.
Yeah, it's not just about mistakes or making it, it's also having to deal with the forced mistakes from your opponent. Spirit just did that straight up. The Esmeralda, great against the Barats, you know. But if it's a 2v1, it's always going to be rough. And Bomba's really just capitalizing off of this. Trying to, I thought, freeze, but no, he just goes for the contest anyways.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit tough here. But he needs the stacks, right? At the end of the day, once he gets into that max stack, it becomes a lot hard.
I think Bomba got it. That's why he's recalling.
Yeah, now he's happy. Now he has full control over this lane, right? The prolonged trades won't be as easy as it was before, now that he has the stacks. Not to mention he's got way better wave clear as well. First invade here is looking dangerous.
Uh-oh, it might be a kill. Straight up Keyboy. Slam, not going to give it to the pass, straight up to a flicker on Sunset Lover.
And that's the scary part, right? Urawa is so good with the iframes. Oh,
wait a second. This is dangerous. Now with the flicker around, now Sour ego is. So Samo will sacrifice his flicker to give Sour, or to ensure he gets his farm.
Yeah, and he has to take it. If not, he's not going to have the deadly magic in time to start pressuring these lanes, and I think it's the influence of the lanes that really matter more here. Kelra, he's already in a pretty good position against Hiko, but for the time being, It's all about control. How long can they maintain is the next 10 seconds is when that turtle is going to spawn. And Sans, very close to level 4 here. They will have access to Fatal Links if necessary, but let's see what Sans does here.
Sawo's gonna wait. Perfect match. Oh, that was a gamble that didn't pay off. Now Sans just steals away the Fatal Links for free. And remember, Sunset's not 4. He died earlier, missed a whole wave.
Yeah, they got to give this up. I don't think this is going to be a contest, or technically it shouldn't be. They also still don't have an answer to Keyboy, who's able to just kind of walk up and does whatever he wants.
Oh! Gets on the glue now. Oh my god, the stun on 3! Combo! Deadly magic coming out of Fatal Links. Sunset reacts to it, blazing the web. Keyboy gonna be taken down. That's the SOD landing, but look, he's gonna get taken out by Hiko.
Oh, brother man's, Kid Bomba. I can't believe that they got not only a beautiful Detona's welcome, but made it collide into 2 people in the very first interaction of the game. That could not have gone better for TS in a position which technically wasn't even supposed to be theirs.
And the reaction time of Sunset Lover reacting to the Fatal Links flicker combo from Suns as well. Turns out it's not just Kelred doing drills. Sunset's been doing it all the time as well. Bombadil, hey, buddy, you got the first play. Now it's going to be revenge. Yeah, I mean, Bomba accepts his fate. There's no way he's going to burn his flicker anyways there.
It's like 4 guys? Really? 4 of them? Boys! Nice. Let's give Hiko a lead, and now immediately going straight for the plating. And I mean, that's the natural trade-off here, and understandably so, but definitely is more important for Kyrie at this stage of the game. He needs to get those kills early on. I don't know whether Keyboy can keep this up, but he needs to continuously harass and start opening up this map here. Not only are we seeing the man-to-man defense, but we're also seeing decisive action from both TS and as well as Onyx. Hey, if you're going to gank 4 people down here, we got to make something happen on that top side. And not to mention that Keyboy, even when he is playing defensive like he is right now, he is looking for Sawo. He's thinking, all right, if Sawo shows up, we can do something about this. If we notice that, hey, Zara actually is on the bottom side of the map, does he need to reposition? Because you can see both sides are leaning into that insurance policy at the end of the day.
Ooh. It's not just the retry. Yes, Zara actually took that away. It's such a small win because it's the small little beetle, but hey, a win is a win. If you take away Hirara's main power, you know, being able to farm... Well, hold on. I thought Onyx were going to rotate up top. Instead, they're going to wait.
I thought so too.
Ambush. Keyboard is fast time to pass. Wow, Sawo gets a perfect match in time.
Okay. Are they going to Links?
Oh, that's already worth it. They bait out the Fatal Links.
Interesting interaction with Cyclone Eye. Now they want more.
Oh my god, Keyboy spat into Hiko's guns. Bullets, bang.
That was the... that was the most interesting fate of all time. Both sides were and finally, it surmounts to just a single kill onto Keyboy's side, which is great at the end of the day for Team Spirit. They're going to be able to get this turtle, and I want to see how they want to actually convert this into something real.
They're playing such a beautiful game of MLBB right now, and it's such a... I love the dynamic of, you know, Yangon Falcons going, team fights in, and Spirit and Onyx being a lot more slow. Sawo knows there's no Fatal Links. That means he can open. That means he can try to actually feint out some of these, you know, engages. Hold on. Even to conceal to get more prio. Hold on. Valentina's waiting in the bush. No. All right.
They're not going to dive this, are they? I mean, it's a little dangerous to do this at this stage of the game. Not to mention, there's kind of nothing to fight for on the map, right? The buff's already been taken on that top side. If they wanted to make something happen, maybe on that bottom side. But even so, they still are able to get the turret, which is great.
And you get to really see the growth of Hiko as a player, Gideon. Just last year, against Onyx Philippines, Spirit were the ones to choose Onyx PH, right? Winning their groups, doing really well. And in the lanes, it was Hiko who got overzealous, wanting to solo kill Kelra, really wanting to put it out there that he could be better than the god in the gold lane. This time, he trusts in the team. He plays for the team. He doesn't try to get those 1v1s anymore.
Actually, it's a little bit more than that, because Hiko decided to start... Oh, hold on.
Wow, Sunset Lover! What a reaction again. Hiko stays patient on the Purify. Now, Litpi taking a brunt of that damage. Kid Bomba's trying to get the angle to pull Litpi back. Sunset, what is he on?
Yeah, I don't know. I was surprised that Kid Bomba actually didn't want to try for Detona's welcome to get the Purify out of Lupi earlier. There's still like 35 more seconds until the next turtle actually spawns here, but this is working out perfectly. Come back to the point here. The fact is, he gets this turret for free. This fight. Oh, the reaction time here.
Oh.
Bang! I think he was reacting to Lupi and it was hell no!
It was reacting to Litpi. Oh, what a chop! Big Bonk now throwing him into the ball lightning, and it's going to be him taken out by the Thunder's Wrath straight up. Keyboy now 1-3-1.
All it takes, a 2K lead for composition like this. Let's pull up the item list. What's Bomba currently on right now? Like, he seems a little thicker than usual, and that's why he's got plenty of magic resist with that Radiant Armor. He's already building up to the Antique.
With that goal gap. Oi, what? Sour picks up a kill in the mid lane. I think with the help of the Ball Lightning, that magic defense reduction.
It's a natural combo here, and now they're going to get mids here. What? This is going to snowball out of control. This is going to turn into maybe even like a 6K lead.
And Gideon, we were talking about that matchup. Hiko and Kelra, the goal gap, the difference is massive. Hiko got the golden staff at 6 minutes. He's on track to get it. 3-item power spike at 8.
I'm really hoping LaFell can break down that moment when Hiko takes that top tier turn, because that was a team effort here. Everybody decides, you know what? We go invisible, we make the play. Oh, does he get caught at the... Oh no, he couldn't run away. Sao made it difficult as well. Man, I really thought he had enough base defense to actually survive the whole thing, but man, with the shred and everything else.
They're playing so good. Like,
this is technical boxing. This is they're playing on the outside. They're not like the Young Galacticos going for the inside brawl. They're dancing on the out.
Literally.
This is great.
Bomba, bro.
Oh, moments like this where people who don't know high level are like, why is he wasting his ultimate? Cut to Zara. It's like, oh my god, another buff. I'm having the time of my life.
And I gotta give it to Sunset Lover, man. So many of these plays have been set just by him wasting the resources, because by all means, Onyx should be able to capitalize on some of these moments. Sunset is a Eudora. This is a guy who's supposed to be vulnerable against a Fade Lynx, against a Falling Star Moon, but he's just so clean, he's so good with it.
He's playing hot. I think he still remembers the last MSC, right? The last time at an international, actually. When he was playing Farsa, he ended up getting hit by too many abilities, and I think he doesn't want to make that same mistake, especially with the qualification to the grand final slot for not only himself, but for the region. Zara, he's doing some real damage. Even Lutfi, that shield is not doing much for him. He's getting chucked out a lot of the time, and at least for now, let's see how TS wants to do this, right? 25 more seconds.
Swift Trinity for Hiko.
Ooh.
And that's the damage! Oh my goodness! Lutfi's health bar! Blown out straight up!
It's this moment here. They're not going to siege. They're not going to siege. He's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. But he's conditioning them. And that's the important part at high level. At the end of the day, Kid Bomba has shown so many Detona's welcomes that have so much value. The fact that he's charging it up, Onyx have decided behaviorally, I must respect it. And they start moving away from this. Now, they've got the Lord in their hands. They don't care about the setup on the Lord because, hey, the waves show up, Onyx. If Onyx shows up, that's when TS are going to attack.
When can they attack, though, is the question now. I mean, it couldn't have been, like, this perfect, honestly. Like, he gets the Swift Trinity, and they go and see Lutfi instantly bursting him down. And even Lutfi's confused. He's behind on the Esmeralda. He's thinking, all right, I got to get the Radiant Armor to deal with our egoist, right? Didn't take into account at all, and it's not his fault that Hiko will be able to get Swift Trinity at 8.
How much do you want to bet that Lutfi probably freaked out because he was looking at the items like, he doesn't have it yet. And when he checks it again, when did he get it? Oh, another combo!
Yeah, but it's only on to Sawo. The only shield saves him. A Kelra is able to find SOD, lands it on him. The turret shot also doing well. Now the Spear of Misery. And this is where you start to believe again, if you're an Onyx fan, that Kelra can turn things around for the team, right? On the Moskov a bit too many times. He's done this, but Spirit, they're okay with the trade. They say, go, take Sawo. It's okay. That's a base turret in the far lane. Hiko's farmed up. He's a whole item ahead of Kelra.
And yet, Onyx can't really force the situation. Oh my god, Kelra's dead. Can he out?
He's trying! Zaur!
Too much damage. It's just too much damage here. Now they get another inhibitor turret. And I think this game is almost pretty much done for at this point, right? 8.7 Winds of Nature purchase as well. Like, worst case scenario, somehow Sans and Lutfi need to take out Hiko after getting chunked out by Kyrie and Kelra.
Spirit just took out Onyx Plan B like it was nothing, and it was our egoist. With his cards, they bait out the Holy Shield. Sans now covered the ball, lightning. Oh my god! Together with the Thunder's Wrath! Oh my goodness, styling on Onyx. That was Hiko with the BMI. Caught again by Kai. But now he's getting him down, Sawo. Straight to the back line now. Going for the Fatal Links. Waiting and Purify out already. Kivo's taken out by Sunset.
This is sheer domination. This is sheer domination from Team Spirit. They're not letting this go. We don't need the Lord. We're going straight for the end. We have the power spikes, and we're going to close it out here.
Lutfi dropping it. Oh my God, Zower again! Takes Kelra below. He gets into the base in time. That's everybody except Kelra down. He kicks the SOD, but he gets gunned down by Hiko. And now it's Suns.
They're looking for the end, and this should be at the full wipeout at the top of it. 13-4, 11 minutes. What a game two, what a confidence boost for every Team Spirit fan here in the arena. Holy cow! Devastation, and I mean, as an Onyx fan at this point, they're begging for something. They're begging for a better draft. They're begging to see some light at the end of the tunnel.
Gideon, the question is, what could have been better? You need to ban the picks that were banned out earlier. It wasn't that Onyx dropped the ball, it was Team Spirit that just feel like they're ahead. They banned out the Selena, you have to do that. The Paquito is the adjustment from game number 1, then the Marcel as well. These are just picks that you cannot give out to Spirit.
Unfortunately, I think a lot of it is just coming down to just habits and behaviors that are being taken advantage of here. That top tier turn showed everything. The fact that people go missing, there's so much respect that Onyx is putting on Team Spirit, and I think they gotta get a little dirty here against them. If not, nothing's gonna happen in this game. It's just slowly getting choked out. The triangle choke is almost there.
And again, the understanding of power spikes, just the identity of Spirit here from EECA, something that we've been talking about for EECA, and this pickup, my goodness. Onyx had a shot. They were like, let's pray for Kelra. And Spirit shut those prayers down instantly with Zower and his magic.
Man, the mythical beasts here. Crazy stuff. We have to throw it back to the panel to break this down for you. It's LaFell Nicer and of course Rain Day to teach you what just happened.
Oh my God.
I actually don't know if Zower Egoist has died yet. Yeah. I think that might be 2 games in a row that he has not died. And this time on the Harley, putting on a clinic into the dismay of the Indonesian fans of Onyx, not only here in the building, but to the elation of that woman right there, Kid Bomba's mom, front and center, excited to see her son one step away from a guaranteed $500,000. Welcome back to the studio, Rain Day, Naisu, LaFell. Gentlemen, what do we got to say? EECA on the verge of history, but we saw that in our first series, and it wasn't over after 2.
Hey, you know, it's great for Team Spirit. I'm hoping it's not a sweep here but something's got to change. And I don't know if it's the family buff out there for Team Spirit, but they just gave it to Onyx, and it was across the board. And yes, Zarigos was amazing here. The burst damage, I think even Lutfi again is still wondering just how fast that happened. But Kid Bomba is just making so much impact from now game to game. We talked about his Sora in the game 1, and now look at this, the Barretts that he was able to do. He himself zoned out most of Onyx.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Team Spirit didn't change, right? The heroes changed, sure, but in terms of how they approach the fights, it's all the same. Like, during the draft, I feel like we're going to be seeing it a little bit later on, but Onyx, they ban out the Paquito, but now they're like, wait, hold on. The Paquito was a problem, but Bomba, man. Because the thing about the Barats, he basically has a winning matchup against everything in the current meta. Well, at least, you know, meta picks.
I mentioned, and I don't know, I mean, listen, the Atlas has worked and not worked. It's obviously high prio, but it paired with the Barats, it just feels like too much. Too much you have to avoid.
Not just that.
And the Eudora.
I was going to say, again, Sunset Lover. I don't know what it is about this pick, this Eudora, but he doesn't have to change it unless Onyx forces the change.
Look at the damage dealt by Keyboy and Kyrie. That, again, shows how much that they are not involved in this game. So, Team Spirit, Kid Bomba kind of like 1v4 and then let Sunset Lover, Sao, and maybe even Zower Igor is just to be like, make sure Keyboy is not here. Let's make sure that Loopy is also a non-factor, because I feel like that's going to be the main part of his analysis, which is there's no front line for Onyx.
That's the hard part about it, because now back-to-back games, we've seen Keyboy really struggle, right? He is known as being a roamer to set things up for the team. He's had so many amazing plays in his career, but we're seeing the struggle now, back-to-back games. And so usually when that's happening, when the roamer is struggling and having a really difficult time at trying to set things up, you really have to count on your XP laner, right? We're seeing the exact opposite, the contrast to that between Sawo and Kid Bomba. So it's like, what are you going to do for Onyx to allow that to actually happen? It's got to be Lutfi and Keyboy to kind of figure that out, you know, and the rest of Onyx to make this happen, not just in the draft, but obviously the execution.
I know you're going to look at the draft. You're probably going to look at the game, LaFell. I can't even remember who was first banned, first picked, or what the changes were. Was it Selena that was taken out earlier? Are they looking at mid? So I think that's an interesting thing, too. Where did they start to shift their attention? Break down what you were looking at and how you analyze game 2.
So, first... Thank you. So,
I got you.
So first of all, we're going to be looking at the draft here, and we're going to talk about how, honestly, things didn't change that much because you guys are my fellow Americans. I'll explain in language that you guys understand. Right?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Imagine this is
July 4th.
Imagine this is American football, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Over here,
field goal.
Over here, we got the quarterback, and over here, we got the running back.
Okay.
Now, here's the problem, like, when we're looking at team spirit, Kid Bomba, doesn't matter what hero he's using, he's the middle linebacker. He's always disrupting the play, always going for a blitz, either honestly, mostly for the running back, because he knows.
You watch a lot of football.
I'm so surprised you know the positions. What's going on here?
I always have a lot of useless information. I just have to figure out how to use it, right? So either ways, back to the point here. Again, as the linebacker, he knows the read that it's always going to be a running play. It's never going to be a pass. So it makes it easy for team spirit here where these two deal with the glue. And then that's it. That's your job. That's it. Kid Bomba, everyone else. But it's going to be easy because he just has this single target because in lane, he's already dealt with this Esmeralda. And honestly, the clips aren't much. The clips is just how it's just team spirit basically outplaying Onyx multiple times. And it looks like Onyx, they're stuck in a rut where they're like, we're not used to the opponents responding faster than us because there's two bad things happening here. First of all, Kid Bomba got a catch here, but then just a bit unlucky where Sawa was able to stun two members of Onyx. We're gonna see here. Okay, I think it was already passed, but also in behind, we can see that Sunset Lover was almost caught by Sans, and then incredible reaction speed, able to get out of it. And same as the second clip, it's just that Sunset Lover had amazing reaction time. So it really is just a situation where Onyx roughly understands what to do, but the opponents already see it coming, so they're able to respond appropriately. This is kind of like Onyx against Aurora yesterday, where they know that Kelra is the target. Kelra just survives, and then it's all good. Same here. You try to get Sunset Lover never gets caught.
Maybe he has his
But you guys understand the whole American football.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's just that Kid Bomba disrupts everything.
Yeah. I hope everybody watching has that understanding.
There you go.
That was good.
I mean,
football analysts as well. Maybe EWC next year as Madden or something.
I mean, like you guys are Americans. I thought it would be appropriate if I be.
This is a cheer for America right here. No, just kidding. That's a cheer because we see Onyx coming back out on stage alongside Team Spirit. Naisu, the question now is how do you adapt? Because you do have to deal with what I think was quite eloquently put from Yangon Galacticos coaches. Just wisdom, just like what is showing up, what can I lean into? I don't have all the answers, but what am I feeling? What's going on in this game? And it's certainly that Kelra hasn't gotten off to a good start. Keyboy is struggling. Kid Bomba's too dominant. Zour Egoist hasn't died. Those are the things you're just trying to figure out. What's the holy plan that can come down to solve all these problems at once?
You have to basically just kind of reset. I mean, every time we've seen a team in this, position, backs against the wall, you're literally facing elimination up to this point. The best teams out there reset quickly. And I know the coaching staff behind Onyx is able to go ahead and help them accomplish that. Again, these players have so much experience in this position in the past, but you have to focus on where you can. And like I said, XP and Rome between Lutby and Keyboy are big cornerstones to that, because every single time that we've seen Onyx make a big comeback or a possible reverse sweep, it's usually starting there and then allowing the rest of the team to kind of shine from there. I mean, their drafts haven't been bad or anything like that. No. They haven't been terrible. It's just more so they're getting, honestly, outplayed by Team Spirit.
And maybe the issue is that they haven't dealt with the Paquito, so now they're forcing a ban on it. If they could kind of force a ban towards the EXP side of things and put Bomba, but then they brought out the Sora last pick, and that wasn't banned, and you can't really ban Sora and Paquito. You're opening so much stuff up. This is going to be tough. What do you guys think in chat as well? I know we have some online coaches. I won't say backseat coaches because this is no seat. But let me just say, if there is an idea. What do you think they should do? I know the conversation will continue along Reddit and all the comment sections. However, we want to let you know that there are other games going on, although maybe not as hype as this. This has been the place to be for sure. Must-see competition is what MSC now stands for, thanks to LaFell. Let's check over to Stage 4's Alliance Vault and have Milos give us an update on what's going on with Street Fighter, who's in France this week.
All my friends, a quick check-in from the Alliance Vault here, Street Fighter 6. I got my homeboy over here, Mr. Rob Television. My friend, I've been hearing stories about what's been happening here on stage because Xiaohai is out and Blaz is out, the two finalists from last year.
Brother, you know that was amazing. We hosted it last year. It was a legendary grand finals. Both of them not only out, they went 0-2. They did not win a single match here. That's how insane the level of competition here is. But this one is shaping up to be a classic. Right now, we are in the top 16. We're in the playoffs phase, and everyone who makes it out here is going to make it to the finals day. We're in the next on the second group right now, and so far the results have been unpredictable, bro.
Who's been looking good so far?
Oh,
is Punk still
goodness.
in?
Okay.
Did he sit down?
Punk. Oh, did he sit down this time and make sure he was locked in? Well, he did make sure he sat down, but unfortunately, he had to sit down for good as far as this tournament because even the Alpha himself went 0-2 in this event. But as far as somebody that's looking good, a player to look out for, Cryme from Chile, only 15 years old, and he is representing Team Falcons here. From Chile, that young, and he has already made his way all the way to the top 8, taking out Titans. It's one of the beautiful things about Street Fighter, bro, the generations. You have a 15-year-old playing against a 40-year-old.
That are literally decades in between players in here. It's an OG game, if anything, in terms of competition. Thank you very much, my good friend Rob.
Appreciate you.
Oh, man, it's good to see what's been going on all over EWC. I'll send it back.
Well, thank you for that update, Rob and Milos. Cool to see what's happening in Paris, France. If you're just joining us, MSC has been historic, and it's been historic in several ways. Not only are we not seeing a Filipino team in a grand finals since what feels like the beginning of time, we now have a chance to potentially see the first grand final entry for a team from EECA. And you could tell by the faces of the Onyx fans, they know this is more than a reality. It might even be a probability. But that's why we have LaFell and Naisu with me here on the desk, because they're so smart. They can help us figure out how there might be a chance to claw this one back from Indonesia and Onyx side. And if they can, well, what does it look like?
Well, last series, we found ourselves in this position too. We ended up seeing, Falcons get a couple games under the belt, eventually go to a game 5. Hopefully we have the case here for this. Hopefully we can extend the series, because right now I think Onyx really needs to dig deep here on what to change, what to pull through, because I don't know, man, the momentum and the way that Team Spirit is playing looks really scary. It's really worrying going into this one, match point now for Team Spirit if you're on it, because what do you do?
LaFell, it's like an oxygen tank, and you see it start blinking red, and you're too far away from home to refill. How do you handle a moment like this where survival's the only thing on your mind?
Yeah, either under the ocean or high up in space.
Yeah.
Having that little oxygen makes it difficult for you to think. because that's how your brain functions. It needs oxygen for you to really process things. This is a very interesting way, though, to start off. They're batting out the Harley here, where Zara Egoist, just like you said, has not died so far. So they're trying to take that out. And I feel like the big problem here is that, do they go for the first pick Barats?
Are they going to go Harara themselves again? They've been on blues. Okay, they do. They're not going to change it up.
I'm just worried Team Spirit picks up the Barats, which instant pick, by the way.
Instantly picked. And the Atlas again, which works so well.
And the problem is, you pick up the Barats, he's going to stomp all over you.
Does Onyx take the Eudora here? Because if Sunset Lover gets this Eudora, man, I don't know.
Okay, good and bad. It's good to deny, but also it doesn't do much against the Barats as well as the Atlas. I mean, like, they can stun.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Take it. Like, at least that gives space for Keyboy. That's kind of all you really need. Let Keyboy play the game. Do you not like your homeboy?
Well, I hope so, man. I hope Keyboy can play the game, because right now they're going to go ahead and take this Harith. And I'd love to see if they do take the Eudora right now, because I just expect that to be the answer. They'll lock in the Belric.
Okay, so now the Barats can stomp on them. I hope this Belric can stomp them.
But is this going...
I hope
it's going to go XP or is it going to go Rome?
I think it's got to go Rome.
It's got to go Rome.
Oh, Isun Shin.
Okay, YSS.
We're starting to see this develop a little bit more, where we're seeing some of the flex happen later on in the gold lanes.
Yeah.
And in the Rome. And that's kind of, but this time, you have the Atlas exposed already, so it's the mid that they're kind of flexing, which, I mean, having played Eudora, is it really a flex? And she's still open?
Team Spirit, they're just playing position 1 for Zaur. He's going to be kind of the only one with good range to end the game.
Yeah.
Everyone else, just keep on fighting.
Is this like one of those things where it's just like, you know what, funnel the YSS if you can? And maybe also Sunset Lovers like, guys, I want to play something else, right?
I'm getting bored, man. Let me take a risk.
I don't mind a Valentina game.
Either Valentina or maybe Jushin's still open. Like, he could still, I don't know if he's going to want to pick that or not. Again, there's so many choices that Sunset Lover can actually go with. And, the mere fact that you've basically seen him on one hero for the most part, it's like, what does he have? Maybe there's a pocket pick even that Sunset Lover has here, but just they're already really covering the grounds well. They'll take out the XP options right now just to cover the bases. Like I said, we have seen the Belric go in the XP lane, but let's just say this is Keyboy's Belric. Now, what do you go from here? They are honing in on those choices for gold lane even, but we could potentially, I don't know, maybe we see Hiko pick up a fighter himself, because, I mean, they bailed out the Freya. The Paquito's gone. Mm-hmm. What's left in fighter territory for gold lane?
That is a good point. Selena also available after being banned every game, and that could be something that Sunset Lover's okay swapping up to Lafel.
That's a good Alice ban, because I was thinking of something like an Alice or Yuzong, because at this point, you got to win the lane against Kit Bomba, or at least make it so that he doesn't secure the first EXP crap. That's how you win the lane against Kit Bomba, and then after that, you got to start chasing either Zao Egoist or Sunset Lover. At that point, I feel like Lupi has to do what Kit Bomba has been doing, and 1v3 or 1v4. If he cannot do that, that's GG. Spirit's going to end the game.
They have to. I was wondering if it'd be a gold lane ban, at least to maybe take out the Claude or something, but they do take out Sunset Lover's Eudora. He just gets the Valentina anyway. I almost expected Valentina to be picked up for Onyx, because you're playing against the Atlas here, but this is going to be a little bit different. Now these last 2 picks will sort of paint the destiny of Onyx throughout MSC right now. This is so crucial for them, because these first 3 picks, not much difference, right, than what we've seen so far. But how do you supplement that main problem we're talking about? Lutby especially needs to help Keyboy in this game 3 to set things up for the rest.
Again, he just needs to win the lane. This Valentina pick, well, they pick up a Gord here, so I think that's how they're going to deal with Kit Bomba, have a Shred. But then for the EXP, they're going to pick up the Hylos.
Interesting.
Either Hylos or Bellic can go to the EXP. It's not that bad because Barats is slow, but still. Onyx is taking a risk here with their draft. But, hey, c'est la vie.
It's a bit of a risk when you guys aren't even sure about how it's going to work. And the Burst and Clint come in.
Spirit is also taking a chance here because they have 2 scalers in Clint as well as the Yeast and Shin. So the moment Onyx is able to win the first 2 turtles, they start controlling the jungle. That's going to be it. Onyx is going to win the game.
Yeah. if Team Spirit wants to win this with this lineup, they have to essentially do what they did the previous 2 games, really set things up by layering it. But they have some vision to play around with. Again, a Valentina too, to help things set up even more, depending on if you take the Glorious Pathway or the Wrath of the Dryad. So, I don't know, a lot of ways that Team Spirit can utilize this lineup.
But could it be enough for Onyx? This could be their last chance, their last game at MSC. It could send them home from Paris, but a chance of the grand finals remains as long as they keep winning. It's up to Team Spirit to book their ticket and do it for EECA. It's time for Mirko and Gideon to get us to what could be our final game of the semifinals.
One chance, one opportunity, a way to make history, another disappointment, or a chance at redemption, as Onyx might be able to take this game. But these drafts, man, I don't know about you, Mirko, but this has been a brutal, brutal matchup for Onyx, especially in the mid lane.
It just looks so good for Spirit. Even a Clint pick here just to try to bully Kelra in lane. I think it's really, really good. Great movement here as well by Hiko to dodge the Synchrofish. And as we take a look at the emblems for this game number 3.
So making sure that everything's up to date here. It's making sure that they also have, right? Early flicker on, but Sunset Lover's in trouble. He's got no dash.
Instantly, mobilization, Kai with first blood. This time in game number 3.
Priority makes all the difference here. They're going to get one more into Sawo, and Kyrie is already extremely happy with the scenario. 2-0, one of the better starts we've seen here for the side of Onyx.
This is the best start we've seen from Onyx already. So we'll see if they can actually capitalize on this. Kyrie this time 2-0. So again, this could be it as well. Hiko with the flicker already. Great read by Kai to read that flicker. 3-0 for Kyrie in game number 3.
This is an amazing start for the Sky Kings. And at this stage of the game, TS, well, that early game plan might have to, take a back step for a little bit here. It's not the end of the world because a majority of that lead is still on Kyrie. The question is, can the laners keep this pace up to maintain this level of oppression as we start moving into our very first turtle here in game number 3? And TS, they already have information. They should see Sans rotating here, as well as Kyrie as well. Are they going to just steal camps? And I think that just might be the play. They're just going to wait and steal.
Might be going to the bottom lane as well here, knowing that they cannot contest for the neutral objective, but Sunset is very close to level 4. It seems like they want to contest still. Sunset sitting with the Valor ult instantly. Now it's going to be Sour. Big shot from Bamba into it. Sunset's right there. And he finds it. And Sour is able to pick up a kill. Now it's Bamba staying alive for a bit. Throws Keyboy back away. That's the missing projectile landing and looking picking up the kill. Sour locks up and he goes right there.
And now they want to go for a little bit more. Kelra and Sans now in the fight. Who gets it?
Retry from Sour is clean. Kelra over to the Monforce now. Not the instant dash just yet, but Sunset going to be taken very low. Hiko's still right there. And that's Kelra with the pickup on Sunset Lover.
Is he gonna... Can they set this up even more? No, Sawo here to cover Hiko. He's walking up. He's thinking about it, but I don't think he has much.
Fatal Links, Bomba's right there as well. They're gonna pick up a kill. So it's TS leveling the odds back again. That shutdown on Kai put Team Spirit back on track.
Yep, all right. Things back on track. Now we can go back to the game plan here. Level 4 has already been achieved, but let's look at that replay one more time here. Because again, Kid Bomba able to tank a good chunk of that damage, especially from that gush. Unlucky for Sans that he wasn't able to get a little bit more off of this, but once everybody got into the middle of this fight, even Kelra deciding, you know what, it's time to Zaman Force and start triggering the fight super early on. They were able to get something back here, and I think, whoa,
Keyboy just got taken out. Now the Mystic Gush comes around, but Sawa's able to flicker out. Kelra jumps in with a Chrono Dash and is able to find one, but now look at the burst! Hiko has the flicker. Will he go for that last shot?
Thinking about it. He's thinking about it. No. Kai's already on top of it. Gets the flicker as well. Nice. Oh, I really thought just a little bit more. Lutfi catches him at the edge with the Glorious Pathway, but unable to really capitalize on it. Darn you, mid-walls. But for now, I mean, we're back to a neutral state.
Look at Bomba, though, utilizing that chaos to get all of the turret shield.
Still a bit of a win at the very least. I just love the fact that Onyx are now saying, you know what? We're on our comforts. We shouldn't be that scared. We can outplay this, right? They're getting a little disrespectful, and I think they've learned from the previous game, hey, if things are going bad, we got to instigate some kind of war. We don't have to fully commit, but once we get the green light, we have to initiate.
Bomba with the cut under tier 2.
Deep one as well.
That is super deep, and Lutfi can't do anything about it. Great info from the rest of Spirit saying that Onyx responded in the bottom side of the map, and now Bomba, I think his job right now is to keep Kyrie here. He's going to reset that buff.
Is it going to Detners welcome him while he's at it as well? Doesn't see how many combo points.
Ooh. Sounds able to flick around. Now the Mystic Projectile and the Mystic Gush as Carry walks over the mobilization, but now it's going to be the chop. Bomba doesn't land it. He has the flicker. He flickers out of safety. Keyboy's going to be stunned up by the Terrify of Sunset Lovers. Now they go for the taunt, and it's Bomba who gets caught. Still alive. Rather than Dryad, chaining him down. Bomba finally taken out as Kai gets his first stack on the Sky Piercer.
But they don't get anything else on the map, unfortunately. They managed to clear the waves just in time, so no big convergence and no bigger trades for the side of TS. Onyx win it out. They're sending 3 members down as Kyrie's on top. Let's see the dispersion, because unfortunately for Hiko, he's got to recall at some point. He's got no mana.
Yep. I think now is the right time to recall. Sunset Lovers looking for the angle now on Kai. He goes for the dash. He's waiting for it. Oh my god. He timed it perfectly down the Rather Triad. Sunset Lover. 3 games in a row having one of the best series performances.
Man, Sunset Lover, the prodigal child, is back. They don't want to go. At least Kid Bomba didn't have his flicker there. That'll. Oh!
Sao fatally straight into Hiko. Keyboy with the Rattle to the Dryad, but now it's going to be the chase as the conceal gets used up by both. One into the bottom lane. It's Bomba. He's going to look to try to bait out the Purify from Kelra. Zaman Force coming out. Sao with a perfect match. He's going to try to go for the dive right now as Kelra is able to go for it. A few more hits. Big chunk. Purify out from Kelra.
Don't punish just yet. We need to see the item list here. Did Hiko get to that power spike as soon as that Wombo combo happened? Because as of yet, that was a lot of damage. And now Zara gets a mid-tier 1. Looking to threaten multiple buffs at the same time. Even managing to walk away with this. Bit early on the retribution. Let's look at this one more time, because again, a huge catch here, especially onto Zans, who's very susceptible to this Atlas at the stage of the game. He doesn't have that Purify. He's got to make sure that when he positions himself, it's very much when he has that info, but at the same time, nobody can really stop Sawo from getting in on the fight.
And no one can stop Zaur from farming. This guy, I mean, Rainy pointed it out earlier. Yes, Zaur has died. It was once. It was a shutdown towards the end of the game, so it didn't count that death. But man, this guy's just untouchable. The ego is, and this time so clean on the Traceless. The CC immune to get away from these CC locks. Even the target from Lutpi, now the Mountain Shocker to get vision.
Yep, we've moved from technical boxing. There's still aspects of being on the outside, but you can see that Team Spirit, they want to get on the inside. They want to make this as messy as possible, because when it is messy, you are blinded by what is happening around you. And so far, Kid Bomba and Zara Egos are the biggest winners in those cases. This is a huge lead, 3.2k, 7 minutes in, and Hiko is still gunning down these turrets.
This is why you got to watch these games. This is why you can't just look at the stats after the game. You look at Sunset stats, you're probably like, oh my god, he didn't have a good game. But then you watch it and, hey man, what a performance from Sunset. Yes, first blood, sure, a mistake, but the redemption was 10 times fold. That mistake. And now Sao zoning Kai away from the jungle.
Plenty of damage dealt all across the board. Sans actually getting some pretty decent damage. However, the way that their leads are working. Oh, it catches!
Max range, now it's the rest of the team. Look, P's right there. Oh! Baits the flicker out from Sans, and now it's free for Sao if he wants to get Sans.
No way! He didn't see the Jets right underneath them, pushing him right into it. Holy! TS are not missing a beat as of right now, and their mechanics are so sharp, it hurts. It hurts to be an Onyx fan. They're hoping that at least an outplay would come through, but with a 4.6k lead, unless that shutdown is on Zara or maybe even Hiko, I don't see it happening for now. They already lose their shielding down by the mid lane. That's fine. They still have their side lanes to work for, but they still have 33 seconds.
And it's all about just waiting right now. Spirit have everything they need to close it out.
Oh my god, Zara already Malefic.
Holy Pull up the items. I want to see that right now. What is Zaur on? He's level 14 at 8 minutes. This could be the fastest level 15 in the tournament.
Hyper efficient as well. Doesn't go for the BOD. Goes for the hyper efficient items to make sure that his power spikes are alongside with how strong Hiko is with the Berserker Spirit and Endless Battle. Once he gets that Malefic gun, the sieging will begin.
If he gets a Screen Crab and Orange, that'll be the fastest level 15, I think. But he doesn't care. He wants to stay objective. TS on the Lord, about a shocker for vision.
They want to dance around this for just a little bit. Look, B. He's taking a decent amount of damage. Kibama's losing his stacks while they're dancing around this. Onyx don't mind, but they can't walk in on the pit, and also they get it for free.
Sawo knows that Sans doesn't have the flicker, so he's just going to zone everybody away from the purple.
We're not playing chess anymore. We're playing Go, an ancient game designed to surround your opponents and zone them out from key positions on this board. It is beyond what we know. It's not even 4D chess. It may seem black and white, but the chips are telling everything. 8-6, 2 kills down, and yet there's a 6.5k lead and a Lord about to knock on the front door. Kelra at least has his third item.
Let's talk about the Siege, because the Siege is looking good for Spirit. It's 2 marksmen. On top of that, the zoning tool from Bomba. Dead Tennis welcome. Fatal Links as well. Sky Piercer for Kai was shut down earlier. And how's the Mountain Shocker again? It's gonna be Sour, trying to bait out a few resources again. If he's able to get a Purify, which he can, that'll be massive for Sour, massive for Bomba.
Let's see how they play this up, because I want to see that Wrath of the Dryads be used at some point in TS. They recognize it. They have to respect it.
Sawa with his own again with a perfect match now. They're gonna go straight for the base turret in the mid lane. The Melfic Gun picked up for Hiko.
And now they can do this all day. They can do this all day, but there's still that fear that maybe Keyboy makes a play. We might see initiation from a glorious pathway, but the denial of information and the split up from Zar, they're not playing a traditional front to back, and now they're sieging even further.
Again, it's gonna be Sawo. Caught, has the Flicker out again. They're gonna play it safe right there as a glorious pathway gets sent down, and Bomba won't go for the Dead Tennis welcome. Spirit are playing to their identity, to their strengths, playing it as slow as they possibly can, knowing they have a composition that can withstand Onyx scaling as well.
They can do this. They can absolutely do this. For once in a very, very long time, the Dark Horses of EECA might be able to punch their ticket right into the Grand Finals if they just close this out cleanly. But we know that the Sky Kings have always been in these types of positions before. Yes, maybe they're not winning championships right now, but here we go!
Big chomp down. The Mystic Gush not able to get anyone down right now as Keyboy looks for the flank. Can he look for the Wrath of the Dryad? He goes in, but it's only going to be on the front lines. Mountain Shocker lands on Lukey! Sunset Lover!
Makes the play already with Wrath Dryad, pull him with the Fatal Links!
Kelra is on force now, jumping around as Hiko's kill. Gonna be there. Kyrie with a pick up on the Sawo. Kelra very good at buying some time, distracting, zoning the rest of Team Spirit away, and isolating Sawo from the rest of the pack. Onyx still alive.
That could have been so much worse. That could have been so much worse, and that's all you can ask for a gold laner at this stage of the game. I'm sorry that we can't give you that space, but at the very least, just buy us just a couple more seconds here as we move into the 12th. 16 or more with a missing mid inhibitor. This is very manageable for Onyx, but so far, these glorious pathways have been dealt with very handedly by Team Spirit. And Kelra, he's got some real damage on his hands. The problem right now is that they can't get that first move. They can't get the first initiation onto Team Spirit without the counter initiation completely annihilating the back line.
You can see, oh my god, it's Chomp!
He got it.
Purify out, oh my god!
They're still going, glorious pathway, it's already out, and now they should disengage.
Keyboy, he's stuck. Mountain Shock and pull from the mid zone with the Fatal Links as well. Keyboy with the Wrath of the Dryad is able to buy some time, but again, Kelra cannot walk up. Not while Sunset Lover has the Wrath of the Dryad. Not while Kelra doesn't have to Purify. It's a free Lord over to Team Spirits.
These are heavy jabs being traded on both sides. They are willing to throw anything underneath the bus to get the reaction that they are looking for. But TS, the economic lead, 8K at this point, 42-34. This is a beautiful endgame angle for them. They just need to make sure they close this out cleanly.
You can see Sao, that player cam, instantly one hand off, just giving instructions. Guys, play it slow, 3 waves, build it up. Do not forget the fundamentals. They are possibly a few minutes away from another big upset at MSC, from locking their spot in the grand finals. The first time ever for an EECA representative.
This is for all their predecessors before them, for War Barbie, for Defender, for everybody else as they look for the endgame scenario.
Top lane gonna be taken down now as Team Spirit look for the play in the bottom lane. Sawo, perfect match. Keyboy gonna be chunked as well. Sawo!
He nails it! Even further as they're looking to try and close out this game.
Big shot now, throwback again. It's gonna be Kai. Taken out by Sour and Eco.
There you have it. Team Spirit have done it and punched their ticket to the grand finals. The Sky Kings thought they were the beast.
Sverige niet sile Dracona. There is no beast stronger than the dragon!
What an amazing game. The technical prowess, from mechanics, from the micro to the macro. We have witnessed a work of art. Nobody can be disappointed with that. Even the Sky Kings can recognize when they have been matched. What a crazy game coming in from EECA.
They haven't just been matched. They've been stomped and they've been destroyed. The Porcupines, the Sky Kings, burned to the ground by the flames of the dragon.
Ladies and gentlemen, give your congratulations to Team Spirit as they qualify for the Grand Finals. What a moment this is. What a crazy set of events. I keep using this word crazy time and time again for another region to rise up to the Grand Finals of this caliber for the first time ever in a mid-season cup here at an international. There will be no major regions.
No PH, no ID, no Malaysia. It's EECA up against Myanmar. It's Team Spirit up against Yangon Galacticos.
Truly, we are witnessing history unfold before us. And maybe, who knows, they might not be called minor regions any longer. The world of MLBB expands further, and the level that has been brought to the table starts with the younglings. We're going to be throwing it over to the interview with Sunset Lover and Sawo up on stage. Take it away, Rose.
The Dragons has defied the odds. They have slayed the Sky Kings, and they have carved their names into the history of MLBB. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your grand finalist, Team Spirit. Boys, that was an amazing series. And you know, there's no better duo to interview on this stage other than Sawo and Sunset Lover. These two have played and represented the EECA region since M1. 7 years later, you guys have finally done it. You guys are bringing EECA to the Grand Finals. How are you feeling about it, Sawo?
I'm so happy, but we still not did it, so everything tomorrow will be.
The job is not done. What about you, Sunset Lover? How are you feeling about heading into the Grand Finals tomorrow, a first in your region, history being rewritten?
Of course I'm happy because we're doing a lot of work and finally we show that we worked a lot. And tomorrow we still have a big job, you know, and we need to win.
Yes, there's definitely a big job tomorrow, but like what Sunset has mentioned, they've been through a lot. Roller coasters, up and downs in a span of 7 years. I want to ask you guys, what kept you guys going? What was the main motivation to keep on pushing?
Of course, being the champion on some world tournament and on world championship or on EWC, we don't care, we just want to be champions.
The passion is what kept them going. And boys, I am super duper happy for you guys. Now, of course, we know that you guys entering the Grand Finals tomorrow is history being rewritten. But not just for you guys, but for the whole ecosystem of the MLBB. Where tomorrow you guys will be going up against Yangon Galacticos. Sunset Lover, what does this tell us about the ecosystem of MLBB? Does it mean we're actually finally starting to see new faces, new regions come out? Are you guys starting to become stronger?
Yeah, that's true, and I'm so excited about tomorrow because finally the grand final, not PH Indo, PH Malaysia, you know, there is a new grand final, new story. So let's see what will happen.
Definitely new story. You know what? Tomorrow is going to be an incredible chapter to unfold. But Sawa, what are your thoughts about Yangon Galacticos? Do you think that they're going to give you guys a really good fight, or is it going to be just as easy as today's match?
I don't know what they will do. We just need to beat them, and that's it. Nothing special for us. We just might win them.
Oh, the confidence coming out from these EECA boys on stage. I love it. They are truly showing what the new grand finalists are made of. And of course, Sunset Lover, a message for all of the fans. Look at the love, look at the support that they have here in the arena in Paris and of course back at home.
Thank you so much. Big respect for supporting us. You know, it's so huge that we can play and be happy that we're here.
Congratulations, boys. Congratulations. We will see you in the grand finals. And of course, Team Spirit, come on over because it is time to crush a key back at our key crusher. Now, the biggest question for today is who will be crushing Onyx Key? Kid Bomba is at it. Let's go, Kid Bomba. Ladies and gentlemen, this signifies that Onyx is officially out of MSC at EWC 2026 and Team Spirit heads to the grand finals tomorrow. History has been made for the world of MLBB. With that, let us show it to the desk.
History has been made, and it was made earlier with Myanmar going to the grand finals, and now it is made again with EECA and Team Spirit claiming a spot next to them. History will be rewritten, but what does the future hold for MLBB? Something new, that's for sure. And as destiny collapses and dynasty falls apart, you see that the unknown is where MLBB is headed. And maybe that just means space. Maybe it means right down here on Earth, maybe centered around Europe or something like that. We'll have to wait and see as these two teams now get a chance to battle it out, guys.
Oh, man.
What a day of games.
What a day of games. History made. I like the smile there, the satisfying smile of Kid Bomba there as they crush the key of Onyx, because again, he heard it in his interview leading into the matchup. This was fated for him. This was kind of destined to go ahead and fight against Kelra in this version of Onyx this time. And man, they did it so well. A sweep. I honestly didn't expect it to be a 3-0 here, because who would have thought?
Who did? I don't think anyone expected a 3-0, LaFell. In your wildest, promising, most ambitious and positive looks at what Team Spirit did, you still felt after Onyx's performance yesterday, taking down Aurora, that they would have a chance here.
Yeah, here's the thing. This is why it's really hard to call anything here in MSC. Ever since day one, we think it's going to be a full series. It's a quick 3-0. We think like, this is going to be a stomp, and it becomes a full series. We anticipate this kind of draft, and then something else just develops. Something about MSC here. Something about Paris. Let me just say, quite a few organizations, I really feel like they should start lobbying just to have all of these major tournaments in Europe, because we got to talk about the support as well. Usually Team Spirit, whenever they're playing outside of Europe, they have some support, yes, but nothing like this.
No.
And we can definitely see that it's helping them quite a lot.
And he said it doesn't matter. He said, there's no buff from having my mom and my sister here. I don't believe it for a second. I don't believe also...
The way that he plays, bro.
And I feel like they're winning over the fans. They're not just winning over, and this is for Myanmar's case as well. These people are now becoming different. They're becoming idols. They're becoming people who fan support of the teams that have lost, which are many of the favorites, many of the regions that are normally here, going, you know what? These guys are doing something. I actually support them.
They're the new chapter.
Yeah. And this is the new era. I think a lot of people, they've been discussing that, and some people are really holding on to, maybe we still have one more Philippine to make it to the grand final. Maybe it's going to be Indonesia. But just as we heard there from Sunset Lover, this is going to be the first time, and an entirely different story now, that there's not going to be Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia included in that grand final. So now, if you're just a fan of MLBB, you got to choose a side. Who are you going to be rooting for?
Honestly, I feel like for most MLBB fans, it's one of the rare times they can be happy with whoever wins that one. Otherwise, they would just be like, nah, your team sucks. Nah, this guy sucks. And it's like, hey, you know what? Congrats.
I love it, man, because, you get to see the clash of the fans, the clash of the trash talk, which is different. And it just is so great to see after, you look at the story of Zaur Egoist as well, 16 years old. And if you talk about it's been since M2, what is that, 6 years? So the guy was 10?
10?
So since he's been 10, this moment's been coming for him to get on stage and say, hold on. let's do something different here.
Perfect timing to see the reactions here too, because just Zar Egoist, having him come into this lineup of Team Spirit again. Last time we saw him in the international, he couldn't play, right? He was too young. So then he comes through, and you have these new generations of junglers and just players in general, but especially junglers, because that's what we've been highlighting here for MSC. And he has been putting on a clinic alongside the rest of the team. And I feel like just the way that Zar Egoist plays allows Kid Bomba, allows Sawo and Sunset Lover and Hiko to do everything they need to do across the map, and that's, I feel like, one of the biggest difference factors for a lot of the teams that have been playing in this MSC.
I gotta say as well, Kid Bomba is probably gonna be one of the scariest guys in MLBB for now, because in game, that guy is destroying absolutely everyone. Like, imagine being an EXP later and then just causing this much destruction. Before this, he was Hanford. But now it's the era of Kid Bomba. Like, this guy is a bit much. On the Barat, sure, meta pick, but then he uses Sora. And some would argue
Sora.
that might even be more scarier.
That's Sora. That was the problem, because I think they thought, well, we took the Barats away, we banned it out, but he still got the upper hand. That's just Kid Bomba doing Kid Bomba things. We've seen his family, we've seen the emotion from Team Spirit, but there's an emotion on the other side of this, and that is, of course, of Onyx, who have to go home. We talked with Kid Boy, in an exit interview with the Turner to hear how he's feeling.
We are now backstage with Keyboy after that loss against Team Spirit. Keyboy, may we ask what's going through your head right now?
Indo aja.
Boleh.
Ya emang Team Spirit lagi kuat aja.
He thinks that Team Spirit are very strong today. Apakah ini just exclusive di MSC atau sebenarnya dari awal-awal, dari sebelum-sebelumnya pernah ketemu Team Spirit, mereka udah kuat?
Memang kuat.
So even from before, he said that Team Spirit has been a very strong team. How is everyone handling the loss, Keyboy? How is everyone handling the loss? Teman-teman Keyboy gimana tadi pas kalah reaksinya?
Ya pasti sedih lah pasti.
They didn't take it as well, even for everyone. Keyboy, what were you expecting here at MSC? Kamu expect-nya gimana MSC kali ini?
Ya yang penting kasih yang terbaik sih, kalau yang kalah belum rezeki aja.
They just wanted to give the best, and if they lost, then maybe it just wasn't their luck. Keyboy, what was different about MSC this year? It looked like Onyx struggled in a few of the matches. Could you tell us more about what happened in this particular MSC? Was it the meta that was difficult? Was the other regions just a lot stronger this year? Is there something that you could tell us about that?
Kalau meta sebenarnya aman-aman aja, cuma emang region lain lagi lebih kuat-kuat aja sekarang.
For the meta, it was okay. They adapted to it okay, but it seems like all the other regions from the rest of the world just really got stronger. Were you also surprised that Yangon moved on to the grand finals?
Enggak.
Oh, so you expected it?
Gua nggak expect maksudnya.
Oh, so he also did not expect. So it's boiling down to a very different MSC this year. But Keyboy, thank you so much for everything that you've done with Onyx as well. Do you have maybe a message to everyone who flew all the way from Indonesia to come here to support you and your team?
Ya buat semua yang udah support. Ya sorry juga lah karena mengecewakan lagi dan lagi. Cuman ya emang begitulah jalannya. Kita bakalan usahain buat kedepannya lagi.
For those of you guys who supported us, thank you so much for the support, and we're really sorry that it's another disappointing loss, and we will try our best to do better in the next coming future. Keyboy, other than your bronze match, what's next for you? Keyboy, abis match ini mau ngapain lagi selain bronze match yang akan terjadi besok?
Nggak tahu sih.
Keyboy doesn't know yet. Okay, I think he's taking a little bit hard. It's okay, Keyboy. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
We're gonna throw it over back to you guys.
Well, Yangon Galacticos Team Spirit are the ones that move on. Keyboy sharing his thoughts. Not too much to dive into there. Obviously, a bit close to the chest, how they're feeling. Still not a lot of time to process it either.
That also just shows how heavy it is just to suffer that kind of loss, because I gotta say, big shout outs to everyone agreeing to do the loser interview,
It's
because
tough, man.
you can see it in their eyes how much they're trying to hide it, but as dudes, as bros that's been destroyed before, we've all been destroyed.
Hey man,
we know that look.
And you know what? Sometimes talking through it can help the processing part. But a lot of guys, though, there's just a moment where you say, you just say, I'm either not going to do it, or you're like, I'm not going to give an answer here and I need to go process. We were talking about this earlier. I remember one of the giants in sports that I love, Kobe Bryant, rest in peace. I realized that the first day I had a chance to interview for my esports job that I've done for the last 7 years. I had to hold it together. Yeah. And you have to sometimes do that. Obviously, Team Falcons and Onyx are the ones who will be facing off in that third place match. That's still going to be exciting. There's still a lot of money on the line for that one. And of course, tomorrow's grand final with Yangon Galacticos and this Team Spirit. Man.
Where were you?
Where was he?
When MSC is writing everything, I'm like, we were working. Yeah. Right? We could tell everyone's like, where were you guys when MSC calls it? We were working, so we don't know what's going on.
We had no idea.
No, but I mean, that's going to be amazing, though. Who would have thought that would be our grand finals?
Right. No, I think almost nobody. I would be willing to bet that almost nobody had both of those.
No one had that right.
People did the pick'ems?
Yeah.
There's no way.
And if there is, you deserve the lion's share of that $300,000. Let's just say that's for sure. It's been a lot of fun, guys. Closing thoughts for today. Actually, excuse me, before we close, we actually have a great update here. The implications of today were far-reaching, not just in MLBB, but also with the Club Championship. And we got our reporters standing by to let us know what's the status quo.
What do you call 4 Club Championship reporters who can manage to get themselves together for what feels like one of the very first times? It's happened a couple of times, but this happened in the space of an hour. So I'm not sure how we managed this one, Jenny, but we have managed to get ourselves together. And we're going to give it a little chat around what's been happening on your stages. STC Arena, obviously been going on here for Overwatch 2. How's things going?
First of all, I would call us a bunch of professionals. Second of all, a lot happening actually over at the SCC Arena, especially for Overwatch, because this was the week where Falcons were competing and they were the title defenders. But surprise, surprise, they get knocked out to T1. T1's had a pretty good run on TFT, very great run on League of Legends as well, so that's great for them. Club Championship-wise, Liquid, though, still 0 points. I don't know what's going on over there. They got eliminated, not even making the top 8. Kind of sad, to be fair, but it is what it is. AGAL is also out, and then Twisted Mind was playing Virtus Pro earlier today. Both of these organizations tied for 4th place last year when it comes to Club Championship points. Twisted Mind's won. That's all we got going on here.
Thank you. I didn't realize you were going to grab my mic. I thought you said we're professionals. Here we are, though. I mean, irrelevant of that. Lauren, of course, things have already just kicked off in Warzone. Not necessarily too much to report, but I mean, it's always an interesting one when it does come down to the Club Championship because Falcons are always so favoured.
They are, and they were definitely one of the top teams coming into this entire week. However, after yesterday's performance, they ended up in 7th out of their group, which is not where they were hoping to be. So they don't play until the second half of today, but they'll definitely be looking to pick it up so that they don't get eliminated, because we are sending 6 teams home, 3 from each group at the end of the day. On the positive side of things, though, and you're talking about Twisted Minds, Ginny. Twisted Minds are our defending champs in Warzone. They were first place out of their group yesterday, and then we're 2 matches in, and they've already won 1 of them. Oh, wow. So Twisted Minds are looking very strong for themselves, Chris, and I think that means that there's going to be some tight competition as we get into finals.
We know Fancy's going to be excited about that one. Yeah, TM last year was a fantastic performance, looking to go back to back again. But we're coming to the close on your stage, Trav, obviously over at the Allianz Vault. How things have been going? I know there's a lot of rumblings. Falcons had a few members. Yeah. Not so much anymore.
Yeah, so it's pretty much the same story, really. Falcons coming in, trying to defend their title. It's Xiao Hai who won it in 24 and 25. He competes across both Fatal Fury and Street Fighter as well, so clearly shows how capable of a player he is. And he got bounced in them both. So Falcons lost their title defender and now left with 2 15-year-olds trying to carry on and get those championship points, which I don't think bodes too well. And they did just face each other. So not only were the 2 15-year-olds, they had to knock each other out as well. So that's really unfortunate for Falcons. One of them, though, has progressed to the top 8. So that's at least getting them some points on the board, but doesn't really leave them with too many options in terms of like backup plans now. They're all kind of slowly getting knocked out. But in Street Fighter 6, it's very much kind of the Asian representative. So we've got the Asian organizations doing as well. Reject with some heavy investments, and also the same with Zeta Division 2.
Excellent. Well, great update, guys. Thank you very much. We've got a lot more going on tomorrow. A couple of finals coming over the next couple of days. Very excited to see how things conclude. Guys, thank you for... We need to do this more often, actually. And we'll grab us all together. Okay, maybe Jenny doesn't want to. Okay, I get it. Stage 1. I understand. It's fine. Thank you very much, guys. Back to you at the desk.
Well, thank you very much, Chris and Jenny and Lauren. And I love the interaction between those 4. We got to continue hearing from them as well. And of course, the Aramco Club Championship rankings are here, and it's been not as sincere at the top for a while. Will that change this week? Falcons jump up a little bit to 1,600 after the points that they've earned, I believe, for making top 8. And Street Fighter, and of course, Team Vision, Vitality, Virtus Pro still holding strong there. Phil, you feel like you want to say something about the Club Championship?
No, honestly, like looking at that, They are so energetic and calm at the same time.
You want to channel that?
I don't know if I'm feeling relaxed or suspicious.
Oh, you know what? That's good. I like it. It's because the sunglasses are making you feel suspicious.
Yeah.
Because you can't see their eyes.
No, because for me, if someone is too nice, something is wrong.
Yeah.
So
it might be a psychopath or something.
So something's wrong?
I mean, it could be psychopaths. Now we got to spend time with them just to know. Aren't you curious?
You know what? I am curious. Let's investigate Chris when we get back there, backstage in the green room. Guys, how do we feel? Final day of basically anything but our grand finals. You know, it's gotten us here.
Yeah, man, MSC's been kind of crazy, I would say.
Amazing.
You know, after we've gone through a few of them, this has been the most, I would say, competitive and interesting. A lot of shakeups, a lot of surprises, but I'm glad for it. This is great for the competitive scene and the health of the MLBB esports ecosystem.
For me, I love my job. And we did say that this is probably going to be the best MSC ever.
We did.
And it's shaping up to be that way. This is going to be, again, a new era, a new chapter. This is going to give a lot of hope to a lot of aspiring players because now it doesn't matter where you're from. Oh, wait, where's my glasses? Wait, what was that? Anyways, doesn't matter where you're from. It shows that you can do it.
Suspicious behavior from LaFell to close things out, but nothing suspicious about today. It's going to be a new chapter that's written in the land of Dawn come tomorrow. History rewritten already. It's me and Mar facing EECA in our grand finals. Somebody will become the new king of MLBB. From all of us here at Stage 3 of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, as LaFell has already walked off stage, and Naisu is still here with me. Thank you. My name's Randy, and from Paris, we remind you to never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you for our grand finals tomorrow.